Was near the Rocky Mountain National Park and was on my way to a place a friend told me about to camp. You're not technically allowed to camp there, but it's also not regulated. It's up this back road that's so busted nothing short of an off-road vehicle could travel on it. So I parked where she told me to and got out of my car and opened the door to the seat behind the driver to get my pack ready. It was already dark by this point, so I had to have my headlamp on to see. I'm about halfway ready when all the bugs in the area go silent. When that is your only background noise, it is very noticeable. I look up for a couple moments, then I hear a stick break probably 30 feet from me like something stepped on it. I immediately jumped into the back of my car and shut and locked the doors. As far as I could tell, I was the only person up there, but this is also an area with bears and mountain lions. As I'm looking around, I can't see anything that would have caused the bugs to go quiet and a stick to break, but I decided this amazing campsite that overlooks the lake wasn't worth it and left. Did geocaching with my dad at night. We walked towards a forest. From the distance we heard loud knocks of something hitting a metal plate. Boom 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 boom. Constantly. I was really frightened. My dad thought it was an animal. We came closer and on the left side was a lake with bushes and trees. The noise stopped. We walked in the woods and met with another geocacher. When we had to go back to the lake and get closer, I was really scared. Then we saw tents. We came closer and it was young folks doing a party and sleeping next to the lake. Our companion was like, oh, and my dad was like, oh well, we'll come back later. In the darkness, they didn't see little me apparently. We left and went to his car, because he wanted to show us something. Suddenly we hear cars and turns out, the people were frightened of us as well and thought we would call the police, because we're owners of the lake or something. We went back and could find the cache, because no sign was left of the young folks. So about the noise, there was a metal plate covering a water pump and some dudes probably thought it would be funny to jump on it. Wasn't quite dark, but it was deep in the evening. My father and I were walking through some deep woods trying to dispose of some wild boar. We had each split off to try and flush some pigs out. We could tell they were near because you could smell them. I was walking slowly and methodically so as not to step on any big branches or make any big noises when bang. I hear my father shoot once then twice. I turn to look that direction and hear this crazy loud noise. The noise you hear in dinosaur movies when something big is coming through the trees, only it wasn't a dinosaur, it was about 30 wild boar of all different sizes. They were running all around me, darting through the thick brush and trees were piglets up to 200+ pounds animals. If you're not familiar, they have been known to RIP people and other animals up with the large tusks, and they have thick callous skin that is like armor up and down their shoulders. I just knew I was going to run over or at the very least take a tusk to the legs. I had my lever action rifle and managed to get 2 of them while they were rushing by. Not sure where I was between an adrenaline rush and pissing down my leg, but I assure you it was a fine line that evening. Let me start off with a small bit of background. I live in a very forested area surrounded by a bunch of mountains. There's a stream across the road, but we live a ways away from it. Our house sits more at the top of a mountain, surrounded by towering trees. Our neighbors are somewhat close, but we can barely see each other's houses. We had 3 dogs, 1 passed away since then, and 3 cats. Our neighbors also had dogs and cats, so there definitely isn't a shortage of pets. Anyways, that's what you need to know. It was the middle of the week sometime in late August, early September. It was still hot since it was the end of summer, so my mom and I slept with our windows open. We never worried about the windows being open because, statistically speaking, we were a lot safer in the forest than in the city. Everything was the same as usual, until 4 a.m. came around. We were woken up by an ear-splitting, guttural scream. We ran into the living room to check on each other, and we were okay. The screaming continued and it was at the same pacing. There would be a pause for about 2 to 3 seconds and then a scream. The screaming lasted for about 5 minutes and then stopped abruptly. My mom and I closed all of the windows and drew the blinds. None of our pets seemed to care that screams were echoing through the house, which I thought was very strange and out of character for them. A leaf could fall and they'd lose their minds, so why the sudden silence? Because the screaming stopped, my mom decided to call the sheriff rather than the entire police force. The officer kept saying that it was probably nothing, but would drive by anyways. We stayed up waiting for the sheriff to drive by, and eventually, he did. He didn't investigate much at all though. He did exactly what he said he would do, which was drive by. My mom and I struggled to sleep that night, but we did. The next day we did some investigating and called all of our neighbors to make sure they were okay, but when we called, all of them said that they didn't hear a thing. We were in disbelief that none of them heard it, so we started thinking that there must have been a domestic violence cover-up, or maybe someone had a really weird kink. Luckily, the final neighbor we called gave us the explanation we needed. He told us that he didn't hear it himself, but he had heard mountain lions in these parts of the forest. He explained that during mating season, mountain lions will scream to alert other lions that they're looking to mate. After a quick Google search, we found many videos of mountain lions screaming, and holy shit, it's terrifying. I've attached a link to a video of one just so you can imagine how terrified we must have been. We're thankful that it was just a mountain lion and not a woman being murdered. I was hitchhiking from northern Idaho to LA. It was about a week into my journey. I was exhausted. Hadn't a chance to really sleep the whole journey. My last ride had dropped me off in the burbs of Thousand Oaks, CA. The sun was going down and I walked down side streets, following the freeway off to the left in the distance. I was in a daze at that point. Just wanted a place to sleep. An hour or two passed and the suburbs gave way to commercial area. It was night now, and the streets were empty. I had been walking the large office parks, deserted, the parking lots dimly glowing from street lamps and the distant freeway. The freeway was a ways up a very large and wide embankment. The embankment was covered in a dense canopy of trees and bushes, running up and down the interstate. From the parking lot below I could see the shadows of the treetops against the light of the freeway, but not underneath. I decided that in the dark recesses, I'd sleep. It was near pitch black inside the embankment. I had climbed a good 20 meters into the vegetation. The light from the freeway above only trickled down through the leaves like a ghost. The light from the office park had long gone. I had a flashlight with me. The batteries were unfortunately on their last legs. I found myself lightly shaking the flashlight occasionally to increase the brightness, while I unpacked a small tent. A short time passed. I was about through setting up the tent. The flashlight had been reduced to a faint glow lying on the ground pointing at the blue tent fabric. The whooshing of cars on the freeway above continued to flow down onto this very still and quiet place underneath the trees and brush. Every time I paused for a moment, stopped moving, the immediacy of silence would fill around me. A few more minutes passed when a terrible crashing erupted from above. A weight was falling from the freeway, quickly down through the trees and bushes, down the embankment towards me, slightly off to the right. The noise was suddenly almost upon me and I screamed out. The crashing came to a halt. The weight had pulled back just short of the small opening where I stood. I knew that. I stood there, paralyzed. The silence filled into the darkness around me, suffocating me. The presence was just there in the bushes a few yards where I stood. I could only see the faint outline of leaves. I stood I don't know how long. I felt it had been startled by my presence. Then a twig cracked. Silence. Then another twig cracked. I was suddenly hollow inside. Footsteps. Hey, I yelled. Silence. I felt the presence so close to me. I slowly bent down and picked up the flashlight. But it was dark now. I shook it. A momentary glow lit the edges of the leaves in front of me. I couldn't see anything. Then another crunch of leaves and dirt towards me. I grabbed my bag and the top of the tent, turned and bolted through the brush. Smashing into tree limbs, falling through bushes, I scrambled forward in a blur, the darkness behind me closing in, until I burst out, and was back in the parking lot. I didn't sleep that night. I walked down streets through sunrise to a gas station, and offered a dude $5 to give me a ride into LA. We listened to Lonesome Crowded West by Modest Mouse until he dropped me off at the Greyhound station. So, back when I was around 16 or 15 years old, my dad dragged me and my brother on a hunting trip with him. My dad was and still is a hunting enthusiast, and he is very temperate and just a stubborn person in general, so there was no decision in this. So, we pack our stuff, get in my dad's car, and drive about 3 to 4 hours to some remote forest near the end of town. When we get there, we make dad's car into a makeshift supply station before heading off. We didn't see anything for a while, until the sun began to set. My brother pointed his gun to the right, and in the far-off distance, I saw this horned-looking creature crouching behind a log, staring at us. It freaked me out, so I pointed my gun at it until it eventually ran off somewhere. I told my dad, and thinking it was some deer or something, dragged me and my brother in the direction of where the creature went. It was only when we heard the most shrill, terrifying screech I had ever heard that my dad turned us around and we began running for the car. We left as soon as possible, making sure to lock all of the windows and doors, and we raced off back to the house. By now the sun was set and the moon was beginning to come out, so we were all tired and terrified by the noise we heard. When I asked my dad what kind of animal made that noise, he said he had never heard a deer make that kind of noise before, in all his years of hunting. That was enough to make me never want to go hunting again, and I've been researching, and I'm beginning to think we may have encountered a Wendigo. What do you think? When I was about 12 years old, We, my mom, younger sister and myself, were living in a social neighborhood. Don't know the exact name, but it's like houses and apartments for people who don't have a lot of money. I think the rent was based on income etc. The whole neighborhood was like a lobby rent, small paths, dead-end streets etc. As per usual I was riding around on my bike one evening, around 8 p.m., during summer, so it wasn't fully dark yet, but it was beginning to. I rode to the end of the neighborhood and was racing through all the little paths etc. I stopped to take a little break, and to think what to do next. Something caught my eye when randomly looking at the apartments where I was standing. I saw a person standing in the living room, window looked out to the street/path on the front, and he or she was wearing a big, brown cape, like a cloak with a pointy big cap attached. The living room was filled with candles, and the person just stood there, not moving an inch, with the head bent down. I felt an intense fearful feeling creeping up to me, started biking away as fast as I could, didn't pass by that house for months after. Scared the shit out of me. One time, my friends and I went camping in a remote area near our college campus, about a 15-minute walk from the roadbed and a couple miles from the main road. We had a fire in one tent set up and went to bed at around 11 p.m. One from our group had parked near the road and was going to hike out at around 6 a.m. when the sun rose because she had to go out of town for the day. When she woke up, I said bye and stayed awake while the rest of my group slept. I started hearing drum sounds, like a community of people drumming on djembes or some other sort of hand drum. It's an unmistakable sound. I myself am a casual drummer. The drums steadily got louder and two more people from my group woke up and commented on it, but we mostly just joked about it. There wasn't anything we could really do and we assumed people were just driving down the nearby road and blasting music. Later that day, the member of our group that left early told us that while she was walking to her car, she felt a strong gust of wind and a semi-transparent figure sprinted past her. She ran the rest of the way to her car. We were camping on the original route of the Trail of Tears. When I was camping one time I decided on the last day of my camping trip, 1 week, I would pack everything up before I went to bed so when I woke up I could just leave. That meant open air sleeping on the last day. When I first got there the people told me in our group that we had to be very careful about grizzly bears as they had been very active in the park as of late, but we became a little more careful, but that was it. Oh boy were we in for a treat. In the middle of the night I don't know when exactly I heard heavy breathing right close to me. I'm a very hard sleeper so this breathing was loud enough to wake me up. I stayed completely still as I pulled the covers a little more right around me. This breathing continues for what seems like forever but was most likely a minute or two and starts moving, but I could hear the heavy steps of whatever it was leaving. I don't really know what it was exactly because I don't remember if I checked for prints or I forgot about it when I left in the morning, or it could have been a hallucination from what I know, but it was pretty scary at the time. Anticlimactic story. Takes place in a 100-plus-year-old Portuguese mansion on a few acres of land. It was my great-grandfather's and so on. My grandfather died in this house roughly 20 years prior and my sister said she spent the night there when she was awoken by an ashtray flying and breaking against the wall. So, I had to spend the night in the house when we came to visit. My dad, stepmom, brother, and two sisters and maybe another person too all stayed there. I barely slept all night as I was paralyzed in fear. But the power went out around 2 a.m. as I'm sitting wide awake already in fear, while everyone else peacefully slept in their rooms. I want to say my brother was in the same room on the bed next to me. I walk out of the room with my iPhone camera light as the only light, and I don't know if you've ever walking through an old creepy mansion with only a small cone of light, it's scary as shit. I actually go wake up my dad and tell him the power is out. He surprisingly wakes up rather easily and just leads me downstairs and to the breaker, which is a wine cellar under the house. No joke, creepy as all hell. Like a dark, cold cellar, lit only by a small cone of line wherever you move it. My dad just unfazed and a total house walks into the cellar without hesitation and flips the breaker or whatever, while I'm nearly pissing myself but trying to act cool. It's kind of in the countryside with not many houses nearby. Creepiest place ever. Don't want to go back even though nothing happened. It's magical in the daytime. I've got a few. 1. I was living in the forest outside Queenstown, NZ for a summer while I saved money and worked as a landscaper. I literally made a pine lean-to and just camped on the side of the mountain some distance from the city where it at least seemed no one would notice me. No trails there or anything. Never had fires because of the risk of forest fires was high at that time. One night I am awoken to what I would only describe as a very large person walking just behind my lean-to on the slope. It was like 3 a.m. at this point. That was unnerving as hell. There are no bears or any other animal there that would make a sound like this walking. And who would be walking in the dark without a flashlight? I couldn't really just write it off as something else. So, about a week later, I hear what I assume is a wooden flute floating a melody down the mountain. At that point, I decided to explore the mountain more. On the weekend I took off up the mountain and found a huge cave that sloped quickly downward. I had no flashlight with me, so I tossed a rock down there. I hear the sound of it hitting a tarp and metal. Now, I'm really curious and return with a group of coworker with lights the following week. Sure enough, there is a whole camp down there. Whether this was the same person walking through the forest at night I can't say, but probably solved that. 2. When I was a kid, my parents would always send my brothers and I to one summer camp or the other. One year it was in Wyoming, just over the CO state line as I remember. The camp was all teepees next to a little brook. We literally bathed in the brook. Nice experience overall. One of the days the counselors had us play a game of capture the flag just in the middle of the prairie. There were 2 large natural rock formations that acted as the forts for each team. I was guarding the top of the tower, which as I remember was a smaller boulder about a good 30 feet off the ground and was just big enough to sit on. As I am sitting there watching the kids run between sides below, I feel electricity. Then nothing. Then again. Like a wave or river of current was running through the sky. I lifted up my hand and felt it like it was almost magnetic. I removed my hand and it stopped. Raised my hand and felt it move back and forth. No clue what that was and I am not sure any of the other kids believed me when I talked about it later. Still remember it clear as day. 3. Not me, but my good friend was hiking in Alaska for several weeks with his GF and a group of friends. He gets back to tell me quite a strange experience. Evidently, they are a few days into a hike, when in the middle of the night he gets up to take a piss. He suddenly hears music. As he described it, an angelic choir. He woke up his GF to listen to it and she didn't hear a thing, but evidently the other hikers did as well. She rolled her eyes in front of me when he told this story, but he was 100% adamant about it. I guess this isn't entirely unheard of after researching it and some places are quite famous for it. 4. One more weird friend story. My friend is of Irish heritage and his family in Ireland. He decides to travel back to get in touch with his heritage. He stays with an uncle who has a big property at the edge of a forest, which I guess are uncommon in Ireland now. He gets up really early in the morning from jet lag and decides to hike in the forest a bit. He gets to the edge of the property when he hears the sounds of horses running and neighing nearby. He decides maybe not to go into the forest and returns home. His uncle is waking up and asks him where he was. He tells him he went to check out the forest and stopped at the property line because he heard horses. The proverbial person turns white in the face and the uncle tells him there aren't any horses nearby and makes the claim in seriousness that they were fairies on their horses. The area is known for them. There is a long history of people going missing in weird circumstances there and that he lucked out not trying to locate the source of the sound. My friend, being very skeptical, doesn't know what to think about the whole situation. After researching it a bit, I guess there are all sorts of Irish legends about fairy horses around certain locations and a handful of forests known for having fairly malevolent fairies living in them. Maybe there is something to it. My parents own a cabin on an island and it's very isolated. Surrounded by forest and animals. It's not creepy at all though because we've had it for so long. But before we bought the cabin we built a yurt to sleep in and I wasn't alive yet. Now whenever we go to our cabin and I have a friend over, we like to sleep in the yurt because it's about 300 feet from the cabin. Anyway, it was my birthday and I decided to bring a bunch of friends with me to the cabin. We wanted to sleep in the yurt. Over the trip we would tell and watch scary stories for fun and get really paranoid at night. Falling asleep wasn't an issue for me. However, one night, everyone fell asleep except for me and I was really on edge. I couldn't sleep and it was 2 a.m. I prayed that I would fall asleep before 3 a.m. because 3 a.m. supposedly is spooky. I texted my mom telling her that I was horrified and really wanted to sleep inside. She wouldn't let me because there was no room in any of the beds. So I just sat there in my bed. Then I heard a bird singing. That scared me. After a bit the bird stopped and I could hear something else. Like someone or something was pushing the sides of the yurt. Then I swore I heard whispering. 2 people whispering a full conversation. I checked the time. 2:55 a.m. Then, I fell asleep. Woke up at 4 a.m. When it was breakfast time, I asked my friends if they heard noises last night. A few of them said they heard whispering. For one of my best friend's birthday celebrations, we decided to go off-grid and camp in the middle of the forest. To really spice up our night, we each took a massive serving of pot brownie before turning in and removed the rain cover from the tent so we could stare up at the stars and have deep conversations while high as shit. The night goes smoothly and we all fall asleep in a big pile. It's warm enough that we keep the cover off of the tent for the night. Sometime around 3 a.m., something started sniffling around and bumping the sides of our tent. It was likely a fox, but my really fucking high brain instantly thought it was something more sinister and I became frozen with fear. I kept hearing it rustle the rain cover that was laying on the ground and I was terrified that it would peek into our tent and see us laying there. I was high enough that while I was waiting for the thing to go away, I fell back asleep and was able to sleep fine the rest of the night. I found out the next day that my friends had also been awake and afraid, but none of us had uttered a peep because we didn't want to wake each other up and scare everyone. We went outside the tent that morning to try and figure out what the noise was, and turns out the sound was just our rain cover moving in the wind and brushing against a nearby tree. The three of us nearly peed ourselves with fear over a damn rain cover. Not really an outdoorsman, but I did have a strange moment in an old quarry. There were 4 of us, one friend and a couple of his friends, and we'd gone because it was supposed to be haunted. We tried building a small fire when we got there, just a simple pile of dried stuff, but we couldn't get it to light. We separated and 2 of us went to the east, the others to the west. After about 15 minutes we meet back up at the failed fire and shortly after arriving one of us noticed there was a small burn going on in it. We all watched as within 30 seconds or so this tiny flame turned into a pillar of fire about 5 to 6 feet high and inconceivable for what we'd put on the ground. They ran and I wasn't the driver so I ran with them. It was a shame, we found exactly what we'd gone for and everyone just immediately scrammed. I really would have liked to taken a look after the fire burned out to see if something was causing it. It was just so interesting how fast it went up from nowhere. Few years ago, me along with my 5 friends went for fishing downriver. We completed the task by 3 and we decided to go home, which was about 1 hour from the river. We decided that instead of normal route, we would just go via small streams, which are typically formed between the junction of 2 hills. We planned so that we could catch some crabs and trust me, freshwater hilly crabs are tasty as fuck. So everything was normal, we were progressing up until we saw something weird. It was almost 4:30 and as we progressed through the stream, we reached a patch where the woods were more dense and it was hard for sunlight to hit the ground. There we saw a creature which had shiny wings, folded like that of eagle but the legs of that thing was pretty big. It was just sitting in a rock, in the middle of stream, maybe drinking water. We were about 30 to 35 feet away from it and since it was only about 4:30 p.m. and still somewhat bright and we're in groups so we didn't cared much or were we scared. We got a little closer thinking it was a bird and we all hit it with stones. It wouldn't respond for the first few tries. Surprisingly even after few hits it didn't ran away or just flew but instead it turned its bald head like by almost 360 degrees like it was nothing and now was directly staring us. To a surprise, it didn't have beak nor its face looked like to that of a bird. None of us had ever seen that thing and since we were already in deep part of the wood, we got kinda scared and without second thought we ran to the nearby crop fields and headed home. To this date I don't know what that fucking thing exactly was. Was on the beach late at night with my buddy and a couple girls just loving the full moon and crispness of the ocean breeze. There was a group of kids near us maybe about 20 feet away. I stand up to go closer to the water and notice a giant satanic circle etched into the sand. I get freaked out and as I turn back to motion to the rest of my group to come check it out I noticed that those kids had formed a circle and one of them was like chanting and slowly and purposefully walking towards the center holding a massive fucking combat knife with a blade so big I could see the moonlight reflecting off of it. Now I'm a pretty big powerful guy and in one motion I make a full sprint towards the rest of my group and scoop the 2 girls off the sand without even breaking a stride while calmly telling my friend get up, gotta go, as I'm running to the car carrying these girls like children. I used to be an avid hiker, but I moved to the prairies so now I'm a hunter. This season I was hunting with my brother and we shot a white tail near the end of the day. It was a bad shot, but would eventually be lethal. We changed our gear and started to head out. The sunlight quickly disappeared and there was no natural light on this cloudy winter night. We were on farmer land but the deer went into the bushes. So we started to follow the blood. There was a wolf problem in the area, so we were already concerned. I don't know if you've ever been in the woods at night and pitch black, but the trees moan and creak, which is scary though. About a km in, we haven't found the deer yet. My brother puts his arm out and stops me. Is that it? He says, pointing to tell green gold eyes. I put my headlamp on it, but couldn't see anything besides the eyes. Maybe? It was upsetting that the deer has to suffer this long. But that's when we saw more eyes. Everywhere we looked, there were eyes looking at us, essentially surrounding us. Wolves. I thought. So my brother racked another round and shot into the ground nearby to spook them off. This was all scary enough, but the fact that the eyes didn't react to the shot made my blood run cold. My ears were ringing, and I was scared. I pulled out my rifle, racked a bullet and was getting ready to fire when the eyes started disappearing. Not through movement, it looked more like they were shutting their eyes. Once they were gone, We continued on and found the deer. I refused to gut it there, and we dragged him back intact to the field. I don't think I ever worked harder in my life. I'll never forget that night. And that's not even going over getting lost when we found the deer. Compass pointed one way, GPS pointed another, phones a third way, and we had different gut feelings. This is my dad's story, well, as much of a story as I can make out of it. He's kind of a man of few words. My dad used to be an avid mountain climber, and he frequented Long's Peak in RMNP. Evidently there is a short, narrow traverse, above tree line I think, that you encounter in the dewy, slippery morning hours of the climb, if you've timed it to summit before the afternoon, which is recommended as thunderstorms roll in fast on mountaintops in the summer. He describes the ledge as potentially treacherous, as a cliff rises above you, as well as dropping off below you. You're on a 2-foot wide shelf, with nothing but a sheer rise on one side and a sheer drop on the other. He's been at this particular spot to encounter 2 deaths. On the first encounter, someone was running back down the trail, frantically asking if anyone had a cell phone, as their fiancée had just fallen off the ledge. I guess my dad made that emergency call, as far as I can remember. The second one I find more creepy, just based off the visuals alone. He said he had been passed earlier in the day by a lone man, and he remembers him because he was wearing all white. Later, when he got to the ledge, he saw a crumpled mass of white at the bottom of the cliff. It was the man he encountered earlier in the day, dead, apparently having lost his footing on this section. I did a bit of primitive camping when I was in my late teens. Very minimal. Just a sleeping bag, jacket, water bottle and firefighting kit. This was my first overnight where I was really roughing it. The idea was to build my own shelter, a basic debris hut, and stay the night. I made my way through coastal Australian bush terrain for about an hour from a track that was already deep in to find a decent spot well away from anything man-made. I found the spot. A nice little pocket of sandy dirt that was not covered in undergrowth. Finally I said out loud, pretty exhausted. I cleared the area a little, built the shelter, and started a really small fire as it got dark. I just sat there, listening to the sounds of nature around me. Not thinking but just listening. And the sound of the fire crackling. It was beautiful. I felt relaxed and tired. So I put out the fire well, retreated into my hut and went to sleep. I awoke to the most gut-wrenching sound I have ever heard. I didn't know what time it was. It was absolutely pitch black. This horrible noise that I could only describe as some kind of demonic gargling from the depths of the primordial earth was coming from only a few feet in front of my hut. I couldn't see anything. It was pitch black, but it was right fucking there. Panicked, I dug for my emergency phone out of my bag to turn it on to use it as a light. I was gripping hard with my right hand a spear I had made during the evening, just a bit of hardwood with the tip sharpened and tempered on the fire to harden the point. I was glad I had it and had it pointed directly out of the hut at the source of the noise. I was growling back at it in a reaction to my own fear. The phone finally turned on, but its light was faint. I could barely see a foot in front and I couldn't see anything. The noise stopped, there was rustling around the clearing and then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, needless to say, and truly appreciated the light of the sun when it started coming up. More than I ever have. I packed up and went home. I was left rattled by the experience. Fast forward about a year later. I was camping in a campsite with some of my mates. Having beers around our fire. It was night and I heard it again. Adrenaline kicked in and I wanted to know what it was. I was going to confront it even if I got hurt. As I abruptly stood up ready for battle, my mate says, "Bloody koalas, fuck, they sound weird." It was koalas. The whole time this was just horny fluffy little bastards. Me and my whole family are very avid hunters in Saskatchewan, Canada. We were hunting bear, for meat, and my brother managed to shoot one with a rifle, but it was not the greatest shot and just nicked the lungs, so the bear ran far before dying. When we all arrived to help drag out this bear, it was pitch black out and in very thick forest. We took our flashlights and followed the blood trail until we found it bare. It ran about 1.5 kilometers from where it was shot. My dad took one of the flashlights and went to get a hand winch to help drag this bear up a steep bank. He left me and my two brothers with a flashlight and a rifle because there is a lot of bears in the area and are very active at night. We sat around in the middle of the forest for a while waiting for my dad to come back, around 1 hour, and I took my iPod Touch out and started playing Angry Birds when all of a sudden my little brother screams, looking at me. I turn my head around and about 1, maybe 2 feet away from my head I see 2 sets of eyes glistening from the light of my iPod. My older brother shines the light at the eyes and I see 2 brown snouts and black bodies. It was a mother and a cub bear. Next I can hear the mother bear do a chomping sound with her jaw. At this point I am literally sh $ting my pants. I got off the log so fast I could have won the Olympics for the 50-yard dash. My brother thankfully shot one warning shot beside the bears. We aren't cold-blooded, thankfully that was enough to scare them both away. My dad came running to us and was there about 10 minutes after the shot. Turns out his light died on the way back to the truck and he had been lost for the last 30 minutes. I am just thankful we had a gun and that my little brother seen the eyes because bears can be very quiet when they want to be. This could have ended up very badly. I no longer am chill when in the forest at night, always on edge. I'm sure this will stick with me for the rest of my life. I was on a camping trip with my church, and me and 3 other girls were in a tent. The rest of the members were asleep, and we were playing a quiet game of truth or dare. One girl, for this story her name shall be Izzy, was choosing dare. I dared her to go outside the tent for 5 minutes with no blanket. She was very reluctant, and I thought it would be funny to see how scared she got since Izzy was the more anxious type. Yes, it was kind of cruel. She accepted though, and went out of the tent. We shut the flap after we saw her sit down on a chair. 5 minutes had passed, and she still wasn't back in. We figured she hadn't been counting, and she'd be back in soon. A minute later, she still wasn't in, so we opened the flap to check on Izzy just to find she wasn't there. We woke up the others and looked around for a good 2 hours. She was nowhere. We called the police, and they found her like 10 miles away unconscious. We still have no idea what happened to her that night. She's okay now, I haven't talked to her in years, but that night scared me so much that I haven't gone camping since. 1. I was in my mid-20s. I am 35 years old now, but not too long ago I saw a wild puma in Mississippi. They have not been spotted in this part of the country in decades. I was driving a farm truck across a levee just after sunset. The puma was drinking water and it let me get pretty close to where it was before the truck spooked it. It lifted its head, looked at the truck, then took 2 steps and jumped. Picture this. The levee is wide enough to drive a truck across. That puma jumped from essentially the edge of the water all the way across the levee to the downward slope on the back side of the levee at my eye level in the headlights of this truck. I had a full view in the headlights right in front of me of this gigantic lion jumping, fully stretched out, no mistaken identity. It was the largest animal I have ever seen in the wild other than a moose. I reported this to a local, state game warden next day, but this was before game cameras were popular and I had no proof. Game warden said pumas are not around here. It must have been something else that just looked kinda like a puma, probably a bobcat. No sir, this was not a bobcat, this was a man cat. We lost 3 Black Angus cows within 5 years that mysteriously vanished. 2. Saw an eagle dive down for a kill strike on a duck decoy, stopped maybe 10 yards above the water. 3. Shot a deer hunting across a creek that you can't cross with a 4-wheeler, steep cliff banks, but not a lot of water flowing, the kind of creek that dries out in the summertime. Had a pack of loud obnoxious coyotes surround me when I was dragging my deer across a creek to the trail, an ATV 30 yards from the bank on the other side, just me and this freshly harvested food source, defenseless in the dark with a huge pack of coyotes and wild dogs yapping and making the most noise you can imagine, coming closer, closer, closer than silence. Pitch black dark. I had one small flashlight that was not even close to being considered bright enough. The banks of the creek are very tall, and the flashlight puts out just enough light to see dozens of pairs of eyes. I have no weapon. It's late, deer is heavy, I'm dehydrated, winded, exhausted, surrounded by wild animals. I have to climb the 20-foot bank of this creek on my hands and knees to get to the ATV, and when I shine my light up the cliff on the easiest way to climb out, I see the coyotes' noses, ears and eyes as they are moving around on the banks. Coyotes and puma on the same tract of land, within a year of each other. The coyotes recognized me as higher in the food chain than them, so the pack did not challenge me for the fresh food source. If the puma would have been stalking me in that ditch instead of the coyotes, and if that puma would have sized me up as a threat to a food source, I would not be alive to tell this story, nor would I have even know if the puma was there. That puma had a mate. One of the local farmers found a few cubs in his barn, less than a mile from my deer stands. So I hope the authorities, but suspect it was probably the local farmers that eventually handled the mysterious vanishing cow problem. My family farm lost 3 Black Angus full-sized registered Black Angus cows in 5 years. The other farmers lost stock, too. Not sure how many total. 4. Asian carp on the river jumping in the boat, hitting me, about knocking me out of the boat at full speed. This is a real problem and can't be described in words. The numbers of fish that jump out and hit the boats and occupants of said boat. YouTube videos will show you what I'm talking about. Gotten worse over the years. When I was 16, this river did not have Asian carp. 5. Wild horses in Nevada seen while riding on a dirt bike trip when I was 19 years old. 6. Cottonmouth, deadly poisonous, snake swimming out from cover puffing up like dogs due to make herself look bigger, to challenge, stare down, and actually attacking a side X side, ATV the size of a Jeep. 7. Saw an 8.5 pounds largemouth bass eat a 2.5 pounds largemouth bass. 8. While doing research for my university when I was in undergrad on the Mississippi River, I saw an oak tree with a trunk that was the diameter of a car and branches the diameter of a man shoot straight up out of the middle of the channel and launch straight up 50 plus feet in the air. The whole tree did not come out of the water, no clue how tall the tree actually was, I just saw what was left of the root ball and the main trunk. It launched up fast. I was in maybe 22 feet center console wide bottom boat, one of the university's research boats. If this tree would have hit that boat, I honestly think the force and size of the tree root ball would have pushed the boat 50 feet in the air. It's doubtful a personal boat that size could even have slowed that tree down. Anyway, the tree was not floating on the surface of the river at all, it just came from under the water and shot straight up in the air, made a huge splash when it came out of the water, fast, and made a huge splash when it went back under the water, and I sat for a while looking, but never saw the tree again. It disappeared back under the water in the current, not floating on top, and I never saw the tree appear again. I, undergrad, was driving the boat, but the grad student was definitely paying attention. Can't miss a tree that size violently flying out of the water. Scared him half to death. I idled the boat to an inlet and kinda watched for a while to see if it may have been bobbing up in and down in the same spot or stuck on the current and a sandbar or something. Nope. Middle of channel, depth finder confirmed no sandbars, just a big ol' oak tree swimming in the MS River. Came up for some fresh air and dug back down again. I'm sure I can think of more, but these top the list. I was staying in a cabin in the middle of the mountains of eastern Tennessee alone as part of a solo hiking/camping getaway. Also, to preface the story, let me add that this cabin did not have window curtains on any windows and the front door had a glass window as part of the door. My first night at the cabin went as usual. I ate dinner and then laid down on the couch to relax, and eventually fell asleep. In the middle of the night I jolted awake when I heard 3 incredibly loud thump sounds which I immediately thought were footsteps inside the cabin on the hardwood floors. I looked around the interior of the cabin from the couch and didn't see anyone, and I also didn't hear any strange noises. I always have my handgun on me when I go alone to the way backcountry areas of the mountains, because let's be honest, you never really know what's going to happen, and since I was able to have driven to the cabin, the extra weight of my gun was no issue. I also had been sleeping with my handgun right next to me in its holster. I grabbed it and looked outside all the windows and didn't see anything, so I laid back down. I didn't hear anything else out of the ordinary the rest of the night. The next morning, after I had woken up and ate breakfast, I was getting ready to leave the cabin for a hike, so I grabbed all my gear and locked up. As I went to walk down the 3 steps to the ground, I noticed that each step was a bit loose and would make a loud stomping sound as you take each step. I immediately froze and I recognized the sound from the steps and the 3 loud thumps I heard during the night. Instead of leaving the cabin at that moment, I went ahead and drew my gun and cleared the outside area surrounding the cabin, and then also went back inside and cleared each room of the cabin to make sure there was nothing weird inside or outside the cabin. I mostly did that just for my own personal sanity reasons after I correlated the sounds during the night to the sounds of the stairs as you walk on them. Let's just say I returned to the cabin well before dark that day and took blankets from around the house and hung them up over all the windows that night for some extra privacy, and also slept, more like laid there waiting to hear that noise from the steps, on the couch again. Nothing strange happened after the initial incident. Honestly don't know what happened / who or what walked on the steps or made the noises, but damn was I happy to leave the cabin after that. Not necessarily creepy, but this was a scary moment for me. The first bear I ever shot took an incredible amount before it died. I shot it at 150 meters up a slope, and it charged me, closing the distance in probably under 7 seconds. It ended up being a bluff charge, but I definitely was scared as fuck, given that my shell hadn't fully ejected from the chamber, making it difficult to reload after my first shot. It veered off and charged straight through a solid wall of bramble thorns into a swamp. At first I thought I gut shot the bear, and I was devastated and furious at myself for wounding an animal. I started tracking it, and I ended up finding it in the swamp, 8 minutes later, still alive somehow. My hunting partner warned me not to go after it alone, but I ignored him and now was stuck in a swamp, with mud up to my knees, and a wounded bear 25 meters in front of me. It was a pretty dumb mistake, and I easily could have been hurt by it. Luckily my first shot was actually quite solid, and the bear was incapacitated. I ended its suffering and ended up dragging the bear out on my back for a few hundred meters, until my hunting partner could get a stick to help use for carrying. After gutting / skinning the bear, I saw the entry / exit wounds. It was actually pretty much a dead-on shot, entering through the left shoulder, going through both lungs, and exiting with a small orange-sized hole in the right shoulder. That bear almost charged me after running 130 meters in 7 seconds, ran through a solid wall of vegetation, another 100 meters past that, and still lived for another 10 to 15 minutes while having 2 broken shoulders and no lungs. Animals can take punishment humans can't even think of. I went to India for a 1.5-month holiday trip with my friend. We were on bank of River Ganges in Rishikesh. We had tent on cliff near the river bank. And we stayed there for a 2-night. It wasn't totally outreached from the public roads, we were downhill to the road from approx 3 miles. On our last day early morning we woke up and packing our things and decided to take a bath in river, and we jumped from cliff was about 10 to 12 feet and we were in river. Just a moment later my friend got eye on a dead body of female floating over surface of water just 20 to 25 feet away from us where we at. It was stuck in bank shrub. We moved out quickly and packed our rest of the things and went uphill and contact local police and show them the place where we stayed and found it. And when we reached it wasn't there anymore. In the first place I literally shit my pants. But later we came on conclusion might be it got flow away downstream in the river flow. My buddy was visiting me when I was living in Santa Fe. He wanted to do something at night and we decided to go in the forest just northeast of town. We chose to just pull off on a random pullout in the road. We got out of the car, carefully crossed a little creek walking along a log, and headed down the left side of a path. We went for a while until we found old animal bones and decided to head back. There was a road not too far away so we felt safe just wandering at night. Once we found our way back we stopped and had a conversation for a while. At no point up till now did we notice anything particularly strange, no animals to spook us or weird noises. We were headed back to the car when I pointed out we hadn't taken the right path, just the left. I led my buddy down the path with my head down telling a story when he says my name in a stern way. I stopped and looked up to see, I shit you not, a glowing 3-foot child-looking thing not 2 feet away from me. He had no face and was dressed in this weird white tunic-looking thing. He was glowing head to toe in a weird bluish staticky-looking color. I looked up and stared at it for what felt like an eternity but what was really just a split second. We quickly turned around, completely jumped the creek that we carefully crossed over last time. Both of us, soaking in river water, ran into the car and sped away. My boyfriend, an experienced camper, and I, never camped before, decided to go camping at a local lake early October. We did all the typical glamping prep, with plans for s'mores, campfire food, and eventually sleeping in a tent on the bank of the lake. However, timing was not on our side and we only got to the campsite about 30 minutes before dark, so we rushed to set everything up. For context, I am a scaredy cat who is not a nature person and practically had to be convinced to go camping. I had full trust that everything was going to work out and any ill feelings was just because of me overthinking and generally being inexperienced. But back to that night. We had eaten dinner and decided to go into the tent to hang out until we went to sleep. It was eerily quiet outside the tent, and the only thing we could hear was the wind against the rain cover of the tent. I realized that my boyfriend was trying to cover how anxious he was, because he kept stopping mid-conversation, wide-eyed, to listen to any small noise outside. I jokingly made a comment about skinwalkers, and I could tell that really freaked him out. He also is typically a person who blasts music, but asked if he could turn it off, which was out of character. Around 9:30 we decided to go to sleep, and it being a small tent I could hear his breathing. He is typically the type to fall asleep in 5 minutes, but we both stayed awake for almost an hour attempting to sleep. He eventually broke the silence by telling me we had to leave because he felt like someone was outside our tent. I quickly agreed and boy oh boy, there was nobody we could see but we both felt undeniably not alone. Another thing, was after we got back to our place, he was telling me about how he was thinking of where the hatchet we had was, and how he could defend us if need be. This is extremely out of character, because he is a 6 feet 5 inches pacifist who prides himself of being able to use words to avoid conflict. Especially because he has always been extremely comfortable in nature and woods in general. Hearing that from him made it even more clear the headspace that place put us in. It really put us both in the fight or flight mentality. The entire night felt like the first 5 minutes of a supernatural episode. We grabbed all our stuff and ran back to the car, and we both didn't relax until we were out of those godforsaken woods. It may not seem like a huge deal because nothing explicitly happened, but the fact that both of us had such an overwhelming sense of anxiety and genuine fear for no explicit reason was one of the most terrifying things I have experienced. I was hunting white-tailed deer a couple years ago. I had just shot a buck from my tree stand as the sun was going down. I waited the 15 minutes you normally should to make sure the deer is down. In those 15 minutes it got incredibly dark. I called my dad and uncle to come get me with the ATVs and to help in field dressing the deer. Here's where the spooky part started. I got down from my tree stand with my gun and walked towards the deer, but started hearing movement in the bushes. I've honestly never experienced the feeling of being watched by something before that moment. I get to the deer and started field dressing it. 5 minutes and I still have the feeling I'm being watched. Couple more sounds of movement and then I hear a howl that couldn't be more than 100 or yards away. Saw a blur run across a deer trail not far away. I loaded my gun and just stayed still waiting for my dad and uncle. Another minute goes by and I see the headlights coming through the brush, and then I heard a good amount of rustling from all around, and that was it. My dad and uncle come in on the ATV and help me load it up and get out of the forest. So that's the story of my almost run in with a pack of wolves after dark after shooting my first deer. Shit was spooky thinking back on it now. I was in Lincoln State Park in southwestern Indiana. My family and I were staying in cabins they have there, so it's not exactly the most remote area, though there is a lot of wooded land. I took a hike all alone to the fire tower, which I've done dozens times before, and made it to the very top. I enjoyed the view for a bit and then climbed down and started going back because it was getting dark. I was walking on the trail not far from the tower when all of a sudden I felt this great sense of warning and terror. It was a suddenly random huge wave of terror and dread I have never felt. It was like some sudden spidey sense kicked in and it telling me to get out of there now or I was going to die. I didn't fight it and started running back to the campgrounds, and then heard something moving through the woods like it was running alongside the path. I looked to my right and saw a very big brow blur and what looked like a giant brown arm flail about, and then whatever that thing was veered off and quickly moved away from. That didn't comfort me at all, and I went into a flat-out sprint at a speed that would probably rival Usain Bolt and didn't stop until I got to the trailer camping area, where I finally had to catch my breath. To this day I think that it might have been a Bigfoot, as the only other plausible explanations are that it was a brown bear, which is near impossible as Indiana only has an occasional black bear and those are much smaller. It could have been a person, but it would have to be a big person, as in 7+ foot tall bodybuilder, and I don't think there are any 7+ foot tall bodybuilders that like to wear brown clothes and then go mess with people in the woods, and it also doesn't explain the sudden wave of sheer terror I felt. That's the only time I've ever had any type of sudden strong spidey sense like that in my life. A couple years ago my husband and my 1-year-old terrier/beagle mix were out in middle of nowhere Michigan, camping in the pines. We tent camp, which has always felt safe until that night. Around 2 or 3 a.m. I woke up to a sharp bark from my dog, who was sleeping in the tent with us. Suddenly, I hear a very faint howl coming through the trees. It's followed by several more howls, all repeating back and forth to each other. I grabbed my dog and held him, whispering into his ears to keep him calm. In my mind I was imagining a pack of coyotes or wolves rolling into camp, ripping open the tent, and eating all of us. The howls got closer and closer, and soon I could hear a bunch of padding feet. I have never felt so scared in my entire life. Eventually the feet and the howls moved away from us, and I could let my dog go, but I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I have no idea what was outside in the woods, but Michigan woods are a whole nother level of creepy. I live near the Canadian border in central Washington state. More bears than people in my little valley. One afternoon, I was walking up the hill near my house, and saw, after passing a large tree, about 20 feet away, a very large cougar. My estimates for size, probably very accurate, are weight 175 to 190 pounds. Length from nose to tip of tail very close to 9 feet. Thick. Bulky. Male, muscles on the back of his neck like a large pit bull, or breeding bull. Not a scar on him that I could see. No chunks out of his ears from previous fights. Hair was long and perfect. You could see the muscles rippling through hair that was 1.5 to 2 inches. He was coming down the hill, and had just stepped from behind a tree of his own. We both froze in our tracks. He was staring at me like I had never been stared at in my life. Intense, X-ray vision, never blinking kind of stare. It knocked the wind out of me. We stood there, frozen, staring at each other intensely, for about, seemed like 15 or 20 minutes. Neither one of us moved. He was slightly higher on the hill, looking down at me. Maybe 1 or 2 feet taller than I was. He seemed to like that. Neither one of us moved. I had a 9mm pistol in a shoulder holster, but I didn't pull it out. I could have very quickly, but probably not quickly enough considering they can jump really far. It was a very intense sharpening of the senses, and perceptions. Probably the effects of adrenaline. It was like time stood still, and I could count every hair on his face. After 15 minutes or so, to my great relief, he slowly blinked once. Still staring, however. I felt like the spell had been broken though. He took a deep breath, and slowly and very smoothly, turned uphill and walked away at a pretty good clip, never looking back. It's been 3 years now, and I have seen his tracks twice. One of my neighbors got a picture of him from his trail cam. So he's still here. Sometimes I think he's around, but it's impossible to tell. I don't know how anybody else would react to that, but for me it was a very creepy encounter, but at the same time I realized how lucky I was to have had that encounter. I love this place because he's here. The bears too. Had some encounters with them too. But whatever you think, and whatever you have heard, the male cougars in the wilderness are the apex predator in the northern woods. I have seen a whole lot of cougars in zoos. Nothing in a zoo can even come close to this guy. He was the most perfect, and terrifying thing I have ever seen. Supremely confident. Not entirely outdoorsy, but as a kid, probably around 11 years old, I was camping out with a friend and her sister, in a tent set up beside their carport, right beside their house. We were awakened in the middle of the night by a vehicle coming up their private drive. Sleepy, confused, and a bit frightened, we all laid there staring at each other as the vehicle stopped right beside us and at least two people, men from their voices, got out. They walked right past our tent and argued in low voices in the carport for a minute before getting back in their vehicle and driving away. We then ran inside and woke my friend's parents, after also discovering the flashlight we left on the nearby picnic table was gone. It turned out some teenagers further up the main road were having a country kegger, a party involving a keg of beer in a field, and someone took a wrong turn trying to find it. Now, if you want some really creepy hiking/camping stories, find some Appalachian Trail hikers. I've heard some crazy stuff goes on in some of the more remote stretches. My first overnight backpacking trip with a friend, we're both women, I parked my car at a trailhead, loaded my gear into friend's van and we headed to another trailhead to sort our stuff, sleep in the van and get an early start the next morning. This trailhead is very popular, just off a main highway. Plan was to then backpack through a pass back to my car. It's starting to get dark and we have everything pulled out and the last people are coming down to their cars. It's dark now and there were a couple of cars left in the lot. Then I noticed two older men hanging around. They did not look like hikers and were not acting like hikers. They would talk to each other, but at an oddly far distance from one another and were facing us, not each other. Every time I looked in their direction, they were standing in a different spot, watching us. I instantly felt danger, like electricity buzzing on my skin. My friend was oblivious, rationing food or something. Next thing they started talking to her, asking strange questions and making comments about a big party and wondering if the trailhead gets chained at a certain time. I don't know, as I'm writing this, it sounds innocuous but the dudes were creepy and fanned out in a strange way. I felt hunted. My friend, without saying a word, started throwing our gear back in the van. We hauled ass, messed up our packing. I held my knife and tried to shine my headlamp on it in their direction as much as possible, truly ready to fight or flight. Dude stood there and didn't back away. We drove off before I even had a chance to close my door. I've never been so angry. It sucks to live in a world in which you must fear for one's safety. A few months ago my friend and I went to hike Pikes Peak near Colorado Springs. The hike up this mountain is a literal marathon with about 7,000 feet of vertical gain, and the general rule of thumb is that if you're not up and back down below the tree line by noon then you are at risk of being struck by lightning. So we made the decision to hike the whole thing in one day by starting at 11 p.m. the night before. So we roll up on the trailhead at 10:30 only to find that the parking lot is completely empty. Which I found very odd for a 14er trailhead on a Friday night in late summer. I had done nighttime hikes of other mountains but the parking lot was usually at least half full at all times, especially in the late summer in Colorado. That made me feel a little uneasy but I shrugged it off and we started the hike. We started up at a pretty good pace, getting about 5 miles in within the first couple hours, so at about 1 a.m. at this point. We are walking along a narrow part of the trail that has a large rock cropping to the right of us. As we pass it we hear a scraping noise followed by some rustling of bushes, then silence. That freaked me out a bit, but I told myself it was a deer and that we must have spooked him, and we continued along. For the next couple of miles I kept hearing little noises off in the distance to our right. About an hour later at 2 a.m. we had just passed Bar Camp, which is about 7 miles from the trailhead, still without seeing any other human being other than my friend. Even the campsite was deserted. Anyway, I'm walking along the trail about 2 to 3 meters ahead of my friend when I look up a little and see 2 glowing white circles floating in the darkness on the trail about 15 meters ahead of me. My heart sunk and I stopped dead in my tracks. My friend asked me why I stopped and I told him to point his headlamp, which was brighter than mine, up the trail. We saw that the 2 glowing orbs belonged to a mountain lion. At this point I was just frozen looking at him thinking, fuck. That's the last thing I want to see out here. He was quite aware of our presence as well. He stared at us for about 15 seconds and then he retreated into the darkness behind some trees. At this point, without saying a word, I take out a thing of bear mace and hand it to my friend, and we turn around on the spot and begin hiking back down the mountain at a very brisk pace. I was looking down trail, and my friend spent about 80% of that time walking back to back with me to make sure it couldn't jump us. We made it back down to the trailhead at about 3:30, counted our blessings and went home. Overall, the hike was a very unsettling experience, being deep into the forest without coming across any other people, especially when you would expect to meet others, is uncomfortable. Let alone being staked by one of the most dangerous predators in North America. I know that most of the time mountain lions don't attack humans. But I've also been told that if you see a mountain lion, then they've been aware of your presence for a good while prior to that. And if they make their presence known to you, it's usually a warning. So I can only assume that all the noises I heard that night were from the mountain lion stalking us. Also, the next day we found out why we were alone on the trail. Earlier that day, an elderly man had a heart attack and died on the trail, so the trail was closed, but we missed that memo since we got up there so late. My sister and I went camping in the North Cascades in Washington State. This was our first time camping, just us two. The first night we set up our tent and went to sleep. The next day we woke up early and hiked Sourdough Mountain. That night when we got back to the campsite at around 8, it looked like our stuff had been rifled through. Nothing had been taken. We brushed it off mostly because we were insanely tired and sore. We went to sleep. I woke up at around 3 a.m. to the sounds of loud singing. At this point I'm just annoyed because I'm exhausted. After listening closer, I realized it was not a language I am familiar with, and the man sounded absolutely insane. I'm increasingly getting more and more terrified because the singing kept getting louder and quieter, like he was walking around singing. I wake my sister up to listen to the singing, and literally at this exact time we hear the sound of tree branches snapping. Someone or something was walking around our tent. At this point we're freaking out. Suddenly a flashlight is shining in on my side of the tent. Like he was looking in. There was no flashlight shining up until this point. He couldn't have been more than 5 feet away from my side of the tent. We left all of our stuff in the tent and booked it to the car. The spots for parking were right behind the tent, so I shined my car's brights at whoever it was, and it was a large man in a hoodie unzipping our tent. Who knows what he wanted, but it was terrifying. Also, I think the crazy singer saved us because it woke us up before the man got into our tent. Mind you, this was not in a forest but surrounded by tall dead grass by cliffs over the ocean. I went backpacking on my home island in Hawaii. There's this trail that goes all the way around the island called the King's Trail that has been known to have a particular bloody past, with many murders happening near it in one particular area now covered by lava, in the 1970s. The legend goes that if you sleep or are awake and you see men walking along with clubs/torches, you are near death. I was off the beaten path about 12 miles from a highway and another 15 to any hospital. It was 2 a.m. I got up to take a leak about 10 feet from my tent. It was a nearly moonless night with a few clouds. I finish up, go back to my tent, and just as I'm getting inside I hear rustling, then grunts, which sounded almost human. I quickly grabbed a knife and a flashlight. Leaving the tent, I quietly slinked into the tall grass opposite to where I heard the sound. I stand still, trying to pinpoint the location. 10 minutes go by, the sound picks up again. At this point I'm on my hands and knees circling around behind to where they were coming from. Could have been no more than 20 feet. I throw a large rock 5 feet from where I could perceive the sound coming from. As soon as the rock hit the ground, the largest boar I had ever seen bolts out of the long grass. I watched it run for a bit until it disappears from my view 200 meters away. In the moment I felt nothing. I felt ready. But as soon as the boar had left, panic set in, heavy breathing, sweating, the full 9 yards. I immediately packed all my stuff and moved right onto a beach where there was no grass or trees for 100 feet. We were camping at Long Beach, Washington for the Kite Festival, and decided to take a late night drive. We found ourselves on some back roads in the woods, cruising along slowly with no music on and the windows down. No other cars but us, and suddenly everything just felt wrong. It was dark, but the light seemed different somehow. I remember the hair on the back of my neck standing up and just having the thought, this isn't right, we shouldn't be here. I look over and my wife is wide-eyed and clearly feeling the same way. I decided to pull over so I could turn around and head back the way we came. Then we noticed deer were coming out of the woods and standing on the sides of the road, and they were just staring at us. Realized the woods are oddly quiet, which just made things seem more strange. Look up and the branches were full of birds on both sides of the road. There must have been hundreds of them, all perched and alert. My wife said, "We need to go." So we left. Eventually, once we had gone far enough, everything seemed normal again. I'm a pretty big fan of the idea of multiple worlds/dimensions, and honestly wonder if we accidentally drove through a thin spot and briefly wound up somewhere we shouldn't have been. This was when I was about 17. I camping in the Australian outback with 3 other guys from high school. We each had our own tents. Sometime late at night I get woken up by a clinking sound. Something or someone has just plinked a tin can at our camping site. We took them with us when we left, but they were stacked next to the fire. I sit up and listen, and whatever it is, there's more than one of them. In fact, we appear to be surrounded. I can hear small noises coming from all over the campsite. I'm a bit worried, but finally work up the nerve to stick my head out of the tent flap. And discover it's a herd of miniature deer. None of them are taller than my hip, they look like a herd of Bambi. About 12 of them. One of them sees me and stops for a moment and just looks at me, then they turn tail and run. In the morning there were little hoof prints imprinted all over the camp. I guess they were after the fruits in syrup cans I brought with me. About a year ago I was camping along the PCT in Washington. It was late October and getting to around freezing in the middle of the night in the mountains. So there were no other people, which was what I wanted. I got to the trail late and hiked with my dog for a while in the dark with my headlamp. We found a place that was a few hundred feet from a small river. It wasn't loud, but you could hear it. I get to work starting a fire when my dog suddenly starts barking. I'm pretty paranoid, so I keep a 3800 lumen flashlight and a big knife on me. I whirl around and shine the light and grab the knife. Nothing. I sweep the trees, looking for the reflection of eyes. Still nothing. Dog's on alert but not barking. I get back to work and this happens a few times. Each time I grab the knife and light but can't see anything. Eventually I search the brush around the clearing but still nothing, so I go to bed thinking maybe something small. 1 a.m. and I'm woken up by something rustling around outside. By the sound I think it was probably the size of a coyote. I don't get out of the tent. About 3 a.m. I'm woken up by a loud screech and 2 large animals bolting through my clearing. It's cold and dark and most of the way up a mountain, so there shouldn't be anything. I'm a little freaked out, so I grab my knife and listen in the tent. There's a screech in the distance, then nothing. Ultimately I wake up and it's raining, so no prints, and nothing else happened. But sure freaked me out. If I had to guess, I'd say a goat or something with hooves became a midnight snack for whatever was lurking around my site. Years back, I was out solo backpacking in the Pecos wilderness of northern NM. Camping about 6 hours hike from the nearest pavement way up past Puerto Nambe. I typically used an enclosed camping hammock. Lightweight, bug-proof, packs up small with a rain fly. No need to carry a pad or mat. Just need 2 trees. Easy and perfect for solo. When you're in it, with the full fly on, you don't have any real visibility around you. The top was totally enclosed by bug screen. To get inside, you sort of climbed into a slit in the bottom, and then your weight pulled and held it closed. It worked well, but it was a convoluted process to get in and out of. I picked a spot just at the edge of the tree line, so I could cook on the edge of the meadow with a view of Santa Fe Baldy. Ate dinner, cleaned up, bags in trees, looked at probably a billion stars, and then processed myself into the hammock for the night. At some point, in the pitch black, I bolted awake. To crunching footsteps in the pine needles around me. It was the kind of awake where you go from fast asleep to instantly hyper-aware, but totally frozen. I make absolutely no sound. I can't look outside. Lighting a light would only illuminate the hammock like a lamp and leave me totally blind to the surroundings. The crunching continues, as if it's circling the hammock. I'm not sure how long I held my breath. The crunching is right alongside me. I have zero clue what it is. Suddenly, something pushes against the side of my hammock. And in the hammock, that means it pushed against me. I could feel its body heat. This isn't a tent wall, where you can cower away from it. If you lean, the hammock moves with you. Whatever it was seemed to use its snout to nuzzle or root against the side of the hammock, like it was sniffing something out. I was still holding deathly still, trying to come up with a plan to get away. Which would involve trying to slash the opposite side with my knife. The thing pushes again, and slides up the side of the hammock. I could feel the texture of its fur/hide/hair/whatever scraping against the nylon side. I hear a sharp snort, and it crunches away. I'm not sure how long I stayed absolutely still, but at some point, the sun came up, and I ventured into the daylight. I looked around the campsite, and could find no evidence of a visitor. The treeline edge was floored with pine needles, so there were no prints or tracks. None of my other gear was disturbed, the guy lines for the fly were all still tight, and I didn't see any marks on the side of the hammock. Couldn't even find a broken twig. I'm not sure it even happened. I've never slept in a hammock since. Camping in the bush in Africa years ago. It was a big, semi-permanent campsite with big, rectangular tents you could stand up in, and we were only there for the weekend. My sister and I were in a tent set a little away from the others, down a short pathway. It was a stunning night, full moon, clear sky, and my sister wanted to leave the tent flaps open. No way. Nope. I insisted on closing them. I was woken up several times during the night by lions roaring. It's a sound you only want to hear with something sturdy between you and it. Next morning, a couple of the other campers walked up our little path. They were following lion footprints. It had wandered through the main site, up our path, right up to our firmly closed tent door, walked all around the tent, then walked off into the bush. No arguments about closing up the tent that night. Back in mid or late October, I was camping on the San Juan Islands off the Washington coast, in the little inlet that separates the Olympic Peninsula from the rest of Washington. My last night before returning to the mainland, I stayed in the campground in a state park on one of the islands. That campgrounds happened to be just 2 miles or so away from the highest point in the rather hilly archipelago. Hiking to the top of Mount Constitution was the main reason I went back to that island before finishing my time on the islands, but I was initially just planning to do it whenever I happened to wake up the next morning. But that evening as I lay in my tent, I realized it would be really cool to watch the sunrise from the top. So I set an alarm for 4 a.m. I figured that would give me plenty of time to be on the trail by 4:45. Figure it's roughly 2 hours to the top. That would get me to the summit right around first light at 6:45 before the 7:15 or 7:30 sunrise. I forgot that the batteries in my headlamp were nearing the end of their life. My headlamp was pretty much useless in actually seeing where I was going, although it did cast just enough light to reflect off the eyes of all the animals watching me through the woods. Presumably just deer, but it still freaked me out. The entire 2 hours, I was constantly noticing them. It was never just a single pair of eyes, either, but always 2 or 3 animals together. They never made a noise, never even moved. Just stood there watching me. My other really freaky experience happened a few years ago. My dad and I loaded some camping gear onto the back of our bicycles and left out home in Wisconsin to ride around a part of the state for a few days. I don't like paying to sleep on the ground, so about an hour before dark, we'd start looking for somewhere we could disappear into the woods to pitch our tent for the night. On I think the second night, we found a small grass path through the woods that went to a farm field quite a ways off. We pitched our tent to one side of the path, and quickly fell asleep. Until around 2 o'clock that night, when we were wandering up by a sort of snorting sound outside the tent. Every, 30 seconds? A minute? We'd hear the noise come out of the woods behind us. Figuring it was likely just a deer whose path from the woods to the farm field we were blocking, Dad and I just started talking loudly to each other about it, hoping our voices would scare it away. When that didn't work, I tried shining my light through the wall of the tent. Eventually I ended up getting out of the tent, waving the light in the direction of the noise, and yelling at it to go away. And then we never heard it again. I never saw so much as a pair of eyes reflecting the light, nor did I hear any plants moving around as it ran away, but the snorting sound stopped. Even though it most likely was just a deer, I had never heard a noise quite like that before. Once we fully woke up, we all regained our wits, but in that brief period where we were only half awake, it was a terrifying noise. When I was 16 years old, my Canadian Army Cadets Corps got an opportunity somehow to do a Barbados Cadet Corps transfer trip, where a corps of theirs spent a few weeks in Canada and vice versa. It was a 3-week trip, and in the itinerary were a few days in the bush after a fairly leisurely hike around the northern part of the island. When setting up camp in a semi-forested area on the edge of a rocky short cliff face, my buddy and I were adamant that it being mid-August in Barbados, we'd rather sleep in a hoochie-style tent than the commercial big dome tents provided to our group, that slept 5 or 6 to a tent. It was hot and humid as all hell, so crashing sardine style wasn't in either of our desires. We got the okay to set up our own ad hoc tents, and set up our hooches facing each other so we could just chill and chat in a low whisper. Most people except those in charge and the selected fire picket had already went to sleep for hours. By around 11:30ish, with a full moon, and my buddy and I had been silently hanging out most of the night just talking with each other in a whisper about our trip and our days among other things, when we started hearing unfamiliar voices. We instantly shut up, stared at each other and mouthed the words "Who was that?" and listened intensely. Silence for a few minutes, although I'm sure it felt like hours at the time, and there are more voices in the distance but hurried/confused/alarmingly concerned. The sound of quick soft footsteps approached us in a hurry, and it was one of my cadet senior NCOs and, while being a big guy, fell instantly to our eye levels, looks both of us in the eyes and says, "Something's fucked. Don't make a sound and stay in your tents." He leaves to tell other tents the same thing, I think. Some time passes. We hear quick deliberate footsteps approaching, each step crunching the forest floor. The sound gets closer and closer and a man carrying a machete passes between our faces. Our hooches were spaced 2 feet apart. We remain silent. After some time during the silence him and I fall asleep. We're awoken at 6:30 a.m. to get the day started according to the itinerary, but instead of going about morning routines everyone is gathered for a briefing that we inadvertently camped out at a drop zone for drug smugglers and they bailed after discovering our camp. It doesn't sound like much now, but I'll never forget the dinner plates of my friend's eyes staring back at me, as I'm sure mine were to him, as we just listened not knowing what was going on and seeing an unfamiliar set of boots and a machete pass by. I was out camping one night by myself and started hearing voices. I was playing music and it was around 2 in the morning. My grandma's house was about 2 miles down the river and thought it might have been my grandpa, so I turned off my music so I could tell back, but I heard a dog and my grandma or grandpa don't have dogs. Then I heard someone say the noise was this way. This genuinely freaked me out, so I climbed one of the pine trees and sat up there. About 5 to 7 minutes later I saw a flashlight in the distance and saw 2 people walking up. They were both men and there was I believe a husky German hybrid with them. They ransacked my camp and I swear they should have noticed me cause they shined the lights around and pasted right over me. After they left I started to walk home cause fuck that shit. I heard 2 loud bangs, sounded like a rifle, and I booked it. When I got home I stood in the porch for a second and saw their lights at the edge of the woods. I can assure you I will never camp alone again. It wasn't even hunting season, so they shouldn't have even been out with a gun, and if they were it should have been at least a handgun, not a rifle. But I'm still not sure what kind of gun it was. I hate dark forests now though, and I got hella bad paranoia from this. Not in the night, but when I was a teenager my friends and I liked to explore uninhabited islands. They're called the Thousand Islands in the Indian River Lagoon. We camped, played paintball, pretty innocent fun. One day we decided to explore a new island for a fresh spot. We found a big one, so to save time, I was inserted on the southern end to explore while the others canoed around the island to see what there was to see. The plan was for me to meet them on the north side. That did not happen. The island was hell. Brambles, bush so thick I had to belly crawl through muck. The perimeter was a swamp with dead trees and God knows what lurking under the film of green algae. And then there were the skeletons. As I crawled my way up the island, I came upon skeleton after skeleton. Turtles, raccoons, deer. That's when it hit me, this is an alligator haven. I freaked out and made a break for the open water, not wanting to die. I yelled out as loud as I could, and fortunately my friends heard me and paddled furiously out to me. I had made it only 1/3 of the way up the island and was thankfully extracted. We named that one Hell Island, and never returned. Camping with my dad in this crazy bush area where you had to hike about 2 hours to this main waterhole. We inflated a boat and went to a small island where the front of the island was sand but the back all bush, so we put our ents up and went fishing. Cooked some fish and ate marshmallows when we heard a howl. It sounded far away but it scared us, so we got enough firewood for the fire to burn all night, so if you needed to piss or something you could see. No clue what time, but in the middle of the night I had to piss. Went to a tree and stood there. I returned to my tent and heard that howl, but it was very close this time. Before it sounded a long way away. I was scared but went back to sleep. In the morning we woke up to see a small snake trail in our fire and ruins, picked apart and way smaller even though we had enough wood because I have been here before and never had problems with running out of wood, and some gear left out, chewed or missing. No clue what it was, but it was weird as hell. Other than that, great spot in Australia. P.S. Currently Australia is in a drought and there is a fire ban, so we can't camp there this summer. I was spending 3 days kayaking on the Coorong. I was having a great time and really enjoying the serenity and listening to the native birds and just appreciating nature. On the first day I heard what I could have sworn was a human, not screaming, screeching I guess. I didn't think much of it and kept paddling. I saw what looked like a body close to the shore and found a seal that had just been eviscerated. Honestly, this thing was spread all over the beach. No footprints of any kind, just a seal in 100 pieces. After the screeching and the seal I was a little creeped out, but just continued my trip. Nothing of event really happened that night except that I kept hearing splashes from the water in front of me, yet when I checked there was nothing there. The next day I went out again with the same plan. Just paddle until I got tired and then set up camp and go to bed. Unfortunately for me I got stuck on mud bog and had to spend a solid hour dragging my kayak across this thing to get to the other side of the water where I saw a deeper channel and a bunch of sand dunes. After what feels like maybe 40 minutes of struggling with my kayak in this bog I saw a figure atop one of the sand dunes. Logically it was probably a random tourist like me or maybe a kangaroo. I stared at it for a second before getting back to trying to cross this bog. When I looked back it was gone. Weird. Anyway, I set up camp for my last night. I was a bit creeped out by the seal and the noises and now this figure, so I made sure I had my knife with me. I set up my tent a bit away from the water in an open area so I could see everything around me. As I was eating dinner, I couldn't help but feel I was being watched. As it was a total fire ban in the area, I didn't have a fire, so I couldn't see much. I chalked it up to nerves and went for a short walk to explore the area I was in and wandered down to the beach. Now for some context, the beach nearby is loud. You can't hear much other than crashing waves, which makes what happened next especially eerie. I heard that fucking screeching again and looked back to where I came from. Again, a figure was standing in right by the path where I walked to the beach. Fuck that, I thought. I pulled my knife out and approached where I thought I saw this thing. There was just a week-old fish that looked like it had been hung on the fence and forgotten. As I walked back down the path, I heard what sounded like a kangaroo or wallaby just lightly hopping behind me, but when I looked back there was nothing there. Honestly, I just climbed into my tent and prayed to God there was nothing around. It's kind of anticlimactic, but nothing else really happened. I think I heard that screeching once more and then I didn't hear it again. Apparently there are a few indigenous graveyards in the area. I'm not one for superstition, but if I'm being honest, this experience really spooked me. This memory is over 20 years old, and super foggy because I was super little, but here goes. We used to camp at this same spot every year, until we moved. Anyway, this one summer I remember when we were first pitching our tent, the nearest campers came over to say hello and pass on some advice that had been spreading across the campground. Something about bears, and how everyone should haul their food up in the trees or something. I remember the guy offering my dad some spare rope, if he needed any. All seemed fine and dandy. Mom was antsy, but Dad assured her a bear wouldn't come into a campground this busy. On night 2 or 3, everyone was woken to a crash, and the sounds of a car alarm. I remember pressing my hand over my sister's mouth because I was afraid that if she cried the bear would come over. Or something silly like that. There was some distant shouting, and my dad decided to investigate. So he grabbed the tiny little skillet and his equally dis-sized, but in the opposite proportions, flashlight, and exited the tent. I remember rolling over, because there was this little tear I discovered the last time it rained. There were a lot of flashlights and people over by the bathroom, where a car's lights were flashing. It wasn't a bear that had been breaking into people's cars and stealing shit all summer. It was a crazy homeless guy who'd been hiding out in the woods. They were actually pretty sure he was the same guy who'd tried to attack 2 teenage girls at one of the nearby hiking trails a few weeks prior, leading to it being closed for the time being. My friend and I were searching for the perfect camping spot for about a year. After trying out quite a few, we found one that seemed perfect. It was about a half-hour walk from any trail or road and on top of a large cliff over a river. We got camp set up and decided to scout out around the area. It was getting dark, so we started heading back, following the sound of the river to guide us when we spotted something. A shack. We stop and look at each other, and decide we better investigate because it is pretty close to where we are going to be sleeping and this is weird. We get closer and realize it is basically a teepee made from scraps of aluminum and other sheet metal and a tarp. There is an inflated air mattress inside, and wine and whiskey bottles everywhere. There was also porn and a lot of extremely weird objects that someone normally would not have out camping. This place is a couple hours from any town and, like I said, at least a half hour from any road or trail. There were no vehicles parked anywhere even remotely close because we would have seen them in our travels. We came to the conclusion that whoever had been here must have left, and they obviously did not want to be found. Then, on our way out, I noticed the campfire was still smoldering. We got the fuck out of there. Immediately packed up camp and blindly made our way back to the road. Fuck that, I've watched enough horror movies to know that us teenage white boys would not be waking up that morning. This was technically in the jungle, but I think it's worth a mention. I was volunteering in South America a few years ago in a nature park/range. Mosquito nets and hardcore bug killer was practically mandatory, so I was pretty keyed into the fact that I was probably going to be dealing with some biting bugs. The building I was staying in was an old wooden brick, cracked and warped, dark and warm. I had fallen asleep fairly quickly most nights, but the worst of my curiosity led me to click on my flashlight one night. In almost every crack of brick, almost every warp and slit of wood were spider legs. And not just the same spider legs. Furry, skinny, colored, thick, small, large, all were filling the nooks and crannies of my room. And all I had was my mosquito net. Which is for mosquitoes. Absolutely terrifying. Backpacking in the woods with a group. I'm a bit of an insomniac, so I was up far after everyone else. We wanted to pack as light as possible and it was summer, so we just had a tarp on the ground and put our sleeping bags on top of it. So we are completely out in the open. It was after midnight and I was still tossing and turning. Then I hear footsteps. I had heard a deer/coyote or something else with 4 legs running through the brush earlier, but this was definitely bipedal. Whoever it was came right to the edge of the clearing, about 15 feet from us. I could just barely make out a shadow of the figure, but it was pitched black out and hard to tell what it looked like. It looked like it was swaying side to side, or looking around the clearing. Then it turned and rushed into the woods, and I heard the running footsteps. Once they faded into the distance, I finally felt like I could breathe. I was considering waking someone up. Then I heard the most blood-curdling scream from the direction the thing went. I shook my friend awake, who was more experienced and familiar with the area. All he said was, "Dude, it's just a fox, go back to sleep." I told him I heard the footsteps and saw it and it was not a fox, but he just dismissed it completely and insisted I go back to sleep. I sat there for what felt like forever, feeling paranoid and scared, until I just gave up and took an extra dose of my sleep meds because I figured the anticipation was worse than being killed in my sleep. My boyfriend and I were camping in Peter Lougheed Provincial Park, AB, this past summer. On the last night of our stay, as I'm falling asleep, my BF tells me I've been pushing him off his side of the air mattress. I was trying to steal heat from him, as he's a human furnace, and asks me to give him room. Sounds good, we go to sleep. I wake up to him shoving me and think I'm crowding him by accident, so I move over a little. He shoves me harder and I'm annoyed now because I already moved and I'm tired, so I somewhat loudly say I'm moving. And he grabs me and shushes me. I know something is wrong and I'm awake right away. He whispers very softly, "Do you hear something?" And right away I hear the unmistakable exhaling huff of a bear right by my head. My heart is pounding because at this point I can hear it sniffing us and huffing, which is not good if you know grizzlies. My BF says we need to get to our truck and I agree, but from what I can hear, the bear is between our tent and truck. Luckily we have command start and our truck has a very aggressive start, so when my BF started the truck, I heard some crashing through the trees and we both ran to the truck. We drove a lap around our campground to make sure the bear hadn't gone into anyone else's sight, but didn't see it. We slept in the truck until it was light out and let the wildlife hotline in the area know before we left. We started second guessing ourselves because this all happened at about 1:30 a.m., but when we were packing up the tent that next day we found coarse, brown hair all over the side of the tent where our heads were and on the grill of the truck. I've never been so terrified and full of adrenaline in my life. A number of years ago I was up in the northern end of BC in the islands out by Port Hardy. I set up camp right by the beach close to shore, did the normal catch a fish, cook it for dinner on the campfire thing. Perfect really. A few hours pass and it's getting dark. I climb into the tent and fall asleep quickly. I get woken up by extremely heavy breathing on the beach from something big in the area of my fire, but the tide was in now so the waves would have covered it. My first thought is bear, but on the islands where I was bear were not common at all, to the point that there hasn't been one documented ever. This is blasting though my mind, but then the urban talk of Bigfoot runs through my mind. At this point I am like, there is no such thing as Bigfoot, so what the hell is it? I gain my courage and open my tent. I shine my flashlight around but I don't see anything, so I get out of my tent. I am shining my light around when I hear it again. This huge breath, but followed by a small splash. I focus my light on the beach when I see a massive orca rolling around on the kelp right about where my fire was. This behemoth of a marine mammal scared the living shit out of it, but it turned into being one of the most amazing events I ever witnessed. As I sat watching this massive animal rolling and playing yards from me, I noticed more of them just offshore, just bobbing their prob, half asleep. Needless to say, I did not sleep after that until they left. Breathing. Just heavy breathing right outside my tent, loud enough to wake me up. Not like fat guy going up the stairs breathing. Very large, intense, clear breathing. Middle of the night, no animal sounds, no grunting, no footsteps, just breathing from something large. I loaded my shotgun and pointed it in the direction it was coming from and waited for what seemed like a lifetime, probably 2 to 3 minutes, until it just stopped. I did not sleep the rest of the night and I didn't go out until the morning. No signs of any animals or people in my camp, no footprints, nothing disturbed. Still to this day I don't know what it was. As an experienced hunter who has chased away bears from my camp, I have never been so scared. I was out in the middle of nowhere camping with my dog. We do this whenever we can. Not a park or campground. Just walk through the woods, along trails, pipelines and old access roads. Find a nice place to settle down and set up camp. I spend my time building a fire ring, obtaining wood from fallen trees and setting up a tent for us, while he runs around telling porcupines he wants to be their new best friend and chasing off deer like they're there to steal his supper. This past summer, night falls and we retire to the confines of the tent. I read a bit. He turns circles until he remembers he won't actually ever get comfortable out here, so then settles in against my legs. When you sleep outside, you don't sleep straight through. I don't, anyway. I awaken every 30 minutes or so. It doesn't bother me. It's part of our reptile brain. Something says, this isn't as protected as it needs to be. No big deal. It's part of the experience. Why sleep through it all, anyway, when you can have these periodic moments of presence? I'd rather be here than anywhere, and I'm here, right now. Still. It's nice. It's 3 a.m. and I'm dozing when suddenly I awaken. Something is wrong. I can sense it with every part of my being. My first instinct is to protect the dog. There must be an animal outside, and a canine's nature is to defend. He'll hurt himself to protect me, and I have to stop that from happening. But then I realize this is not an animal threat. This is more sinister. My eyes have remained closed through all of this, because these thoughts occur in mere seconds. I open my eyes, knowing that if there were an animal close, he'd have been up and moving before me. That's how nature works. So, no, there is a bigger problem. Someone must be out there, and his intent will not be benevolent. In that moment, I try to move, but can't. I'm paralyzed. How? By what? I feel it roll through me like a wave of electricity, down my legs, up my chest, sparks flowing across my arms. Then I realize what is happening. I'm not breathing. I don't actually mentally make the connection. Instead, my body constricts and I find myself suddenly gulping air. You don't think about breathing. Unless you're actually thinking about it. Like now. But, no, you don't think about breathing, so you don't think about not breathing. I've always been a little jealous of those that die in their sleep. I think I still am. But, this notion that was peaceful, well, I now know it's not. It may happen quickly, but that exit is no less terrifying than any other. I was 12 to 13 years old and camping up with my cousins in the Adirondacks in New York. We were at the campsite alone. IT was in the middle of the mountains near a peak. Everyone else is asleep after a night of drinking and smoking, and I was awake listening to music and enjoying a bowl before going to the tent. Halfway through my song, my phone stopped working and the music stopped. This was an old iPhone 4, so IT wasn't that good, but IT's never done this before. I said fuck IT and quickly finished the bowl. Then as I am about to get up, I see 15 to 20 lights just appear in the sky. The thing about the Adirondacks is that there's very little light pollution, so at first I thought IT was stars, but then they began moving. There were stars everywhere, and these lights moved all around the sky in patterns that no tech we have today could do. They would pause in mid-air and then continue, or just 180 in a second without any turning or maneuvering. I wasn't freaked out, more so just astonished at what these were. My phone still wasn't working and the camera wouldn't have been good enough to take a video of IT anyways. This went on for what felt like 10 to 15 minutes. I have no actual idea because I didn't have a source of time, and then they disappeared just as fast as they came. They didn't shoot up or anything, they simply just vanished. I still don't know how to explain IT, but I honestly believe I was seeing extraterrestrial spacecraft that night. A couple years ago, we took our camper out for a birthday camping trip for my oldest son. The park was damn near empty except for us, the ranger, and maybe two separate camp groups much further in the campgrounds from us. It was late. The kids were in the camper sleeping, everything from dinner had been washed and put away. The only people up were my husband and I. It's near silence except for the campfire we had going. I'm sitting next to the campfire reading a book when I hear movement in the shrubbery next to me. I'm thinking it's my husband until I look up and see him next to me. I think nothing of it and go back to my reading again. Again, I hear the movement, except I hear it on the gravel this time, and it sounds more like footsteps. It's off to the side, just at the point where I can't see from the campfire. I keep real still and pretend I'm reading in case there's a madman murderer getting ready to come at us. It got quiet until I heard scratching. I look up towards the camper and a silhouette about the size of a 10-year-old caught my attention. I damn near crapped my pants. I turned on my phone's flashlight thingy and it looked like a desert fox. It had jumped up on the children's table we packed for our kids to eat off of. It must have come around looking for food. It just looked up at me and meandered off. A few years ago, 3 friends and I set out way too late in the day to start a 4-day hike on a section of the North Country Trail in PA's Allegheny National Forest. It was already getting dark when we parked my vehicle at the end of the trail, so by the time we drove into the forest 20-some miles away, it was already dark. None of us had been on this section before, so we only knew the general location of the trailhead and the parking area. After an hour of driving isolated national forest roads in the pitch black and not seeing even another vehicle so much as a person, we were more or less lost. Halfway around a horseshoe bend, we saw an RV with some strung-up party lights and a bonfire beside it. We pulled off the opposite side of the narrow road and got out to ask the 3 people by the fire if they knew where the trailhead might be. As soon as we got out, two middle-aged women started walking over to us, with the one in front being real friendly and talkative and the other in the back acting very reserved. The first lady comes over to our side of the road and talks with us while the second just sort of stands in the tree line on the opposite side. We told them what we were doing, that we started way too late in the day, and that we needed to find the trailhead to set up camp, and the first lady asked us where we're from. A small town outside of Pittsburgh, we say. Her tone completely changes. She starts sounding like she's both irate and sarcastic, saying stuff like, "Why you all the way out here?" Even though we just told her, and oh, Pittsburgh, they're from Pittsburgh, ha, Pittsburgh, ha ha ha, wow, look at them, they're from Pittsburgh. Then she sort of quickly trails off and stares at us. None of us knew how to respond, and I could tell my one buddy was thinking about how fucked in the head these people were and how we could get out of there, when we hear from the lady in the tree line the unmistakable sound of a pistol being racked. That was our cue to start getting back in the car and saying that the trailhead should probably be up a ways on the left, so we'll try there. The taillights showed the two standing right where we left them until we rounded the bend and drove away faster. We didn't camp where we said we would, but found another parking area with a secluded campsite far out of view of the access road. The 4-day hike went well after that first encounter. Boyfriend and I went backpacking in the mountains. I'd been camping before but only car camping / didn't have to carry my bag for long, if at all, so this was my first time actually backpacking. After getting lost trying to find a parking lot the map swore was there, we drove around the mountain and finally found a parking lot at the top. We'd planned to walk up the mountain, camp, and then walk back down the following day, but walking down at first was okay too. About an hour in, it's maybe 6 p.m. and we come across this guy sitting off to the side of the trail cooking in a cheap oil stove. He asks if we know where we're at and if we can point him in the direction of a certain place on the mountain and says he was parked there. He continues talking about how he had a friend drop him off who was going to pick him up at point A and then changed the story to he was parked at point B and then said the friend who dropped him off went to hike somewhere else and another friend who had the map turned back at point C to wait in the car. We finally bid this dude good luck and continue down this trail. The trail is poorly marked and doesn't correspond with the map we found online. Couldn't get an actual map because the park office was closed due to asbestos, so we're really confused when we come to a horse trail with no markings to tell us if we're still on the right path. We decided to go down the trail and see if we can find a place to camp for the night and find our way out in the morning. Both sides of the trail are lined with barbed wire preventing us from being able to camp there. Eventually, we decide to turn back and go back to the trail before it turns into a horse trail, that way we can camp there for the night because it was really dark. About 20 feet behind us was the man from earlier. He talked to us again, and through the conversation we learned he had heavy narcotics, including fentanyl and another one I don't remember the name of. So we took off, deciding to go back to the car and just drive home. We live 4 hours away and we're about 6 miles from the car. So we take off up the trail as far as we could. I got severely dehydrated on the way and was struggling. Finally got to the car and drove home. On the way out of the park, we saw a sign saying hitchhikers may be escaped convicts. When I was around 10 years old, me and my parents were staying in a wooden cabin in Germany, Harz. I can vividly remember the following. When we were getting ready to go to sleep, my parents and I were in the bathroom brushing our teeth. I walked back to the living room because I remembered I left my book or something there. The room was dark and the curtains closed, but for some reason I felt the need to look out the window and shove the curtain aside. At the same time I'm staring right in the face of a man, only centimeters from the glass, and I noticed another man to his left. I was like stone and just stared at him. He stared back for some seconds and then turned around and they left. I felt like ice, closed the curtain again and walked back and didn't tell my parents. I still don't know why I acted like that, but I can still vividly get that image of those men standing there back in my mind, even after 24 years. Smile. My later theory was those men were probably just at the wrong cabin. There were a multiple in the near vicinity. A bunch of my friends and I were visiting old empty building in the mountains. We are in France and close to the Italian border, so we have mainly old disaffected bunkers. There was 2 very unnerving events still. One not so scary. We were in an old sanatorium. We crossed path with little fuckers who tagged the place. They're kind of the urbex's plague, but it still made my blood pumping. And the second one, a lot more scary. We found a really old hotel up in the mountains, probably from when there was still the need for merchant to travel from village to village without modern mean of transport, so hotels would pop up on the road because the distance was too great to be traveled in a day. So we come up in front of it. It's winter, so it usually means no hobo, because up in those mountains, even with a huge coat you can still be very cold, and we come in. I don't think we stayed in there more than 1 minute. There was some kind of traps. Just some to make noise, and as soon as we made too much noise, we could hear someone stepping silently on the first floor. I really don't think it was an homeless guy, some drug-related things. I don't know what could have happened if we were caught, but one of my friend that comes with me told me that if it ever happened, the best solution would have been to buy him something. This happened to me and my friends about a decade ago. At that time we were all bachelors and something we liked to do was to camp anywhere we could. One of us would find a site where we had permission and go out for the weekend. One time around mid-July we found a spot around a cousin's place. My cousin had a lot of land, so we decided to plop down on the far side west corner where a small campsite had been used the previous year. The fact that this site was already there is important. We set up camp and for Friday night nothing happened, but early Saturday morning one of my friends said he saw someone with camo on wandering around a little ways off. We figured since we were on the edge of my cousin's land it was just one of his neighbors. But this guy showed up several times throughout the day. By the time it was later afternoon we figured he had to have been spying on us, but we were too afraid to call out to the guy and let it be. Later that night we decided to stay despite ourselves figuring that we could handle ourselves. So we decided to relax and play some cards in the larger of the tents. After a long while things got pretty late, but before we could decide to head to bed we noticed a light outside. Someone was scoping out our site from a distance and was getting closer. We put out our little light and decided to wait. The person came over and started to look through the other two tents. We also noticed that from a shadow that this guy had a gun. I figured it was the guy from before looking to shoot us and rob us. We were pretty freaked out, but before we decided to gown without a fight a firm voice yelled at us to step out of the tent with our hands up. We slowly came out and were relieved that it was actually a cop. After answering the police officer's questions and him confirming we were allowed to be there, he explained he got a call from one of the neighbors about how a third neighbor had called the cops for suspicious activity. After talking to us for a short while the officer lets us be and head to sleep for the night. The next morning on Sunday we talk about what happened Saturday night to my cousin. He explained that he has 4 neighbors and 2 of them really hate each other. The first neighbor likes to hunt on everyone else's land and is a big drug addict. He figures it was that guy who was keeping an eye on us. Probably because the guy is a crazy paranoid. He also explained that this isn't the first illegal campsite he found on his land and that he was glad the guy didn't threaten or hurt us due to the fact that he has made threats in the past. The second neighbor probably called the cops hoping we were the first neighbor's drug buddies with the idea of everyone getting caught. Wouldn't have been the first time for this sort of thing. After that we headed out. I nearly got my brother and a friend to poo themselves once. We had a sleepover in our back garden and they woke me up to investigate a creepy noise outside our tent. This is not in the wilderness, but most of these are genuinely odd stories often involving tents, so I thought I'd throw this out there to show you guys how easy it is to strike fear into someone not in their comfy bedroom. Understandably I was unimpressed and said it was just a cat making the noise, but they were scared and I was the oldest, so for some reason that meant I had to be the one to go and observe the common house cat. Surprise surr-fucking-prise, it's a cat, trying to piss on our tent. They're calling out to me to say what it is, but I just move towards it so it fucks off. But this cat is having none of it and is clearly a pro troublemaker, and simply retreats a few feet clearly with the intention of pissing on my tent. 10/10 it was going to go for a shit in the doorway too. This escalated to a pointless chase around the side of the tent, during which time I had decided to remain absolutely silent to freak out my brother and his mate. However, I didn't have a torch and so didn't see the guy rope that the cat had just run underneath. The next thing the occupants of the tent know, a screaming figure is pouncing on them from outside the tent and their security detail is missing, presumably killed and eaten by the scary noise. They screamed like little girls, in their own garden, because of a cat. Not exactly a mountain lion either. There was this pretty well-known haunted house near where I grew up, pretty sure there was even a movie made about it back in the 90s. It has a long history of fucked up shit and just looks spooky as all hell. At one point in high school a group of us decided it was time for us to take a look for ourselves up close and drove out there after watching some shitty scary movie at the nearby theater. We drive as far onto the property as we could until we came to a chained off part and parked the car. It was me, 2 buddies, my girlfriend and my buddy's girlfriend at the time. The girls are already freaked from the movie and just seeing the house in the distance was a good enough scare for them, so they stayed in the car. Half joking we tell them if anything happens just make sure the car is running and be ready to take off if we come running back. So me and my 2 friends take the short hike up towards the house. Pretty sure we were all about to shit ourselves just based on how creepy the house is at night and the general feeling being near it, but we're teenage dudes and obviously just pretend otherwise. We get up to the house and everything is boarded up, so there's definitely no going inside, so we kind of just start walking around the outside. One of my friends decides to take it up a notch and picks up a stick and starts banging on the front door. At this point I'm on the side of the house making my way around back when I hear something moving in the bushes coming towards me. I had lost sight of the other friend, so I call his name assuming maybe he went around the other way and is wrapping back around. This was not the case. I get no answer, so then I holler out his name again and this thing sounds like it's getting closer. I hear both friends yell back but from the opposite direction. I turn around and start heading back and I start hearing something running now, so I yell fuck. Go oh. And start hauling ass. They see me coming and they start running back towards the car. I'm bringing up the rear and can fucking feel whatever this is right on my ass, but I'm too scared and panicked to look back. Finally, as my friends are hurdling the barrier, I hear a chain yank tight and a loud ass yelp. I don't hear the footsteps following anymore, so I finally turn around and there's just a black dog standing there with a long ass chain tied to him, not barking or growling or anything. All of a sudden a bright light illuminates from behind the house, so I turn and haul ass the rest of the way back to the car. We all hop in and start to pull out just as a sheriff's patrol car pulls up. He stops us, asks what we're doing, tells us to stop being shithead teenagers and to drive home safe. It turns out there was a guy living in a trailer behind the house and obviously had his dog with him for scaring off kids coming to fuck around near the house. Nothing paranormal or whatever, but goddamn did I get the shit scared out of me. I think it made it worse that the dog wasn't even barking or anything and then just stopped and stared at me the way it did. I was with a group staying about 2 to 3 days in Lake Havasu, a Native American reservation just adjacent to the Grand Canyon. For those that aren't familiar, this place is pretty funky and strange and a pretty hot tourist destination. A few years ago a female Japanese tourist was found murdered somewhere on the reservation, and I think it turned out to be a local who had killed her. Anyway, my story isn't quite as horrific as that. You hike about 8 miles from the top of the canyon down switchbacks and onto a dirt trail right down the center of a bone-dry gorge. Some people ride horses into the reservation. There's literally no sign of civilization anywhere until you round a corner and there's clearly a relatively large town with houses, some minimal electricity, a police station, and even a convenience store. Emaciated horses could be seen in many of the backyards, and you got that uneasy feeling every time the locals looked at you. People seemed pretty aloof though. Just on the other side of the town further down the gorge you get to the top of Havasu Falls, which is where the campground starts and the tourists stay, a much more familiar scene for campers than the town in the middle of a gorge with no paved roads. The falls are beautiful, with water stained blue from natural limestone and minerals in the nearby rock. The blue water runs through all the campsites and people play in it under the falls. My group settled in for the evening. We were young kids with 2 adult chaperones. We were pretty naive, and thinking back I imagine the chaperones were probably severely traumatized being responsible for the well-being of the group. We fixed dinner and sat around eating some backcountry brownies and chatting, enjoying the scenery. Eventually it got dark and we started telling ghost stories about scary things like people who want to vash your windows, because it sounds like Dracula or something. I dunno, I was a kid. One of the girls started telling her story. She had the flashlight eerily lighting her face from below. We're all sitting in the dark around her. She hadn't been talking for more than a minute when a boy in the circle turned his light on abruptly and said, "Someone's there." He shined his light on an empty space beside the storyteller, and sure enough there was a man, probably in his 20s 30s, white, long hair, sitting cross-legged. No one heard him show up and he sat there in silence. The girl recoiled and the chaperones clearly felt caught off guard, but the older woman looking after us spoke up and asked, "Excuse me sir, what are you doing here?" The man hesitated a while. "I am just listening to ghost stories." She replied, "Well, this is our campsite and we were hoping to have some privacy to spend time together. So you want me to leave?" "Yes please, thank you." The man slowly stands up. He's big, tall really, he has a headlamp that he doesn't turn on and he literally walks into the brush and vegetation, which we listen to as he crashes through it. So now everyone is thoroughly freaked out. The chaperones are discussing the next actions for the group and we decide to stay on high alert and chill there for a minute longer to see if he really would leave us alone. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. So we're sitting there and we start hearing this thunderous crashing through the brush all around us in the pitch black. A few kids with lights start shining them into the darkness, and periodically this man will be standing motionless on the edge of some bushes before turning around and plunging into the darkness again. He doesn't look angry, but he doesn't look friendly either. At some point he starts making this whooping, shouting noises, and that's when we decide it's time to go get help. Conveniently our chaperones actually had friends at another campsite where we retreated to for the evening. In the morning we go back to our site. Everything is much less scary in the daylight and our tormentor is sitting on the bench at the campsite just down the river from us. He's got a camelback on and he appears mostly to be looking down. Occasionally he looks up at us as we toast bagels in pans and boil water for oatmeal. We're instructed to ignore him as best we can. After all, we have a fun day under the falls to look forward to. As we get our swimming gear set, we stand up, and so does the man. Our female chaperone was the only one left at this point because someone had gotten bit by something in the rush to the next campsite the prior night. As we walk, our chaperone tells us to walk faster and faster to where we're almost running. As we come up to some other campsites with more people, she decides that this is the moment for confrontation, turns 180 degrees right around, and she is face to face with this guy, and she just lays into him, shouting at him about how she's watching kids. What the fuck is he trying to do? What the fuck is wrong with you? Stay the fuck away from us. The man is still staring down, clearly kind of shocked, but now other people are getting involved and he's not being violent with her. She tells us to head up to the waterfalls and wait for her. She was only about 15 to 20 minutes behind us. The man also showed up about 45 minutes later, frolicking in the water with a big ol' smile on his face and his camelback. He looked like a kid in a weird way. I almost didn't recognize him. He paid us no attention. When we asked our leader what had happened, she said they took the man, who we now know was named Lee, back to his campsite where his dad was. Apparently they were on some father/son trip, but he knew that something weird had happened to his son at Lake Havasu with his old girlfriend. For some reason, Lee conflated our chaperone with his ex-girlfriend and thought she was doing God only knows what, but clearly something he disapproved of. There was more to the story about the girlfriend running off with Lee's best friend. Mostly it seemed clear to the rest of us that Lee had some mental health issues that needed to be addressed. Was walking in a nature reserve at night along a boardwalk with a bunch of 40 people as part of a school activity with my friends and I at the tail end as we were seniors. Due to the boardwalk running along a reservoir, the water is always on our right and forested land on our left. It was about 11 plus at night when I heard what I thought was Chinese opera music. Surely I dismissed it as sounds from outside of the nature reserve, as there were private residential areas outside of it. Weird, but not entirely impossible. The weird thing was when the music seemed to remain the same volume no matter how far we walked, and despite walking around bends, logically the music would have been coming from our right side, instead was still coming from our left, still at the same volume. The music went on for about 10 minutes and just stopped abruptly. Though I was hallucinating and of course asked my buddies about it. Turns out they all heard the same thing, but nobody dared say anything. All of us just kept quiet and never talked about it. What we do know is that the nature reserve has had a long history. More unnerving than creepy. Me and 40, yes 4-0, guys from college all met up to camp near the TX/Oklahoma state line for a good old bonfire camp sesh. This usually involved a lot of alcohol at night after a day of hiking/sports/dumb card games and whatever else. I remember the first night my original spot in my buddy's tent was taken by one of our big drunk friends. This guy was a solid rock, and moving his passed out trunk of a body was near impossible, so I grabbed my bag and slept in the porch of this 4-person tent. The porch was basically a clear plastic covering that connected to the front zipper of the tent, so very bare but helped keep the wind chill off. It was about 30 to 40 degrees out. So there's about 8 to 10 tents all around, but one of our guys had decided to rough it and just sleep out on the grass in his bag. The fire had died down to a soft glow where I could only see my friend asleep alone on the ground about 30 yards away from the tent circle. Everyone was very much dead asleep from a drunken night. I was 19 at the time, but I didn't drink much at all due to an upset stomach. My friend in the bag on the ground was one of those drunk/dead asleep dudes, so I guess he was warm and comfy on the hard ground out in the open. Anyways, it's been a few hours and is now around 4 a.m. We had been hearing coyotes in the distance, but this is a norm for this area and we all knew that they wouldn't get close due to the amount of us, fire, etc. Well, funny story, a group of 3 to 5 coyotes literally walked onto the campsite and were sniffing and all around my drunk asleep buddy alone on the ground by the fire. I remember being half asleep but waking up quick due to my shock to see them so close. We had seen them from afar with hunting lights for fun, but never within feet of us. I knew coyotes were mostly wuss babies, so I didn't suspect them to hurt my friend, but was still surprised to see them so close to my friend sound asleep at the campsite. Not knowing what to do, I simply just sat there and watched them circle my friend, sniff him, even looked like they licked his hood from his sleeping bag and nudged him a bit out of curiosity. Somehow, my friend wakes up from being messed with by the coyotes and wakes up very calmly and slightly raises his head to look at what's happening, and the coyotes all look at him frozen and alert. All I see are 5 coyotes circled around my friend on alert and him looking back at them. My friend, who is the guy who wore overalls and boots to literally everything, finally stumbled out his bag and yells with the most Texan accent I've heard, "Y'all better scoot, bunch of skinny ugly dogs." So loud that it wakes up half the campsite and sends the coyotes running. Now, it was unnerving to see them on the campsite, though we were probably never in danger. But seeing the good old boy Jackson stand up and scream in drunken confused rage and fall right asleep after was truly a treat. My parents lived next to a swamp. When I was 11 or 12, I asked my parents if I could have a bunch of friends over. They said yes as long as we stayed outside. I didn't think this would be a problem. We could all sleep in the old pop-up camper. There ended up being about 10 of us. It was pretty late when we decided to call it a night. We all climbed in the camper and fought for a good place to sleep. I was on one of the main beds that hung over the camper's sides. There were 2 more guys on that bed, one right below us, some on the floor, and more on the opposite side. The place was packed tight. Most of us were trying to sleep. Some guys were being loud, keeping the rest of us awake. This went on for a bit. Then, something creepy happened that I will never forget. This one guy, on the opposite side of where I was sleeping, suddenly turned on his flashlight and illuminated his raging, pubescent boner. The wall in front of him held the largest dick shadow I have ever seen, which is saying something. Mass panic ensued. Everyone bolted to my side of the camper and piled onto the bed I was on. Suddenly, the supports gave out. We were teetering on the brink of total failure. The boy weight was pushing me tight against the old canvas. Next thing I knew, I was in a mangled pile of boy bodies flailing around on the dew-soaked grass. Much to my parents' dismay, we ended up sleeping in the house. They still don't know that a boy boner broke their camper. Behind my house is a big hill spotted with trees. This leads to a big field with a small forest, which is followed by a gravel pit. It's in a pretty rural area, so there aren't many people around. The closest store is an hour walk. One day when the gravel pit was closed, my friend and I decided to go for a hike. At the top of the hill, we heard a weird radio in a foreign language that kept cutting out. As we got closer, it stopped. Getting further into the small forest, there was a plastic food container with a hole burnt into the bottom, along with some half-eaten carrots. We thought this was weird, but kept walking towards the gravel pit. There was a person in the distance, setting up a camera, looking into the pit. As we walked closer, he quickly packed up his equipment and hid. When we found him, we asked what he was doing there, and he said he was looking for gold. The pit only has sand and gravel. My friend noticed he was wearing a Montreal Canadian sweater, and asked him if that was his favorite team, and the guy said yeah, I love baseball. He asked us if we were armed, and when we said yes, he looked annoyed. Afterwards, my friend and I kept an eye on him until we were sure that he was gone. On the way back, I noticed that there were some footholds that were dug out, behind the trees on the hill. They were in a perfect position to spy on my house. A friend and I went to Peru a couple years ago. Our plan was to hike to Machu Picchu from a nearby town, Ollantaytambo KM82 train station to Aguas Calientes. It's basically the free version of the Inca Trail. We were traveling very light, carry-on backpacks with the bare bones necessities for camping. Our planned hike wasn't strictly legal, but we managed to get on the tracks without getting caught and started hiking. There's laws against hiking the train tracks, but that's the best route. Anyway, fast forward to later in the day, and we were quickly running out of sunlight, and desperately needed to make camp. We wound up camping on someone's land, within sight of the train tracks and the river. You follow the river the whole way to Aguas Calientes. Before it got totally dark, we noticed someone, likely the owner of the land, close to a nearby cabin. We waved, and he waved back, so we assumed all was well. Sometime around sunrise, we woke up, started breaking camp and making breakfast, beans over a small fire. While I was packing the tent, I looked up, and saw a man with a machete approaching. My buddy was tending to breakfast, and didn't notice him. My heart was racing, and my mind was playing through several different, albeit equally frightening, outcomes. I managed to say something to the effect of "Good morning, we'll be leaving after we eat breakfast," in my less than fluent Spanish. Luckily, the machete man was just checking on his land, as he noticed the smoke from our fire. He just wanted to make sure we properly extinguished everything before we left. Actually, he seemed pretty intrigued/excited that tourists had made it that far off the beaten path. As I mentioned, hiking the tracks isn't legal, and the Inca Trail is on the other side of the river, so really only the locals hike where we were. British here, so we don't have many vast wildernesses, but we do have smaller wildernesses/mountainous/more isolated areas. I was canoeing the Great Glen from Fort William to Inverness. Loch Ness is so big that we stopped about halfway to camp. We camped at a little rest area between a B road, a normal width two-way road but a major route between towns, and the lakeshore. Beyond the B road was a pine forest, probably actually a plantation. It wasn't that wild. We went for a wander, and about 100 meters beyond the road, over a rise so it was well hidden, was a doll's house perched on a mound. On rocks and stumps etc. About were toys and garden ornaments like rabbits and such. The toys didn't look very recent in design but also not ancient. Maybe a couple of decades old. But all perched on logs or mounds or whatever without ever apparently having fallen off. Or if they had fallen off, been repositioned/tended. After shining our torches around for a while in curiosity, we realized the doll's house was on top of a mound about 3 feet wide by 5 feet long, and where the pine needles and dirt had fallen away or been disturbed, it appeared that underneath there were piled stones. Felt super weird and creepy, and we were certain it was some kind of unofficial child burial. We told the instructors, we were about 16 years old, and kind of forgot about it. But it still strikes me as weird. When we were about 20-ish years old, some female friends and I, also female, planned on camping in a canyon at a campsite one summer night. We drove out there, set up our tent, and drove back to my friend's dorm to hang with some guy friends. We returned to the campsite late at night, with our guy friends in tow. We'd planned to do s'mores around the campfire. There right next to our tent was a man in a sleeping bag. We approached him and nicely yet cautiously explained this was our campsite and to please leave. He refused and basically replied like, "Oh, come on. I'm not hurting anyone. You girls can sleep here. I just need somewhere to sleep. It's fine," etc. We told him there were plenty of other campsites in the area, which were empty, for him to sleep in. While we felt bad for him, he was seemingly homeless. We were not about to just chill with some random dude outside our tent in the dark. Our guy friends weren't staying. After some back and forth, he grumpily gets up and walks away. But we didn't feel comfortable staying, so we freaking took the tent down in the dark and packed everything up and drove back to the dorms. On our way out, we saw him standing at the next campsite over, which was empty. Just standing there. We did s'mores in the microwave, but it just wasn't the same. I was out camping in the Boundary Waters canoe area on what seemed to be a peaceful night. We were camping like half a mile from an old abandoned mine shaft, quite cool. That night we were all laying in the tent and it started to rain quite hard. Me being not able to sleep in a storm was wide awake. About 3 a.m. I heard faint yipping noises off in the distance. I figure coyotes, no big deal. The noises kept getting closer until they seemed to be 100 meters away. At this point the other people in my tent woke up. Me and my buddy were terrified. My buddy's dad was looking out the window and in a flash of lighting he saw about 10 gray wolves circling our tent. We tried screaming, yelling, flashing lights to make them leave. They ended up just walking away, and later we heard the sound of deer getting murdered. That morning we got up and went to a new lake. Back when I was younger my parents took me camping pretty regularly. We'd travel in our little RV and we would stop overnight in rest stops along the way. One night at like 2 or 3 in the morning my dad woke up to some old lady sitting on the sidewalk a few spaces from our camper wailing for help. My dad got up to go to the bathroom after about 15 minutes of this and started asking her what was going on. Mom and I watched from the windows of the camper. She wouldn't tell him what was wrong, just that she needed help, and kept trying to take him over to this dark wooded area across the lot. He said he needed to pee and would be right back, so she let him go. While he was in the bathroom, Mom and I watched as a car pulled out of the dark and met the old lady in the middle of the lot and then took off back on the freeway. Dunno what their intention was, but it wasn't good. I never really cared for rest stops after that. A few years back a friend and I used to camping out in the woods near my house. You weren't technically supposed to camp there, but it's not like anybody would notice if we did. Anyways, we set up camp, had a few drinks, eked, and eventually went into the tent around 1 to 2 a.m. My friend fell asleep pretty much instantly, but I couldn't get comfortable because there was a rock or something under the tent where I was sleeping. It's a 2-man tent, so there wasn't lots of room to move about or anything. After about half an hour, I saw a faint light from the distance shining into the tent that slowly got closer. I don't know why I didn't wake my friend up right away. After the light got about 5 meters from the tent, it began circling once or twice, at which point I was trying my best to quieten my breathing, and was nudging my friend to try and get him up. After what felt like forever, my friend finally woke up. I pointed to the light source, and we ended up running out of the tent shouting, and waving an axe, what we used to collect wood for the fire, at which point the person seemed to leg it because we never found any trace of him again afterwards. We called up my parents, and got them to drive up to us, and take us back home. Bear in mind that we were 17-18 at the time. About a week later, my mother found out from one of her dog walking buddies that there was a man in his late 20s that routinely snuck into farms around our area and took pieces of farm equipment, so we could only assume that he was looking around our camp for things to take. Almost 4 or 5 months after that, a homeless man was arrested for murdering his friend in a town close to where I live. Apparently he used to sleep in/around the woods that we were camping in. The moral of this is to not go camping where you don't belong. Go find an actual camping site where there are people who'll protect you from this sort of thing. It's better to pay £20 for a safe place to camp than risk any confrontation later down the line. It was getting kind of dark on a local running trail. I had stopped seeing people for a few miles, and was only about a half mile away from a major downtown area, which was kind of strange to not hear/see locals, athletes or even dog walkers. The wind was picking up pretty fast, and I was on my last leg. I'm not a big guy by any means, and usually everyone either nods or gives a little signal on the path that means hi, I'm acknowledging you, we are both here doing something similar, have a good day. Lol. Some guy on a bike came out of nowhere and passed me pretty quickly, which again, not unusual, but in the middle of the eerie darkness, and the wind he stopped abruptly and started yelling at me. And I'm thinking great, this is how I die. But he didn't cycle over, he just kept yelling and waving. I stopped, of course, because the more distance between me and Motormouth the better. But I still had my headphones in so I couldn't quite make out what he was trying to communicate. He starts minding taking my buds out, which I obliged, because that alone can't kill me. And he says, just so you know, there's a tornado warning, you should probably find shelter. I felt stupid for thinking he was a serial killer, that's why no one was outside and why he was hauling ass. You never know. Pulled into a remote hiking parking area in the Loess Hills of Iowa, and there was one other car parked there. The occupants had set up a tent just over the fence and were just staring at our family real creepy like when we got out to hike. As we walked to the trailhead I saw the tent was full of boxes of portable propane cylinders. We kept on going into the hills and hiked for a couple hours. When we came out the tent was there all zipped up but the car was gone. I thought about it later and figured these dudes were cooking some drugs in that tent and did not expect anyone to show up there. It was an odd place to try that. Even though it was remote parking area, I know people hike there regularly. Had I known that is what they were up to I would have not pulled in there. You never know if those guys might get jumpy or something. My friend and I were once hiking through our woods. We took his dog with us. It was early spring, the weather was great, everything was awesome. My friend and I were talking when his dog stops, obviously alarmed by something. The dog was looking at a bush that was not that far away from us. My friend tries to talk to the dog, asking him what's the matter, when the dog starts snarling and growling. He also starts barking loudly and my friend and I turn our attention to the direction of his barking, the bush. We approach it and all of a sudden a man pops out of the bushes. My friend and I stop dead in our tracks and look in shock. I remember he had a knitted cap on, he wore a black sweatshirt and had short shorts on. He looks at us and we look at him for maybe a minute. My friend barely keeps hold of his dog that is going berserk, all the while saying nothing to each other. Finally, after what seems like an eternity, the guy from the bushes turns around and starts walking slowly the opposite direction of us. He is gone in a few minutes and my friend and I are left wondering what the hell just happened. His dog calms down and we approach the bush. We looked at it but aside from a butterfly knife, we find nothing or nobody else. We find our way back and we are out of the woods in less than 10 minutes. To this day we have no idea who this guy was, what he wanted or why he was hiding in the bushes. Definitely one of my scariest encounters, ever. About a year ago, I visited my friend who lived in the mountains. It was a heavily forested area with no more than 1,000 residents. Despite him having lived there for multiple years, we came across a brand new, giant treehouse. He'd never seen it and we decided we would sleep in it that night. We brought his dog, set up our hammocks in the treehouse and quickly fell asleep. Now this treehouse wasn't in someone's yard or anything. It was in the middle of a forest about a good mile away from civilization. Also, it would have been very dangerous to drive a car at night to this location. About 3 o'clock that morning, I hear something coming up the stairs and then his dog growled. His dog knew something was there. It became silent and I just laid in fear that someone was there. Strangely, I never heard any vehicles and my friend stayed asleep the entire time. We never found out who or what it was, but I was scared out of my mind. Back in high school, my friend lived in a place at the base of a mountain. We would hike up often and bring girls, booze, etc. One night while partying on top of this mountain, it starts raining. The group heads back to their cars. It was around midnight, so we all go our separate ways. I end up back at my friend's house. A while later, one of us realizes he doesn't know where his phone is. We all figure he dropped it earlier on the mountain, so we head back there. At this point it's like 2 in the morning, raining for the last couple of hours. 3 of us start looking around, one guy around where we parked, another on the trail, and I head to the peak where we hang out. I'm looking around and notice a figure walking through the valley behind the peak, slowly, in the rain, at 3 a.m. at this point. I figure my buddy on the trail overshot the peak, and start yelling his name. The figure keeps walking and I'm like, what is he, deaf? I'm facing the valley yelling, and then I hear my friend yell back to me from my side, in the direction of the path up. The figure pauses, and turns to me. At this point I'm shitting bricks. I take off down the mountain, run into my friend halfway up the trail. I tell him we need to go, and we book it down to the car where the final friend is sheepishly holding his lost phone. We head home and try to make sense of a person walking through the woods, away from any trail or campground, late in the night, in the middle of a rainstorm. I went on a hiking trip in Utah many years ago with my old roommate and our 2 girlfriends. One day we were going to do some backcountry camping, so we park in one of the lots and prepare to head out along the trail. It was early morning, and the parking lot was mostly empty, except for this one man who was lingering near our car. We get ready and set out on the trail, and he starts following us. He appeared to be in his 50s, small stature, wearing flat canvas beach shoes and a red hat, and carried no gear at all. The first part of the hike was all downhill as we descended into a valley, and we started to get concerned after we hit the first mile marker, and he is still about 20 feet behind us. It was extremely hot, and he had no water and was definitely not wearing the proper shoes for the terrain. We weren't concerned for our safety, but did start to have concerns about his, especially as we continued further and further along the path. My friend finally goes back and introduces himself and tells him that it's a rough hike, and without water he should probably consider heading back. He says he just wants to walk a bit further, so we carry on and the stranger continues to hang back. After the 2-mile marker my friend heads back again, lets him know our concern, and suggests he head back. The return is going to be mostly uphill, and it's starting to heat up even more. The man says he wants to follow for just a bit longer, and really there is nothing we can do at this point. We eventually come to an area around the 3-mile marker where things level out, and my friend goes to talk to him again. He tells my friend that he's been in a coma for years, and just came out of it recently. He said that the last thing he remembered was Ronald Reagan as president, and then waking up to the attacks on September 11th. He said that his sister told him that his coma was God's punishment for all of the evil things that he had done. My friend asked what things, and he said very bad things. We canceled the backcountry camping that night in that area, and hiked back out. A friend and I were hiking. We came to a spot where the brush cleared a bit. Suddenly, she whispered to me, "There's a naked guy over there." I looked, and sure enough, there was a naked dude standing about 30 yards away. Just standing there in the brush, looking at us, with no expression on his face. We hustled on. I made sure he wasn't following us. When we got back to her parents' house and told them the story, they said, "Oh yeah, naked guy is well known around here. Apparently he just likes being naked out in the woods." Well, not just being naked in the woods, being seen naked in the woods. Whatever floats your boat, naked guy. This was quite a while ago, in the 80s. I was 12 years old and on a hunting trip with my father. We were hiking around Pennsylvania but a few miles from the NY state border. We hear this scream way far away. Hard to identify what it was. Few minutes later we hear it again but a bit closer. We are not quite sure what to think, and we hear it a third time, even closer. My father whispers, "What the fuck is that? Sounds almost like a person but..." Suddenly a deer bolts full speed across our path about 50 feet from us, running away from the source of the screams. A short time later, this guy emerges from around a hill. He is a hunter, bow and arrow in hand, wearing a camo jacket. I remember taking note of his arrows because they were also a cool camo pattern along the shaft. He was clearly out of breath but didn't appear injured. He approaches us and asks, "Did a deer run by here?" "Yay, but it's long gone now." "Oh alright, say do you know where the name of whatever road he was looking for is?" "Well, there is a road back down the hill where you came from, but what you are looking for is in NY. You've crossed into Pennsylvania now." "Oh alright then. Thanks." And at that the man turned around and headed towards the road. We never saw him again, and the screaming sound had stopped. About 15 minutes later, we found an arrow, camo colored along the shaft leaned up against a tree, no broadhead in it, and 3 dash marks made on one of the flights in pen. My father guessed that the guy was lost and panicking, leaving a couple arrows along to mark his way. He must have been going in circles. How close that is to the actual truth I'm not sure, but it's the best I could come up with myself. One time we were hiking around the camp area and got a bit lost. Time snuck up on us and before we knew it, it was pitch black. I had insisted that we carry torches, water, etc., just in case, so we could see okay. So we were stumbling around with these lights that lit up a very small amount powerfully, rather than sending a broad beam. So we were heading towards where we thought the camp was when suddenly in my beam of light, a bright white woman's face appeared, staring right at me. We had accidentally come up on her camp. Then, Her dog woke up and started barking, and instantly she started barking along with him too. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Illuminated by the light was just this face snarling and barking like an animal. We freaked out and ran off without saying anything and managed to find our camp fairly close by. But knowing this wolf lady was out there nearby was enough to keep us up all night. Predictably, once morning came, we couldn't find her sight and we left the same day because of how unsettling it was. She really looked insane. Camping in a small wooded area that only had one track leading to our campsite. Two friends and I are sitting chatting by the fire when one of my friends notices a light in the distance, behind our campsite. It freaks us out because where the light is coming from a place that is impossible to get to unless you go past our campsite. Otherwise, it would take you hours crossing bogland, think swamp, and rocky hills from the nearest road. We watch the light as it moves towards us, slowly but surely. Then a second light appears next to it. At that point, we thought, fuck this. We grabbed whatever shit we could and bolted out of there. Followed the track to my car and drove to my friend's parents' house. We were really embarrassed for getting so scared, but when we told my friend's dad, he seemed concerned. He couldn't understand how or why anyone would be out there. That freaked us out more. The next day we went back to get out tent and other stuff, and it looked like someone had entered the campsite. Things were moved and one bag we left behind was opened and everything emptied out. Took me a couple of days to shake the feeling of creepiness. Not so much creepy, but definitely nerve-wracking and embarrassing. I was camping, and to enter the campsite, which was just a farmer's field, you have to cross over a disused rail track. Now, as one usually does after a few beers and greasy junk food, I had to go poop. There was a perfectly suitable tree to lean against and do my business that was close to the rail track and would keep me out of sight of the others I was camping with. So down to business I get, perfect trouser placement, only down to just above the knees for those wondering how to poop in the wilderness, and back firmly and securely placed against the tree. Now I know what most of you are probably thinking at this point: that wasn't a disused rail line. Well, you'd be wrong, but that doesn't stop people from walking down it, or in this case going for an afternoon jog with your dog. The whole encounter was fairly cordial, to be honest. I spotted him before he spotted me, but there was no time to do anything about it. After he briefly glanced my way and immediately knew what was going on, he let out a gentle morning, to which I replied morning. He then followed up with, whilst steadily increasing his pace to escape this horrendous situation we found ourselves in, camping I'm just up the lake and there's nowhere quite like what you found to take a decent shit. And that was that. Or so I thought. Having a good chuckle and a few beers later that evening round the campfire, my girlfriend needed the toilet, and I told her about the tree, which is perfect for doing such business only 30 feet away. So off she goes into the darkness, only to seconds later let out a surprised yelp. As she comes running back towards us, hot on her heels is the dog I saw with the man earlier. Now we were the only people on this campsite/farmer's field, so as she's coming back towards us clearly flustered, stating she just literally rubbed elbows with some guy taking a shit resting against the tree as she had her pants halfway down leaning against the tree also, not knowing he was there as he had stayed completely silent, probably not wanting to be seen. We were understandably confused. The devil's lettuce and witch's brew probably didn't help the situation. The whole ordeal came to a close when an angry herald was shouted from the darkness and the dog ran away, followed by the sound of crunching stones underfoot, synonymous with the pebbling used to scatter around rail tracks. And that's my story of the Midnight Mystery Shitter. I had to get my brother to help recount this as I was 12 at the time, and scared shitless as a result. This happened about 6 years ago. As stated, I was about 12 and my brother was 26 at the time. My brother had been serving in the US Army for several years when this happened and was deploying to the Middle East on his second deployment, if I remember correctly. Also of note was that he is a Green Beret and had recently, 3 or 4 months prior to this trip, completed the Army Special Forces qualification course, Robin Sage and all that, and by then was an active duty SF engineer sergeant. Definitely not someone you'd want to fuck around with. Given that we both grew up with a passion for the outdoors, he thought it would be nice to take me on a backpacking trip in northern Alabama, the Sipsey Wilderness for those familiar with the area, before he left for 9 months. The trip had gone smoothly up until the third night we were camping out. Around 8 p.m. we had our camp set up, eaten dinner and were sitting by the fire talking about typical boy shit, guns, girls, etc. For some reference, our spot was about 50 yards from a large stream, and about 50 yards downhill adjacent to the large path. Our camp, the stream, and the path formed a triangle of sorts. This was summertime in Alabama, so it wasn't quite dark yet when two guys, who looked to be in their late 20s, wandered up and asked if we had seen any hogs while we were hiking around. Given that this is rural Alabama, we actually had seen some farther into the wilderness area and told them so. Even though they were relatively polite, my brother called them good old boys. I got a seriously creepy vibe from them: dirty clothes, greasy hair, scraggly facial hair, etc. I think they probably looked like they belonged in the movie Deliverance. They kinda hung out for a few minutes, maybe a little longer than they should have, looking around, asking us questions like how long we had been out there, how long we were staying, and what looked like them kinda sizing us up. They then abruptly said goodbye and walked away. I didn't necessarily feel threatened by them, and I know for sure my brother didn't, but I still felt uneasy about the whole thing. Fast forward 3 or 4 hours. My brother and I had gone to sleep and were nestled in our tent when I woke to the sound of multiple dogs barking. I've always been a heavy sleeper and they sounded like they were only about 100 yards away. My heart immediately started pounding and I kicked my brother through my sleeping bag and asked if he was awake / had heard the dogs. He responded, "I'm awake, they've been getting closer for the past hour or so, just lay still and don't make any sounds." Needless to say, 12-year-old me was about to shit my pants. We would also hear sporadic shouts from several different sources, but neither came any closer. A few minutes later my brother whispered, "They're just hunting for hogs, they use the dogs to pin them down and then they shoot them." This gave me some relief, but not much. Somehow I managed to fall back asleep. The fact that they were doing this at night was a huge red flag, my brother later told me, but I think he was just trying to keep me calm. Fast forward what was probably another 3 hours, around 2 a.m. I had managed to sleep pretty well after first hearing the hog hunters when I woke up to my brother squeezing my shoulder firmly, saying, "Wake up, put your shoes on quick and follow me, be as quiet as you can." My heart immediately went back to racing because I heard the dogs and voices in the distance, farther away than before but still distinct. Not asking any questions, I did what he said, and as soon as we were out of the tent he told me to get on his back. This was a breeze for him after rucking with God knows how much weight in the army. We snuck about 50 yards into the woods towards the junction of the path and the stream and crawled into some bushes. It was up a hill so we had a pretty good elevated view of our campsite. I remember as we were laying there how loudly I was breathing and how quiet he was when I heard the very distinct sound of a pistol slide racking. I looked over and my brother had his pistol, a HK-USP that he gave to me a few years after this story took place, and was watching the campsite and surrounding area. I started to whisper to him when he put his hand over my mouth and pointed at the campsite. The group of hunters had been steadily approaching our camp and by this time, 30 or so minutes, had reached it. There were 5 of them and like 3 or 4 dogs. They all looked relatively young but 2 had either rifles or shotguns and the dogs were going crazy, obviously having smelled our scent. For those of you who are backpackers / campers, nobody who comes up on a random camp in the middle of the night with dogs and guns and has good intentions. I knew this, and my brother knew this. I was scared shitless. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but my brother later told me they were talking about us, although he hadn't heard any specifics either. They lingered for about 20 minutes shining flashlights around and talking to themselves when my brother put his mouth to my ear and said, "If they come towards, I want you to turn and run as quickly as you can. Don't stop, don't look back, stay off the trail and look for the flashing lights." I didn't know what he meant by this, but that'll come later. I knew I could make it back because he had taught me land nav pretty well. He then handed me a flashlight and told me not to take the red filter off. He told me later that the red filter helps preserve night vision and cuts down ambient light so it would be harder for someone to see from a distance. At this point I was so scared I almost started crying, but at the same time had a rush of adrenaline and what I think now was confidence that he thought I could handle myself. We laid there for a while longer when out of nowhere they started screaming, "Where y'all at?" and firing into the woods at random. My brother dragged me back behind the crest of the hill and threw himself on top of me. Thankfully our position on top of the hill, we were protected from any gunfire. They shot maybe 5 or 6 more times and then started walking back the direction they had come. They got maybe 100 yards away when I heard a blaring siren and saw emergency lights flashing through the woods. Turns out my brother had called the Forest Service office on a satellite phone my family has for emergencies while I was asleep, and they had sent out Forest Service officers and game wardens to our area of the wilderness. The Sipsey Wilderness is about 25,000 acres in size, so it took them a while to get there on the dirt roads. When we saw the game warden truck, my brother signaled them with the light and pointed them in the direction the hunters had gone, and the guy sped off shining his spotlight through the woods. As soon as they were all gone we went back to our camp, packed up our shit and waited by the path for the game warden to come back, who then gave us a ride in his truck bed back to the main staging area. On the drive back my brother told me how brave I had been and that we would talk about it with our parents the next day if I wanted to. I asked him not to do that because I thought they might never let me go camp again. Creepy rednecks in the woods, let's not meet again, you might get shot next time. Follow up, we never got any definitive information on what happened to the rednecks we encountered. I have many friends who have gone out to the Sipsey area and had a great time with no creepy stuff going on. However, it is truly a wilderness area and law enforcement response, if you can even reach them, would be slow. I was lucky that my brother was there and reacted so quickly, otherwise who knows what could have happened. We also got lucky that whatever their intentions were, they either reconsidered or lost interest. I will note that when they left our camp the game warden showed up pretty soon afterwards, but I didn't see what the guys and their dogs did. If I remember correctly, they headed in a direction parallel to the stream, away from the trail inaccessible to any kind of vehicle. Maybe the warden continued on and took another trail to try and cut them off? We waited around 30 minutes for him to come back, and he said there were other officers out looking. There are only so many paths that you could take a truck or quad bike down, so any thorough search effort would also have to be done on foot. Went on a day camping trip with my friend and her boyfriend that she had recently met on the internet. We are out in the middle of nowhere, Montana, not a soul around. No cell reception, and I'm not from Montana, so I don't really know where TF we are. Dude is way bigger than either she or I, we're both petite girls. The creepiness starts while we're driving around off-roading in my friend's mom's truck looking for a place to park and set up camp. My friend's BF is driving. We come across a potential spot and she and I get out to scope it out. While we're doing this, he backs the truck out and starts to drive away. I turn to my friend and say, "What TF is he doing?" And she starts to run after him, waving him down. He finally stops about a quarter mile away and lets us in. He doesn't say anything and she just brushes it off as well. He must not have liked that spot. We find a different spot up the road, and this time I wait until he gets out of the car before I get out. I tell my friend that she should hold on to the keys. He starts getting really quiet and sulky and won't help us set up our site. Then he starts walking away in one direction without saying a word and just keeps walking. My friend runs after him to catch up with him and ask him if everything is okay. When she does catch up to him and stops to catch her breath, he turns around and starts walking in the other direction without saying a word to her. He comes back to the site and starts rolling around on the ground in the dirt. At this point I tell her we need to go. She says everything is fine and I am ruining the trip by not just having a good attitude and trying to get along. He keeps rolling and acting bizarre, so she finally agrees to leave. He is still the one driving, and as we're headed back, out of nowhere he stops the truck and just sits there. Then he gets out of the truck and starts walking around a pile of rocks and wood. I tell her that if he does anything that makes me seriously think he's gonna hurt us, I have pepper spray with me and I won't hesitate to use it. Eventually he gets back in the truck and mumbles something about just wanting to check it out. He didn't kill us and nothing else happened, but I felt really freaking vulnerable out there in the middle of nowhere with no one but my delusional friend and this creepy internet stranger. It actually cost our friendship because she simply didn't want to see that there was anything wrong with anything that happened that day, and she couldn't wait to see him again. On one of my rare trips out into the wilderness, I was walking in the middle of bumfuck nowhere on some kind of natural trail, possibly made by deer. I was looking for a place to rest and it was beginning to turn to dusk, light enough to keep going for a while, but the shadows were deepening and the edges of the trail were too dark to see properly. As I walk, I hear a sheep baaing. At first it doesn't strike me as unusual, because on the surface, hearing a sheep in the country doesn't seem out of place. Then I hear it again, directly from the shadows to my left, and two things hit me at once. 1, this is deep wilderness and there is no farmland around me. 2, the baaing sounds too perfect. It sounds like somebody doing a really good impression of a sheep, but as I hear it again I realize it's the same pitch and length each time, like a recording. The more I hear it, the more unnerving it gets. I keep walking, and seconds later I draw even with it. As I walk past I catch a glimpse of a figure crouched in the bushes just off the trail, and a flash of teeth as, I assume, whoever or whatever was there grinned at me. I did not stop anywhere near there that night. Not my story, but it happened to my grandfather. He likes to deer hunt. He goes out around 3 a.m. and will stay out until daylight. He told me one day he had no luck and decided to pack up and head back out to his car, which was quite a ways out. As he was walking through the woods he noticed his footsteps seemed a lot louder than they should be, and this continued on for another 10 to 15 minuets. At the time it was still pretty much pitch black out in the woods, so he couldn't see anything behind him. He started to panic when he realized someone was in fact following him. He pulled up his bow and arrow and said, "I can hear you. If you don't show yourself, I'm sending this arrow straight back." And he heard a man say, wait, I'm just lost and I was following you to find my way out." He actually ended up helping the man, but he made him walk in front of him the rest of the way. Grandpa told me he felt like he had other intentions. I used to hitchhike, so I've got buttloads of creepy stories. Probably the creepiest I can remember is when I was hiking through the deep south, in northern Louisiana. I was north of a small town called Quitman out in the woods. It's pretty heavily forested up there and fairly rural. I had been passing through this forested area on an old county highway at just about midnight. So I'm minding my own business, my ears are always alert, had been on the road continuously at that point for about 4 years, and I see some strange ass fucking blue light off in the trees to my right. I'm like, WTF is that? So I kinda walk a little slower and I can see it's headed towards the road, but it's like 100 feet in front of me, so I can tell if it hits the road it'll be in front of me. So I kinda stand still, not really sure what to do. It's getting closer and closer to the road and then it goes out of view. So I walk a little farther and can see that the road is curving to the right. I quietly peek around the corner as I get farther up and I see an old-timey beater fucking hell of a truck parked on the side of the road with its lights off, engine quietly running. There's these two old men with wizard beards hauling plastic jugs of liquid into the bed of the truck. One of them has a blue headlamp and has the one that came from the woods. Only then as I hid quietly did I realize I had discovered and was witnessing moonshine bootleggers going about their business. My dad's story is not creepy, but the situation was dangerous as hell. My family is originally from the USSR. My dad and his buddies used to go on long and very cool kayaking and hiking trips every summer. The trips were about a month long and were usually far away from civilization. One of their last trips before we immigrated was to northern Siberia, to a very remote region with a whole lot of rivers. They were very far north, but this was the height of summer, so the weather was great. The problem was that they were so far north that there was significant compass variation where magnetic north was far enough from true north for the compass to be completely useless without a correction. They had no idea that this was a thing and had no idea how off their orientation was. They got absolutely and irredeemably lost. They stayed lost for about a week. Food and water were fine, plentiful fish and some game, and very clean rivers. The problem was that the summer is very short and if they continued to be lost they would get killed by the weather in a few weeks. Luckily for everyone involved, they ran into a party of geologists that were on a prospecting trip. They told them the compass variation error and pointed them towards the nearest town, still a week's trip away. Went hiking with a group of 3 other guys. Started on a trail, but then slowly made our way off. We grew up doing the same and were very familiar with the woods. We had backpacks with us, plenty of water, a whistle, and one weapon. I'm not a gun person, but I always make sure to have something with us when we go hiking, because reason. Like I said, me and my buddies had done this thousands of times and it all felt very normal and safe for us. The terrain was nothing too crazy, so we didn't need climbing gear for anything. We were walking in somewhat familiar territory when we noticed a man a bit up ahead leaned over with one of his hands posted up on a tree. We looked around and didn't see anyone else and he didn't appear to have any gear. We got within about 50 feet and yelled out to him, making sure everything was alright. Also seeing if he needed medical attention for anything as he was leaned over. The guy didn't say anything back. Not feeling stupid enough, we sort of circled around the guy, keeping the distance about the same, but trying to get a better view. We yelled out again. No answer. One of the guys walked up a bit closer and noticed the guy had a huge knife/machete. He stopped immediately and yelled back weapon. The man posted up on the tree heard him yell weapon and immediately stood up and faced up, still holding his knife/machete. My other friend brandished his gun and yelled to the guy, "Hey man, we don't want any trouble. Don't come any closer with that." The guy on the tree still didn't say anything, but took a step towards us. Our friend that had closed the gap started backpedaling slowly while my friend with the weapon took a step towards the guy, repeating, "Don't come any closer." The guy didn't seem to care, he still didn't say anything. He took one step and stopped. Took a step and stopped. He was playing some sort of game in his mind. My friend with the gun decided it wasn't worth the risk and told us to leave quickly. He started to backpedal too quicker. The guy at the tree never really quickened his pace. Just took one step every other second. As soon as we felt comfortable by putting more distance between us, we all ran. Looking back occasionally. We called it in after we felt we had lost the guy, saying some lunatic was out in the middle of the woods with a weapon and was a potential danger. Scared the hell out of me for a good bit. A couple years ago, me and 2 of my buddies decided to go camping out in Pisgah. We didn't go to a designated campground, but just hiked for a while and found a spot where others had camped. The spot was solid and we did the usual camping stuff and put anything that could have smelled or attracted any animals far away from our site. Right when we got in our tent, it started raining like hell and we all passed out. In the middle of the night, some loud as fuck thunder woke us up and we were checking our watches to see what time it was when we heard these voices that sounded like little kids somewhere nearby and towards the direction of our food. Couldn't hear them well and just assumed another hiking group had found our food, but then I realized that I was only hearing kids' voices, sounded like 5 to 6 year olds. I thought for sure they were animal noises but then I heard a child, high-pitched laughter. Fucking scared the shit out of me. The voices eventually stopped and I assumed I must have just been imagining it, and I look over at my buddy in my tent who was also white as a ghost. I was about to ask if he was hearing the same shit I was, and then we started hearing fucking footsteps walking towards us. They were soft enough that I kept telling myself that it was an animal, but it got so close to our tent that I could hear the individual wet leaves crushing underneath these steps. At this point, I'm about to piss my pants because I may be a big guy, but I hate scary shit. The footsteps got so close that it looked as if it was right outside our tents. And then, without anything else happening, it just walked away. My friend and I didn't speak and just laid there for a couple hours and then passed out after the adrenaline had cooled down. To this day, we don't talk about it, but I wish I had looked out the tent. Was about 15 when two of my friends and I went to go meet some guys in the woods to smoke and drink. Cell phones were only starting to become more common then, so not so easy to meet up. There were two areas in the woods we would meet them and I was not clear where we should go. Tried the first site, nothing. Went to the second and we saw the embers of the fire they must have just put out. My friend has a phone and decides to try ringing them. As we turn around we see in the trees a man crouching in the darkness and smiling at us. We all turned to each other and acknowledged he was really there, and on the count of 3 screamed run. And took off. We met the guys just outside the woods and told them what had just happened. They laughed and let us know it was a homeless man that lived in the area. They had just shared a beer with him and he was a cool guy, stay out of the fucking forest. My family and I were camping in the Allegheny Forest in Pennsylvania. My brothers, my then friend, and I decided to go for a trek down a path not too far from the site. We set out at about 4 p.m. in July. Well, we're talking, shooting shit as every teenager does when left together. I guess at some point time passed us pretty quickly because it was getting dark. It felt like we blinked and 4 hours passed. We realized we didn't know what direction camp was and there was no cell service. My youngest brother, 13 at the time, started freaking out. He didn't like the woods and certainly didn't like them in the dark. And that's when the noise started. It started out really quiet, as if it was from a distance. This low, rhythmic beating of something. We stopped between some trees well off the path by now and waited in silence trying to piece together that sound. It was getting closer, and louder, more frantic sounding, any and all rhythm abandoned with haste. If you've never been in the forest at night, and if you don't have any experience with the forest in general, it's easy for sound to ricochet off the landscape. It muddles your senses and can easily become disorienting. This war drum from hell was getting faster, louder, and sounded like it surrounded us on all sides. Before any of us had the sense to move away from the area, a good couple dozen or more deer frantically burst through our circlet of trees. Not just running as deer do, but actively running from something. This wasn't a herd looking for food, this way prey in a desperate attempt at self-preservation. They fled in the direction I was certain was north. We breathed a sigh of relief too soon as a buck came up from behind the herd, breaking the clearing and making an attempt to lunge at my brothers. The older of the two, merely 16, grabs the youngest and dives to the left. The buck parries to the right, spinning frantically and lunging its head in my direction, missing my chest by inches. Its hind legs buck, sending hoofs into the air at my friend's head before bleating out a frantic series of sound and running in the direction of the herd it came with. We stood around for a while, listening to them fade away and cracking jokes at how strange the situation was. None of us had ever been that up close to a live wild deer before. We turned and began heading in the direction we best thought was south back to our camp before the night swallowed us whole. The sound of the herd fading rapidly behind us. The woods had a strange stillness to them on our walk back. The silence was deafening. No crickets. No bats. No bugs in the air. I assumed a storm was coming and we quickened our pace, dreading the scolding our parents would give once we finally returned to camp. I think the silence is what made the next sound so creepy. It cracked through the air sharply. Like the first bolt of lightning before an impending rain. A harsh, high-pitched whistle. 2 tones. A long high note followed by a slow low note. Then silence. A few steps. The whistle again. But we didn't hear any footsteps. Not even steps overshadowing ours. We paused and listened. Nothing. We walked, the whistle came. But every time it sounded off it was in a different location. Behind us. Above us. In front of us. To the left. To the right. And only when we were walking. I thought for sure our parents were playing a trick on us. We called out mocking them for being dumb and thinking we'd get scared. No answer from the forest. Called again, still no answer. Walked forward and was met with the whistle. The same tune every time. I still get goosebumps thinking about it. The forest was getting darker and darker with every step. It was 9 p.m. and we still didn't know where camp was. We thought we found the path and hightailed it in the direction of a clearing we thought seemed familiar when from dead center of our group that hideous whistle sounded. I swear to God all 4 of us jumped out of our skin and ran. We broke through the clearing and saw the orange glow of campfire a couple yards out. We hauled ass faster than ever before. We were met breathless by my mom who seemed concerned. We told her what happened and she thought it was a joke. The adults all seemed to shrug it off. Except my grandpa. He didn't say anything, just had this look about him. He seemed off. Our night continued without interference. 3 a.m. we got into our respective tents and drifted to sleep with the sound of the dying fire not far away. Sometime before sunup I awoke to the sound of tapping on the edge of my tent. I peeked out to find my brothers visibly shaken. "Dude, did you fucking hear that?" I went to respond when the whistle cut through the night. It was at a distance but it was there. I grabbed Jake and my brothers. We grabbed our lights and looked around. The whistling sound seemed closer but we couldn't find anyone. The adults were drunk and passed out. We doused the fire's embers and holed up in my tent. I don't remember falling asleep. In fact, I didn't wake up until almost 11 a.m. When I did, the adults were arguing about who trashed the camp. Apparently when they woke up the beer cooler was dumped out and the cans crushed. The food cooler was okay but dragged beside the fire ring. My brother's tent was collapsed but not torn. Charred wood was strewn about. Small things just left as a mess. They concluded a bear must have wandered in and gotten curious. Played with the tent and coolers then left on his merry way. I'm not so sure. The rest of the camping trip went off fine. But every once in a while we heard the whistle from a distance. I don't know if someone was fucking with us. None of the adults will fess up. I just know it scared the hell out of me, and every time we camp in that forest I sleep in my vehicle and not tent. I worked in the wilderness as well as being an avid hiking and forest wanderer. Had a few creepy or unnerving encounters. Pretty sure a buddy and I were stalked by Bigfoot once when we were working on a reservation in the Pacific Northwest. We watched a silhouette cut through the tree line. It was walking upright and I flashed my light in its direction and caught glowing eyes. It disappeared from sight. Now I had a theory that it may have been an elk or moose that was disguised by the darkness and bushes. My buddy thought it was Slender Man or Bigfoot, jokingly. Another time revolved a camping trip where we heard an explosion and at least multiple gunshots from different firearms. This was at about 03:00 hours in the morning and I honestly thought I dreamed it, but 2 others in separate camps were also woken by it. One of the guys theorized it was drunk rednecks shooting around, but the gunfire was short-lived. Another hypothesis was we heard an execution as a heavy crime city was about 30 miles away and it wasn't uncommon for gang violence to occur there. When morning arrived we attempted to locate the possible source of the noise but were never successful. I was a Girl Guide from 10 to 18. I used to go to camp every year and every year we had a midnight hike. Our guide leader would get us lost every single time as well. The same night of the incident she walked us into a bog which I got us out of with the lamest torch I had ever owned. Our leader broke my good torch. I was gutted. Anyway, we were walking along the canal in the pitch black past this house. 2 dogs are out back, barking like crazy. The owner comes out and starts screaming at us and our leader. He's threatening to set his dogs on us for being near his property. It was a public footpath, and just lost it. I grabbed the other girl my age and told her to walk the kids down the path and stayed with our leader in case things got violent. I had been doing karate for a couple of years so I had the inflated sense of strength. I realize now that I was weak as hell back then, but I knew I could take a hit. He eventually gives up and lets us pass, but tells us he's letting his dogs out in a few minutes. We caught up to the rest of the group and got the hell out of there. There are very few guns in the UK. I was staying at a friend's place as a teenager. He lived on a farm and we used to walk along the edges of the fields to get to places quicker. One day we were with his little brother and ended up getting chased by a man with a gun. His little brother was so large he couldn't keep up with us. We had to jump the ditch to get away. It's crazy thinking about that. We also found dead birds strung up by their necks on a fence nearby constantly. I was taking my nephews camping in Mule Canyon, in the Mojave Desert near Calico. We're driving the RV along a bumpy dirt road across the flat desert toward the mouth of the canyon. There is a woman walking along the road toward us. As we got closer, she didn't break her casual stride or move aside, just kept walking along the middle of the road with too big a smile. About 20 feet from her I slowed to a complete stop. She walked right up to the hood of the RV and stopped, staring at it with a look of amusement. Up close she was extremely haggard. 35 going on 65. Leathery skin worse than the average desert dweller. Missing teeth and meth sores on her face and neck. After a minute of staring like a grinning ghoul, she slowly walked around the passenger corner, so I hit the gas hoping she'd get herself out of the way of the mirror. Last I saw of her, she disappeared into the cloud of dust behind us, still walking toward the road, high as a kite and happy. This was at least 20 barren miles from Barstow, where she probably lives. Best I could figure, some campers picked up a crack whore and brought her there for some fun. I'll include 2 things. 1, while camping, my then boyfriend and I decided to go on a night hike. We were near a large lake, and knew that there was a really idyllic meadow somewhere along it. It had snowed recently, so everything was really pristine and quiet. Expecting a fairly tranquil experience, we both took a low-dose acid. We knew it was, since we had done tabs from the same slip before. To get the full effect of the night sky, we opted not to use flashlights and just let our eyes acclimate to the dark. Things went well for a while. The lake was beautiful, reflecting a full moon with untouched soft snow or sand on the banks. However, as we left the banks to walk further into the forest for the aforementioned meadow, the mood sort of shifted. It may have just been the acid. It had already started to hit while we walked along the lake, but the quiet suddenly felt stifling and every sound or movement stood out a lot more. People in comments before me have mentioned a feeling of dread or being unwelcome, and I'd say I definitely experienced that. Since I was on acid, I figured the best thing to do was to just ignore it and be positive, lest I give in to a bad trip. But as we walked further, everything felt heavier around me, and all I wanted to do was stop and look around. Being the easily spooked, and borderline superstitious person that I am, I somehow thought that I definitely should not look over my shoulder. I walked resolutely, keeping my eyes on my feet, when I started to hear footsteps that just barely didn't align with what I'd expect from an echo. They were coming from behind me, and my boyfriend was ahead of me. All I could think to myself was, "You're on acid, just chill on a loop." But I could just feel something just beyond my line of sight. I told myself I was being paranoid, and just kept staring at my feet. Finally, we reached the meadow, and it was such a relief. We were literally out of the woods and back on the safe banks of the lake. We sat on a log or something and just caught our breath and enjoyed the moment. We were barely there for a couple minutes when this thick fog rolled from the forest and lake. It moved quickly, with little tendrils of fog creeping ahead, curling around the rocks and flowers at our feet. Finally, I just gave in to my paranoia and told my boyfriend we needed to leave, now. He hadn't been as spooked as I was, and actually liked the fog, but agreed to go. As we left the meadow and got onto an established exit trail back to the campsite, I looked back at the lakeside and saw a dark shape in the fog standing at the banks. That's when I absolutely noped and jogged back, with my phone light and a flashlight on in my hands. 2, this one is short. A palate cleanser, if you will. Towards the beginning of that hike, before the acid really hit, and as we were walking along the banks, I started to hear snorting and cracking branches. I got spooked, expecting a bear, unrealistic for the area, but I'd seen one while camping before, or some shit, and was ready to bail. Had my lights on, ready to scare some animal away, when this big-ass dog with a wagging tail and lolling tongue runs into the clearing my boyfriend and I were in. I immediately squealed in delight and opened my arms to the dog. It came at me, all licks and snuggles. A couple seconds after, about 3 more dogs run in, all different breeds. I'm in dog heaven. They are all friendly and cute and it's killing me. We hear some short, loud whistles and this big Santa-looking guy comes into the clearing too. The dogs immediately heel, all relaxed. Turns out he lives off-grid nearby and enjoys raising/training dogs. They just finished their hike and were heading home in the opposite direction. The big adorable one was an Alaskan Malamute. The others were a German Shepherd, a Pit Bull, and a mixed terrier type. All deadly cute. My family and I were making our way back home to Colorado from Texas. We made it home somewhere around 1 a.m., but Mom wanted to unpack the car that night so we wouldn't have to deal with it the following day. We lived out on an 80-acre piece of land about an hour east of Colorado Springs, and our nearest neighbors weren't for miles. It was pretty desolate. We didn't have electricity or running water. The goal was to be off the grid. The sky was clear, beautiful, stars everywhere. No sign of any bad weather. As we were unloading the car, though, out of nowhere we got hit with a fog so dense, you couldn't shine a light through it. You couldn't see your hands unless you touched them up to your face. It was already cold enough, and the sudden fog didn't help. The 4 of us froze in our tracks and called to one another. I managed to find the car, and clung to it for dear life. My mother was closest to the house and she managed to get to the door and unlock it. After that, we called to one another to see who was close to whom, what we were close to when the fog hit, and then Mom would call back. This went on for a solid 40 minutes. The fog did not go away. My father finally found me, and from there tracked down my sister. He tied ropes to our waists so we wouldn't lose one another. He echoed back and forth with my mother, which took another 20 minutes. The fog still wasn't gone. Finally, at long last, like a ghost popping through a wall, my mother appeared in front of us. We all got into the house immediately and warmed up in front of the propane heater. We looked out the windows and it was as if someone had painted them over so you couldn't see out. Somewhere around 14 people died that night from the fog. It was one of the weirdest natural occurrences I'd ever experienced. I want to say I was 11 years old. Needless to say, from then on we only arrived home during the day if possible. If not, we'd stay in a hotel rather than risk dying in our front yard. A little late for this, but used to live alone in the mountains. Nearest neighbor was about a 10-minute walk away. Every night, at about 1 a.m., I would smell gasoline. It would get stronger for about 5 minutes until it would give me a headache and change from that somewhat sulfur-like smell to the sharp acrid, almost bitter smell you get when there's a lot of gasoline. Then it would just vanish. Entirely. This happened every night for months, sometimes waking me up if I had gone to sleep first. Never found the source of the smell. It still happens when I go up there, though not nearly as frequently anymore. As a side note, maybe because of the smell I had a weird dream at some point of a boy about 10 or so coming to talk to me because someone had killed him and he needed someone to avenge him. I refused, so he suddenly burst into flames that quickly died out, leaving a charred skeleton that shrieked and cried flaming tears that smelled heavily of burning kerosene. I was forced to remove his thigh bones and bash his skull in with them until he stopped moving. Weird ass dream. I honestly have no idea what that was about. Alright, my eyes are watering because even thinking about this memory frightens me. I used to live in a small section of NY called Sullivan County, which was known for bad reception, rednecks, and all types of addicts. Needless to say, it is not the best of areas, nor the most populated. I was seated in the driver's seat of my boyfriend's car as he drove towards his uncle's home. We had to go there to make a pit stop, and afterwards we were going to pick up one of our friends and take him home. On the way driving to DJ's, my BF, uncle, we ran into a bit of a car jam, extra rare for lack of people, in which there was a car on fire in the middle of an intersection less than 15 feet from us. The moon was bright above us, and as I looked at the burning car I swore I could hear screams. The moon legit seemed to turn pinkish, and as my blood curdled I yelped for DJ to find another road. I am an empath, as well as he, and I could tell we were both having a physical as well as a spiritual impact by what we were seeing. He backed up and took a side road to his uncle's, which was about 25 minutes longer than the normal route. On our little shortcut through spoopy woods we almost ran over a red fox that literally suicidally jumped from some bushes. Followed 5 minutes later by a gigantic panic stag running straight through our headlights, nearly crashing into the front portion of our car, as it bounded through the road into forest. Female doe were all the occurrence, but a male stag that gigantic, and a red fox were incredibly rare. When we got to his uncle's driveway, we sat and spoke in low voices about what we had seen, and I was shook. At the moment I was saying to him that I felt death in the air, a bird of some kind came and flew straight into his uncle's truck, which was parked in front of us. I yelped and ran to check on it. It had broken its neck and looked like a sweet brown bird from what I could see. My BF didn't let me spend much time on the lil thing, as he pushed me into the front door. The night got scarier from there, but I think I'm done recounting for now. See if this fits. On a rowing team, coach couldn't get off work, so it fell to me to direct practice. Steady state, long, slow, maintainable, pace for a long time, up the river to the Lake Erie, appropriately. 4 rowers and myself, all of them facing backwards, with me steering and directing them. We leave from Toledo, north down the Maumee, which is a shipping corridor. By the time we passed the last buoy, there were no lights ahead, late afternoon practice, late fall, clouds, light drizzle, and there was nothing but a black wall to look forward at. Our bow light threw off too little light to really see by, just enough to be seen. Given that our team had discovered corpses on every other attempt at this row, we were expecting to see some shit. Not seeing anything was equally disturbing, though, and it was getting late, so we turned around. Now, the rowers got to stare into the blackness. This prompted scary stories. Good ones were shared, and finally we had light again. The mood lightened. All of a sudden, off to starboard, we all see something leaving a ripple. Descriptions all agreed it was round in shape, supported by a thin stem leading into the water, presumably to a larger body. It followed us for maybe 30 meters, then dropped into the water without a trace, no splash, just the trailing ripple it had behind its stem. 5 of us saw the same thing. No one said a word until it was gone. Still have no idea what it was. Not really even as creepy as it sounds, just very weird and unexpected. Every year my dad, My brother and I go up to Canada for a week to fish/camp. Where we go is the end of the road, literally. Any further north you're only going to get there by plane. My dad used to go previously with his college roommates, and has a map of the area given to him by a guide the first year he went. The map is probably older than I am. I noticed it had historical landmarks on it when I was trying to find our way back one afternoon when we had gone a couple lakes down the system. So on our way back I convinced them to stop at what was the very first store in the area, built in the first half of the 1800s. We go on shore and there's no store, but there's a cross made out sticks and trail leading up through the trees. I convinced them that we're already out of the way. What's a more 100 feet? Maybe 50 feet up the trail we saw a grave. It wasn't recent, but it made me think we were getting close to the store. Obvious this was a place where people used to go, right? My brother and dad kinda unsettled and stayed back. We had spent the whole day out on the boat and I was dragging them onto a hike they didn't sign up for. I on the other hand was determined. I wasn't expecting the building to still be there, but I just wanted to see if there was anything left of it, maybe some bricks or glass or debris. What I stumble on instead is a cemetery, decades old. I looked around at the stones for a bit. The oldest ones I found were from before 1900. It wasn't scary by any means, but it didn't escape me that aside from my dad and brother, I might literally be miles from the next closest living soul. And there I was all alone, quietly visiting a spot that might have been untouched for years. I'm sure I wasn't the first person to find cemetery expecting to find the store, and I'm sure DNR, or whatever Ontario's equivalence is, and that's the reason it has subsequently removed it from the list of historical sites. My parents have Bahamian residency, so I visit often, duh. One day in the middle of the slow season, September, I took our little Boston whaler over to the next island. But I had some time to kill, so I just motored out to the middle of the Bahamian Sound and just watched the water. So zen. After a minute or two, I kept here laughing and taking but fed. Thinking another boat was coming nearby, I looked around. Nothing. It was Sunday, so everyone was either hungover or just not out on their boats. Chalked it up to wits. Went to go start my motor again, wouldn't start. Nothing. No big deal. It happened before. But then the laughter came back. It was like a slow chuckle, like when watching someone fuck up. But there was no one around. Went back to the engine to try it again. Checked all the lines and the prop, then lowered it. Then I saw it. A face. A man's face underwater, just staring back at me, like how Jack in Titanic looked sinking beneath the water but with his eyes open. Scared the crap out of me. Took out an oar and a lifesaver to see if I could help. Full panic mode. Got back and he was gone. But I kept hearing the laughter. Haven't been to that part of the sound in ages. One time I was solo camping and I had my first lucid dream/nightmare that ended up not being lucid for a bunch of it. The reason I mention it was because it took place at the spot I was camping. In the dream I woke up to people rustling and a voice speaking incredible lowly and slowly in Latin or something, and I immediately got up and unzipped my tent and saw nothing and then quiet, and after like 2 minutes of sitting there terrified I opened and got out to see my family frozen, eyes wide open staring behind me where I previously checked, and I turned around in the face of this grotesque horned demon which was these deep purple and black. And as soon as I made eye contact I froze from fear with that feeling of adrenaline you get when that happens, and just was starting in this thing's eyes and my family, and this one man I didn't recognize silently almost hovered next to me, all frozen, not able to control ourselves in this demon's gaze. And then without break eye contact, he pointed to my left, and then in this bizarre deep and powerful but quiet voice he told us to go to the house. So right, spooky nightmare, woke up in an insane sweat from a combination of craziest and most recent nightmare of my life and being in a sleeping bag. But what really kicked it is I almost forgot about the thing 2 hours later, had already had some jerky for breakfast, packed everything up and wandered around with my pack enjoying this morning before I headed home, and not 15 minutes later I came across an abandoned house that had no reason being where we were for so many reasons. And as I saw this abandoned house, froze, staring at it. I managed to walk at it directly, not even at an off angle. I felt like the demon from my dreams might as well have been in that house staring at me. And after what seemed like ages I ran in the opposite direction, past my site and back where I originally came from towards the nearest trail a mile or two away. I don't know how my unconscious mind would have known there was a house there to put it into my dream. I hope it was the most terrifying coincidence of my life. I have always wondered what would have happened if I went into that house. In college one summer, it was August and time for the Perseid meteor showers. So we drive up to a local bluff at like 11 p.m. We see a good number of shooting stars and we're just chilling enjoying the sights. Then there's this wicked bright green and white meteor streaking across the sky. This was unlike most that disappear in seconds and you can miss if not looking. This one lasted long enough to get all our attention. It was probably 10x the size of typical shooting stars, brighter, lasted longer. And when it was gone there was an afterimage like light from its path. Not on our retinas because if you looked elsewhere you didn't see it, but if you looked back at the spot in the sky there was a lingering green streak where it had passed by. Not creepy, but very memorable and pretty damn cool. This happened about 10 years or so. It was a cold December night, it got ridiculously foggy, streets lights looked incredible. So naturally I grabbed my dad's digital camera and went outside to take artsy shots. I lived in a regular suburban neighborhood across from a huge field. Along that field was a new subdivision with a line of condos / connected houses. Anywho, I'm quickly snapping photos. The wind chill made it impossible to stay out for more than a minute at a time. After a bit I would head inside to warm up then be at it again. So there I am, snapping away when from the location of the newer subdivision I see a figure / person running down the street towards my direction. Hunched over, arms dangling, shuffling making grunting noises. I immediately booked it back inside and locked the door. My heart was racing, I was frozen for a good minute. Hands bracing the door. Could have easily been someone tripping on something. Not sure. Such an odd moment. I'll probably never know exactly what it was. Doing a road trip with a friend of mine, driving from Tennessee to California. We planned out many stops along the way, trying to take in the sights of the country and avoid expensive hotels by camping. We had made it all the way down to Arizona and stopped in Flagstaff for dinner. Our next stop was to drive down to Sedona and camp at a free camping ground right off the interstate. When our exit came up it was well into the dark hours. We pulled off and the exit immediate turned into gravel road, strange but no problem my Jeep could handle it. The road turned from gravel to just massive rocks as tall trees seemed to surround us from nowhere. Our GPS cut out and we began to wonder if we were lost. My friend then took the opportunity to begin telling alien abduction stories, which seemed harmless at first. We continued for a few more miles till we found a spot we figured we could camp out. As we pulled up, even before we got out my friend said he thought he saw something moving along with us. I in disbelief, yet still freaked out enough by the alien stories, stopped the car. We waited and sure enough I saw it too, one shadowy figure, no two, no three. Then more than I could count but just outside of light so we couldn't make them out completely. Finally when all the previous figures passed the last one, something looking 11 or 12 feet tall stood looking at us. We didn't sit for a moment longer, I put the car in gear and drove for another 5 miles. Needless to say we were shook and making ridiculous assumptions on what we saw. We camped on that road but stayed in the car. I didn't sleep well, I cannot say about my friend. Come morning time our worries were put to rest. Around 5 a.m. a group of hunters came by us as we were getting up. Turns out the road was a prime spot for hunters to camp and hunt elk. They told us that they had spotted a herd some 30 to 40 strong and let us borrow their binoculars to check them out maybe a half mile off from our campsite. We continued down the road which led directly into Sedona and ran into our 12-feet friend from the night before, a massive moose. I'd never seen one before and had never known how huge they could get. He wandered across the path in front of us, took one look and walked away. We sure were far more scared than need be but having never been in that area and the state of mind we were in telling alien stories sure worked us up. For years I lived in a little country town. My house was pretty far back in it, about 20 to 30 minutes from the nearest small city. To get back to my house from the city you'd need to drive down a few paved roads, then turn onto a dirt road that is just straight for about 5 miles, then turns into a typical winding country road. One night, I turned onto the dirt road and, after a few miles, I noticed a light on the side of the road that was still very far away. The section of the road I was on didn't have any houses, only woods, and the houses that were nearest were still about 3 miles down the road, plus located down their own little roads. It was completely pitch black, and something was weird about the light, like it was shaking. Like when someone is messing with you by reflecting the sun into your eyes off a shiny surface, they can't quite keep it still in your eyes, so it moves around quickly. The light stayed only pointing down the road in my direction though, it was easy to spot as it was right on the side of the road on a pitch black night. As I got closer, my headlights began to light up the source of the light. It was a man, walking. I'm not a racist but I can't say the same for the town I lived in, as a result, very few African Americans live there. I mention this because the man holding the light was African American, so it was a bit odd to see any non-white person walking alongside the road, let alone this late at night. Something else was off though. The man was wearing an ill-fitting, odd outfit of what looked like white burlap, as if he had taken a few burlap sacks, torn them up and sewn them together. He was also holding a white paper bag with some sort of liquid covering the bottom, like it had spilled in the bag. Another thing was the fact that Tiz Road had virtually no walking space, and most of what was on the side of the road were ditches to move rainwater. Now even all of this isn't what spooked me. He was walking in an eerily steady pace, with a dead look on his face, going the same direction I was heading. It took me probably 10 seconds of staring to realize that, although he was heading away from me, his flashlight was pointing toward me. He was holding it backward in a fist, didn't even turn to look at me as I passed. I still don't have a clue how he could see to walk along the pitch black road, why he was there, or what was in his bag, but I sure as hell didn't stop to find out. I grew up in Lebanon and I used to go hiking quite often in the mountains with friends in high school and college. My college camping club decides to do a night hike on Cornet El Sauda, Black Horn, which is the tallest peak in the country. The peak is only 2 miles above sea level and the paths are easily visible on full moons, so we thought it would be fun for a group of experienced hikers. There were some 15 of us, and I took point along with 2 other friends. The night was relatively clear, but we'd had alerts of high northern winds, so there was a risk of dust clouds passing through. One of those clouds manages to catch us right as we're cresting one of the passages leading out of a small ravine, and we decide to hunker down and wait for the other dozen hikers to catch up to us. That's when we start hearing these scraping sounds from the opposite side of where we expected the hikers and perpendicular to the wind's direction, like heavy footsteps on the loose scree. We're on the top of a fucking mountain at 2 a.m., 15 miles away from the nearest village, and there shouldn't be anything up there big enough to move that much scree with every step. The local rangers had said we were the only group up there that night too. It keeps up for a good 10 minutes, sometimes closer and sometimes farther away, like something was wandering around. We had no idea what the fuck it was. I tried to joke about calling it, but my friends looked at me like I was an idiot, so I kept it shut. Then it stopped. The other hikers caught up 5 minutes later, right as the wind was dying down, so we told them about it and they thought we were pulling their leg. We walked up the path now that we could see it, and sure enough we could see a couple of spots where the scree and loose stones had been pushed down the slope on either side of the crest, but we never saw anything else. The rest of the hike was uneventful, and most of our group concluded that the wind had just pushed the loose rock down, but I don't understand how it could have done that down both sides of a crest. I was in Romania visiting my family and I was hanging out with my cousin at night, midnightish. Behind the house, 50 yards away, there's the edge of a large forest. My cousin and I know that forest like the back of our hands. We've seen all kinds of creepy stuff, but tonight was something else. As we were hanging out and looking towards the forest, we start hearing a woman screaming bloody murder. Like she was being stabbed. She keeps screaming and screaming. We finally get the courage and start walking toward the forest with some improvised melee weapons. All of a sudden, the scream moves, a bit to the right. Few seconds later, it moves again, further right. And so on. It was at this point that I remembered that rabbits sound like screaming humans when they're being killed and figured a fox got itself some late dinner. Still freaked us out though, it sounded so real. Posted this before in a small sub. I packed into Hammersley Wild area in upstate Pennsylvania a few years ago with a friend. I brought along a new set of Motorola walkies, and after we set up camp my buddy decided to hike up to the ridge behind us so we could mess around with them. He was about 3/4 of the way up and long out of sight of me when he keyed his radio to say something. At the exact same time I heard what sounded like a loud growl or roar from off in the distance. There was a bit of delay on my walkie-talkie and then I heard the growl come over the speaker, followed by my buddy saying, "WTF was that?" He came back down in a hurry. No idea what made the sound, but it was eerie as hell. Another night in the same area we had a pack of coyotes circling our tent and howling like banshees. Not much sleep was had that night. Well, I was working as a chef/cleaner/whatever for a small company. I mostly did all the available job there, so I had to work many hours, also night shifts, and so I worked there for 13 years, and I was in relative seclusion since I was working mostly alone, a lot of hours, and had no private time at all, so it felt life seclusion. So, where do I start? First creepy experience of many I got was when I was working during night shifts. I saw a woman walking by. I can describe the clothes, the hair color, everything. She was barefoot. She looked real 100%. I even started searching for her around since I thought it was real, only her face was blurry. It would not be so strange if the company wasn't like 15 to 20 minutes driving from the nearest city through secondary roads in the middle of the woods at night. Also, the company was on the edge of the forest, so there is absolutely nothing around for someone to be there. Since then I used to work with the owner dog with me. I know it's not legal, but I was scared like hell, and the animal wasn't comfortable being there. I had to force him to be there. My second creepy experience was listening chantings and noises on the second floor right above the factory. There was, I guess there still is, some sort of apartment, with a bed and an office, nothing else, and I wasn't the only one that has listened to those strange noises. Some people that took care of the building during staff vacations told me, many years later, he used to avoid this part of the building since he heard voices and chantings. My third creepy encounter could be a repercussion of the others, since I was sleeping and living in the apartment that I previously talked about, above the factory. One night, I heard, "Clear my name." There was plenty of light from the moon, and I remember waking up, and I could see my breath. It was super cold, and that's not common during summer. I failed to explain that I worked there for 13 years, but just from June to September, I couldn't move. And I know, what are you gonna say? Sleep paralysis, and it was probably that. But I heard a woman, old creepy woman, talking to me, right in my heart. I could feel her breath in my ear, and I swear to God I could see the pressure of her body in the sheets and the bed, like she was lying right beside me. I don't quite remember all what she said, but after she was done, I could swear that I saw how the pressure over the bed was released and heard some footsteps on the wooden floor. Also, the door to exit the room opened. It could be the wind since the window was open. Whatever it was, it scared the hell out of me. I have never been so scared in my life. I guess it could be sleep paralysis, and I choose to believe so. I also was under a lot of stress, so I don't know, maybe it was my brain playing with me. What it makes this even more creepy is that this apartment was loaned to other workers, so some other people used to sleep there during other periods of the year. Some other year, I worked with a woman that used to sleep there before she moved. Talking to her, she told me she moved out of fear. She said she could see an old creepy lady. She didn't go into details, but she refused to go in there and seemed to be truly scared. Maybe our boss told her my story, so she was conditioned. I don't know. The place wasn't pleasant at all. It's all I can say. I don't know why. I like to get lost in rural Vermont. I had 3 friends with me as we drove out on an old logging trail we found near a closed granite quarry, I think. This was at 10 or 11 p.m. It was overgrown and disused, so it had become very narrow in places. We couldn't really turn around if we wanted. Just meant backing the car out for a couple of miles. We kept going. Over an old logging bridge. Sometimes stopping to drink a beer. Our driver didn't drink. We turned a dark corner and found a half-finished house with 2 late model cars, maybe 5 to 10 years old. One looked beat up, but the other looked okay. No lights. Obviously no power. No driveway. House wrap was still exposed on 2 sides, but the structure was complete. This wasn't a shack, it was a 2-story, 3-bedroom house. It was lit entirely by our headlights and the moon. No sign of activity. We drove past it. Silently. About 4 or 5 miles later, not sure, took us about 90 minutes in the car going very slowly along the logging trail, we came to a locked gate. None of us wanted to go back. So we broke the gate and it dumped us into a state park. We drove some nicely groomed ATV/snowmobile trails a bit further to get out. My dad had a game farm quite far from civilization that we would go to on weekends. Myself and 2 friends had organized to go there the weekend to look for spiders, my strange hobby, and sleep outside instead of in the wooden house. The fatal error was watching the Blair Witch Project the day before we went. It had just been released and was the first time we had watched it. We set up our camp, which consisted of some mattresses under a gazebo, tent-like structure with no sides, and then decided to go out for a night walk to look for spiders. Their eyes reflect when you shine a torch on them. These were the days before decent headlamps, so we only had one to share with a pretty terrible connection from the light to the battery pack on my belt. After walking a while with the light flickering and just not working great, my one buddy mentions how the trees look exactly like the ones from the Blair Witch movie. The 2 of them are now fighting to decide who gets to walk behind me and who has to walk at the back. We all know the guy at the back gets taken out first, obviously. Our light finally gives up just as something runs through the bushes on our right. It was a game farm, so most likely a small buck of some sort. The commotion causes a large bird to fly out of the bushes on our left side and get trapped in a thorn tree, wings flapping like crazy. We all make a beeline straight back to the camp through the darkness, where it is decided that the fire needs to be stoked and watched all night instead of sleep. Amazing what a scary movie and some imagination can do to you. Might not be the scariest story, but still sends shivers down my spine. This happened a few years ago in August, in a small town in northern Connecticut called Ellington. A childhood friend of mine and I were both working as security at a club a few miles away, and would occasionally hang out for a bit after knocking off for the night. One night at around 2 a.m. we decided to take a walk around the farm property across the street from my buddy's place. We'd done this 1,000 times over the years, didn't think anything of it. So we're strolling across a field just chatting, maybe 20 yards from the tree line, where this field quickly turns into a swamp. when this sound erupts out of the woods, stopping us cold. I've been hiking around this area most of my life and I've never heard anything like this. Instantly, all the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It's a tough sound to describe, but basically a very deep, bass woofing/wheezing. Almost sounded like a gigantic engine trying but failing to turn over, but less mechanical and more organic sounding. I've seen some decently large white-tailed deer in that area, but this sound was so loud and deep I felt it in my chest. We've both searched for recordings of deer that come anywhere close to what we heard and have never found anything. We turned around immediately and hoofed out of there. I'm sure that sound has a perfectly reasonable natural explanation, but I've yet to find it. That's easily the most frightened I've been in my adult life. 2 stories, both mysteries solved/resolution, but both very creepy. Both took place on the California coast south of San Francisco, part of Half Moon Bay for the Californians on here. I'm a paleontologist, and while I was an undergraduate student, I spent a lot of time collecting data, rock samples, and fossils for a series of publications on fossil sharks, fish, birds, and marine mammals. 1. I was at the fossil site, which consists of vertical sea cliffs, with somewhat shitty trails down to the beach every 1 to 2 miles. I happen to be where the easiest trail down opens up into a bit of a wide canyon that the beach sand fills. Highway 1 is about 200 feet uphill and about 300 feet away from the beach, very short, and you can see the tops of cars whizzing away. I'm on my lunch break, and, fortunately, at one of the only places along that 6-mile section of coast with cell service. This is 2006, so I've got a shitty Verizon flip phone that had virtually no service except this one spot. On my last visit, I could browse Facebook on my iPhone down there. I see a guy on a bike, far enough away I can't tell his age. He's riding south, toward Santa Cruz. He sees me and stops, and stares. I keep eating. He disappears. I look back a minute later and he's about 100 feet down the trail, staring at me. He starts jacking himself off. I immediately pull out my rock hammer and brandish it to show that I'm armed, and call the sheriff's department. I tell them I'm going to wait where I am and that they should call me or signal me when they get to my car to escort me back up to the highway. In the meantime, this guy has disappeared. I do not know if he is waiting somewhere for me along the trail, and I do not know if he knows the other trails well enough and if he'll follow me along the beach. I'm also trapped. I cannot go north, because the tide is too high. About 40 minutes later I see a sheriff at the top of the trail wave me up. On the phone, they indicate they caught the guy, who claimed he was peeing. We went, found no pee. They warned him and let him go, some homeless guy, apparently unarmed. 2. This is about a year ago, same locality. I'm out there with my wife, looking for fossils. I've always expected that someday, walking through the detritus that washes up on the shore of the Pacific, that I'm going to find a body or part of one. We're about a mile south of where I met the homeless masturbator, and I see a brown cardboard box sitting against the cliff, and it smells like rotten flesh. Like, sweet Jesus, smells like a dead sea lion. The box is also sticky and covered in sand. It measures about 8 inches deep, and is about a 16 inches wide square. I know that, as a scientist, and the son of attorneys/judges, I need to A. satisfy my own curiosity and B. report anything serious to the authorities. So, like any good scientist, I grab a stick and poke it to try and open it. Instead of opening, the whole thing jiggles like a giant slab of jello. My mind went to WTF and then immediately realized it was a slab of whale blubber. I've participated in a whale necropsy before, and you remove blubber with a 2-person team. One holds a big-ass meat hook and someone with a Norwegian whaling knife cuts a strip, typically 1 to 2 wide. After the incisions are made, the knife holder cuts away at the connective tissue as the hooker pulls the strip of blubber away. The knifer then cuts the strip off into incremental pieces. Turns out this was from a sperm whale necropsy that had taken place about a week before further north by California ACAD. Science. Not really a seclusion story, but I used to work at a movie theater downtown. I usually would get off around 1 a.m. when the buses would have already stopped running, and on one such night while I was crossing over one of the many bridges on foot I decided to take a shortcut. I miscalculated because I was fairly new to the area and ended up under the bridge where there was a large homeless camp. Anyways, I was trying to see if I could salvage the shortcut as opposed to backtracking when I noticed that I was being followed. I'm a pretty nervous person, the type who is always looking over my shoulder when out walking at night. When I did, I saw someone less than 20 yards back under another small footbridge peering out behind a pylon. At first I just thought it was someone who didn't want to be seen or was paranoid, but I noticed that as I walked I would see them making an effort to catch up to me. I immediately whipped out my cell phone to call my GF just so that I could be on the phone with someone. No answer. As I was pretending that I was on the phone, I noticed that they had kind of back off and were now keeping a longer distance, maybe 30 yards or so. The shortcut came to a dead end with a highway on one side and the river on the other. I was going to have to backtrack and go right by the person. I turned around and postured up, as well as got really loud on my fake phone call. I saw them go back to their pillar and kind of hang out behind it. As I approached the footbridge, I was staring right at the pillar and could see the guy in the shadow looking right back at me. At about 15 or so yards from the footbridge, I fucking dead sprinted past him without stopping to look back for about a full minute. After getting back on the right course, I came across about 5 cop cars with police officers and K9 all looking around in the homeless camp. One officer stopped me because I was still kind of power walking / looking disgruntled. He searched me and then said that there was someone with a knife that had just stabbed 2 people and was in the area. I told the officer what had just happened and then walked home and cracked a cold one. Years ago, when I was backpacking across Western Europe, I was just outside Barcelona, hiking in the foothills of Mount Tibidabo. I was at the end of this path, and I came to a clearing, and there was a lake, very secluded, and there were tall trees all around. It was dead silent. Gorgeous. And across the lake I saw a beautiful woman, bathing herself. But she was crying. I hesitated, watching, struck by her beauty. And also by how her presence, the delicate curve of her back, the dark sweep of her hair, the graceful length of her limbs, even her tears, added to the majesty of my surroundings. I felt my own tears burning behind my eyes, not in sympathy, but in appreciation of such a perfect moment. She spied me before I could compose myself. But she didn't cry out. Instead, our eyes held and she smiled, enigmatically, fresh tears still spilling down her cheeks. I was frozen. I knew nothing about this woman, and yet, as we stood on opposite sides of a pool of water, thousands of miles from my own home and everyone I had ever known, I felt the most intense connection. Not just to her, but to the earth, the sky, the water between us. And also to the entirety of mankind. As if she symbolized thousands of years of the human condition. I wanted to go to her, to comfort her, to probe this feeling of belonging I had never encountered before. But I couldn't. Because I knew that if I spoke, if she spoke, that moment would be ruined. And I knew I would need the memory of that moment to carry me through the inevitable dark patches throughout my life. And so I watched her lower her hand, turn, and slowly walk to the shore opposite me. The rest of her perfect form was gradually revealed to me, and I held my breath as I watched her disappear behind a copse of trees near the water. I didn't follow her, in fact I turned around. I knew there was nothing else we could experience together that would be more perfect than that moment, and it still remains the most profound experience of my life. I house sat my brother's place one summer while he and his now wife took their camper cross-country. They lived deep in the hills of Western Mass, down 2 miles of dirt road, in a tiny / cozy / creepy hunting cabin built in the 1700s. No neighbors for at least a mile in any direction. It was lovely, booming stereo system, outdoor hot tub, the kind of place a 20-year-old could host 2 weeks of weed and acid-fueled group sex. And then, after the first 2 weeks, I was burnt out. I needed a break. A couple buddies came up to barbecue and smoke, and then I was alone with my little family, 2 dogs, 4 cats, in the middle of nowhere, totally alone. I popped in a movie, cranked the stereo, and zoned out. All of a sudden all the pets got up in unison and rushed to one of the windows. No barking, no panic, just a creepy group trot to go, stare, out into the darkness. And then suddenly to another window. I flipped on the outdoor floodlights, which just reinforced the darkness of the surrounding woods. I was on the 2nd floor, but it was hardly reassuring. Putting on a thriller was an unwise choice. Just as my brain was processing the fact that there were no locks on the doors, something hit the house. Hard. Whump. The entire old structure shuddered, and my stomach churned. There were black bears out here, but it didn't sound like a black bear, it sounded like a 20-foot pillow had hit the house. I couldn't tell what side it came from. I hit the off button on the stereo and crept toward the window when suddenly, again. Whump. Pictures shook, something fell over in the little TV room. The pets were still nonchalantly all looking out at nothing, seemingly unfazed by the noise. I waited, now ready to piss myself. I didn't have a car up here, just a smallish motorcycle. And even then I didn't want to go outside. High as all get out, I decided to call the local cop, who was unimpressed by being woken up to hear my shit. Well, what do you want me to do? You don't see anything outside? I didn't. Just dark woods. Did I want him to come out? I had so much weed up there. He sounded relieved when I said I'd wait it out. If it gets dire, call the state barracks, okay? Night, he mumbled. It didn't happen again. I didn't sleep. Huddled in the TV room with a .22 pistol, paranoid, absolutely freaked out, I waited till dawn. When the sun came up, I ventured out. Nothing but a sparkling June morning. I made sure I had at least one friend up every night for the rest of my stay. I live in an area with one of the most haunted cemeteries known to America. Back in 8th grade, we had this state history project thing and I chose the cemetery. My dad had always told me about it and how his friends and him used to go there when they were in high school and how their teacher saw a ghost. One of the main stories is an orb of light that will chase you out of the woods. Little backstory on the cemetery itself, it's pretty well secluded off a major street. You need to travel down a trail in the woods to reach it. Two major things about this though is one, they stopped burying people there a long time ago, and two, the secluded nature and hauntings have become a popular site for people to perform satanic rituals. And not talking about painting upside down crosses everywhere, I mean dead dogs and dug up graves. It is now illegal to go in there. Nevertheless, my father took me to go one day to take a few pictures and whatnot. It was around noon when we went. We walked around and took some pictures, wrote some notes, etc. Nothing out of the ordinary. I was really hoping to find a ghost though. One of the famous tales is a full-body ghost appearing midday. So after about an hour or so my dad decides that was enough and takes us home. I was disappointed I didn't watch anything. When we got home, I was still stewing over this. I wanted to find something. So I decided it was a bright idea to go back. My dad was busy around the house and it wasn't odd for me to go out at that time, saying I was hanging out with friends. So I rode my bike back there, camera in hand. I walked down the trail and got to the gate, setting my bike down on a tree that had fallen on the fence. By this time it was about 6, sun starting to settle down. The trees around blocked all light though, so the only illumination was a dim light from the surrounding sky. At this point I'm already thinking this is a bad idea. I still remember my knees beginning to physically shake if I stood still. Stupid me though, still thought to go further in the cemetery though. I walked around a bit more until it became too much and I had to get out. I turned around and walked it back to the front gates where I left my bike. In the tree was a fucking knife jammed into it right by my bike, which I knew I would have seen. I don't think I've ridden a bike so fast in my life. The trail was so uneven and mangled I crashed and still have the scar on my leg. Never told my parents. Said I fell in the street or something. I only went back one other time with a group of my friends in high school and I made sure I was with a majority of the group the entire time. Not out camping, but I live in the suburbs of Southern California, San Diego County area. On several occasions when letting my dog out I would see odd silent flying craft with spotlights shining scanning around. My dog would growl and rub back inside. He would not leave my side for the rest of the night. In other nights when my insomnia new kicks in I don't fall asleep till about 4 a.m. During the summer nights I leave my window open to cool down since I don't have air conditioning. Around 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the morning I hear a screeching sound that sounds like no animal I know that lives around me. I heard a pack of coyotes make a kill. When the feast the whole pack yelp and howls. They killed around 3 and the screeching started. The sound traveled so fast to the coyotes and then suddenly the sounds turned extremely violent. Heard at least 4 coyotes yelping in pain only to be silenced moments later. Seeing and hearing this shit makes me want to be home, or a place where I'm sleeping at, by 2:30. If I am out later for any reason I start watching the skies and turn down my music so I can hear. If I hear or see anything that is out of the ordinary I pull over and lay as low and as quiet as I can. I get scared even more when my radio goes to random static in places that normally doesn't have any problems. I start moving again when the static clears or the screeching sounds far enough. I was in the remote town of Älvdalen in northern Sweden as an exchange student for 2 weeks. We went out partying, which consisted of walking from one wooden house full of drunk youth to the next. Around 2 to 3 a.m., my host and a group of 4 to 5 people and I decided to call it a night and walk home. On the way back, next to a small church, one of us called our attention and pointed at a big bush. A very rattling big bush. One of the Swedes shouted, "Give it to her." To provoke the couple's bit. Upon no answer, and because of alcohol, and another guy picked up a stone and threw it at the bush. We all started picking up small stones and throwing it at the bush while calling out the couple fucking, the Swedes asking for their names. After a while without answer we got bored, so we continued on our way, all arriving at home soon after. The day after, at the breakfast we were watching TV, news in the morning, when my host stopped eating and told me to look, which I did. The news segment was showing the church we were at last night, and were showing a picture of a big brown bear in a cage. That they caught there. Eating trash in a bush. Not exactly real or secluded, but this would always worry me when everyone else was asleep in the house as a kid. Ever since I watched that episode of Goosebumps with the mummy, I always had this strange fear that a mummy was hiding somewhere in my house, even if there was nowhere to hide. This started when I was like 6. Now, my dad was in the army, he just retired last October, so we moved around a lot. Went from Washington State to Texas to Anchorage, Alaska, and it was there that my fear resurfaced and haunted me. We lived in a 2-story house with a basement and an attic on Ft. Richardson, just between Anchorage and a little town called Eagle River. The entrance to the attic was in the ceiling of the hallway right at the top of the stairs. I'd never been up there, and in the 2 years we lived in that house I never did, so it was a total mystery what was up there. I don't even think we stored anything up there, we put it all in the basement or the garage. Anyway, I always had this strange thought that, like the Goosebumps episode, there was a sarcophagus with a mummy up there just waiting to come out and attack us. This was always just a strange fantasy to me until one day, I was passing under the entrance to go to our computer room, back when those were a thing, when I looked up. The square door was completely sealed, but stuck in one side, poking out into the hall, was something brown, almost like a stained white something. It looked astonishingly like a bandage. Like a centuries-old, dirty, grimy, blood-stained bandage, exactly like a nightmarish mummy might be wrapped in. We moved out that Christmas, into a newer, bigger house across base. My dad was high rank and we'd originally just been eager to have a house. I'd tried not to think about the bandage or what it might actually be, and avoided looking up in the hallway. I never found out, and I never asked if anyone else had seen it. Of course, it certainly couldn't have been a bandage, especially not a mummy bandage. What would an ancient Egyptian mummy be doing stowed away in an attic in Alaska? But I was like 10 years old, and didn't know any better. Always scared the crap out of me staying up at night wondering if he was up there sleeping, waiting, biding his time. I have a couple. One, when I was about 18, I was sitting in a blind after dark trying to trap owls with a couple other people. We're falconers. We were about half a mile or so from the nearest road in a clearing in the woods. It was pitch black all around and we only had a red light on inside the blind. The blind is about 12 by 12 by 8. There's 3 small rectangular holes in each wall but no other windows or anything, and a closed door. All of a sudden, bright light is coming in from all the different sides of the blind at once. We all start quietly freaking out. My first thought was a police helicopter looking for drug growers, but there was no sound. As soon as it went dark, we ran outside and there was nothing around, and no sound. Can't explain that one, and I'd think I imagined it if I wasn't alone. A second one was a couple years ago. I was deer hunting in the mountains. I was walking up a trail, up to a peak in a fairly remote area. I left my car at around 4 a.m. to start hiking. I could hear nosies in the woods most of the way up, but never saw anything, and that's not really unusual. When I was hunting, I saw 2 guys coming up the trail I had hiked in. I was just sitting looking through binoculars, so when they got close I waved and started talking to them. They asked how long I had been up there, and I told them. It was about 10 a.m. at this point. Then they asked if I saw all the wolf tracks on the path. No. There hadn't been any wolf tracks. So, on the way back down, I was watching the trail, and starting about 100 yards down from the peak, I started seeing wolf tracks and scat. Some of them even in my boot prints. There was about 7 or 8 individuals, and the tracks overlapped mine starting right after leaving my car. Turns out they were what I had been hearing all the way up the mountain. That still freaks me out. This just happened to me 3 weekends ago on a float trip down in Arkansas. About 7 to 8 of us were sitting around a campfire in a clearing behind our cabin about 11 p.m. and were just talking and listening to music. We had been drinking but I was absolutely not drunk. I was sitting at the 6 o'clock position facing north. I was looking up in the sky watching for shooting stars. The sky was clear and I counted about 3 shooting stars in about 2 minutes or so. Pretty common I'd say. Streaks that came in and disappeared pretty fast. I then looked to the west and saw what appeared to be a star moving in a snake-like trajectory. I first noticed it at about the 9 o'clock position, and it snaked its way to about the 1 o'clock position in about 4 to 5 seconds. So it went from the sky in the west to a northeast position before going behind the tree line in a matter of seconds. I said to my buddy who was sitting across from me, "Hey, what's that?" and pointed it out. He saw it and watched it about the 11 o'clock position and just said, I don't know. It was the size and brightness as any average star in the sky. I know it wasn't a plane because of the distance it covered and that it didn't blink. I know it wasn't a shooting star or a satellite because of the snake-like trajectory it took. I know it wasn't a firefly or insect because it didn't blink and the speed and distance it traveled. It looked just like as if a star-sized white light snaked its way across half the sky in an incredibly short amount of time. It seemed to be actually out in space, not something close like a bug. It didn't freak me out, more just baffled me. I've never seen anything like that, and for the life of me I can't determine what it was. That's the only thing I've ever seen that was truly unexplainable to me. I don't think it was a UFO really, but I can't explain it. Heaps of weird stuff happened back when I was living in New Zealand. One time when I was a teenager I was camping with family at Spirits Bay at the top of the North Island. My friend and I decided to go for a walk along the beach before turning in. The surf was rough and loud. It's a beautiful moonlit night, we can see almost all the bay in front of us in the moonlight. No one is on the beach that we can see. All of a sudden, absolute, total, eerie silence, no crashing waves, no wind, no night birds. We stop walking and it's like we're frozen in place. We don't talk. It feels so weird. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Then I see what looks like a person walking along the beach, but it seemed odd somehow. I whispered to my friend, she saw it too. This person just came from nowhere. We watched, frozen in place for maybe a minute and then the figure was gone. Just gone. We thought they must have moved into a shadowy part of the beach, even though we could see the beach was lit up with a full moon. The normal sounds returned. But we felt uneasy and decided to go back. Only later talking to my dad found out that the bay is the place Maori souls depart for their ancestral lands after they die. Always wondered if we had seen a ghost or if it was just a fellow camper. But we stuck to only going to the beach in the day after that, and ever since. I wasn't alone when this happened. When I was 14, about 6 years and 11 months ago, my scout troop was doing a backpacking trip out in northeastern Oregon. It was some seriously isolated country. The nearest town, with a population of like 70, was about 50 miles as the crow flies away. Nearest town with a population of more than a couple hundred was probably about 100 miles away, and the nearest population center you could call a city was easily hundreds of miles away. We were probably the only people out there for dozens of miles in any direction. One night, after a hard day of hiking in the hot August heat, we were sitting around the fire just relaxing around midnight. 14 people not including me, 12 scouts between the ages of 12 and almost 18, and 2 adult scout leaders. No drugs or alcohol because it was a Boy Scout thing. We were just shooting the shit when we saw this gigantic bright, glittering orb slowly moving across the sky. It was a full moon without a cloud in the sky that night, and it was easily twice the size of the moon and a couple times brighter. We thought it was a comet or something, but I've never seen any pictures or videos on the internet that even came close to resembling it. It was just so bright and glittering. We sat there awestruck because it was quite beautiful. Then it just stops in midair. Just hangs there for a couple seconds. Then it break up into 5 smaller but just as bright orbs, 2 dart into the sky incredibly fast and disappears from sight in seconds, 1 goes parallel to the ground and also disappears from sight with seconds, and 2 go towards the ground until the terrain about 10 or so miles away obscures them from view. Then another orb, just as big and bright, appears and does the same thing. Stops in midair and breaks up. Now, that was weird, but the weirdest thing was this odd feeling I started feeling. Fear, dread, anger, hate, none of those can describe it. It was like whatever part of me that assigns emotions to stimuli just could not decide what emotion to assign to this, it just knew it was bad and wrong somehow. The consensus around the campfire was that everyone was feeling the same thing. We had no reason to feel this, but we were all feeling it. Even one of our scoutmasters, a Marine Corps infantry vet who served in Vietnam, and had 25 years of law enforcement experience at the time, was seriously freaked out. Then we heard footsteps all around our camp. I know the difference between animal footsteps and human footsteps. Animals walk with a lot of caution. They walk for a bit, stop and scope out the area, walk for a bit, and repeat. Especially when there are a dozen plus humans around. Humans just keep walking, they don't have any caution generally. And the frequency of the steps is different. These were human, or at least human sounding. And a lot of them. It sounded like a bunch of people just pacing around our campsite. Flashlights revealed nothing. We should have seen them, the steps sounded close, but it looked like no one was there. Just footsteps. The next day there were no tracks, no broken branches or downtrodden plants like you would expect to see. For the rest of the trip we had someone on lookout every night. I'm not saying this was aliens, or some government project, or ghosts. I'm not sure if I even believe in those. I'm saying I saw something seriously weird, and I'm not jumping to any conclusions. When I ask the other guys who were there if they remember it, the response is always something to the effect of yes I remember, but let's please not talk about it. I searched for the darkest place in North America to camp and watch stars. Take 5 friends out to Cosmic Meadows, New Mexico. Camping went well, stars were amazing. Flash forward to sunrise the next morning. Me, my boyfriend, and his younger brother are watching the sun rise over this valley. It was incredibly beautiful and peaceful. Then we start to hear what sounds like a woman screaming like she's being hurt. I immediately think mountain lion and tell the guys so they don't freak. Then we start to hear what sounds like 3 to 4 women screaming together, you know how you would to make your voices louder in unison, but like they are in agonizing pain. My boyfriend says, that is not a mountain lion, that sounds like people in trouble. We all look at each other in agreement and my boyfriend yells run, and at this point we hear what sounds like a small group of women screaming for help in the middle of nowhere. The screaming continues. We are all sprinting full speed down this hill towards the screaming, dodging rocks and brush hoping not to trip. The screaming continues. I can't stop thinking about all the horrible things we might find. Who put those girls out there? What are they doing to them? What the hell am I gonna do once I get there? The screams continue. Then out of nowhere the screams turn to what I can only describe as, I kid you fucking not, demon growls / howls / screams. The female voices transformed into one voice that had the ability to make more than one sound at a time. All 3 of us slide to a dead stop, look at one another scared / confused, and my boyfriend once again yells run, and now we are booking it in the opposite direction. We continue to hear the scream / growl, but it sounded like it was getting closer, like it all of a sudden went from hundreds of yards away to just a couple of bushes back behind us. We finally make it all the way back up the hill where we started and sprint back to camp to find the others and pack all our shit up. Last summer, I got this brilliant idea to go for a personal retreat at these primitive log cabins in the middle of a state park. They have a light, a fan, an electricity plug-in, and a wall unit AC. No restroom. That's 130 yards away from my cabin, one of 8 spread out in the woods, so you can only see the next one in daylight if you look in just the right spot. I went alone, for 2 nights. First night, I'm up in the loft trying to fall asleep, and I freeze when I hear a metal sound like someone is outside the door, playing with the latch. Luckily, I have LTE coverage, so I text my husband that I think someone is trying to get in my cabin and I am sure I am about to get raped and murdered. I am freaking out. It goes quiet for a few minutes, then it sounds like someone is taunting me by scratching on the screen on the window. This lasts for what feels like hours. I'm alternating between freaking out to my husband, thinking about what I have in reach to protect myself with, not a fucking thing, and being at peace with my fate. He is trying to tell me it has to be an animal, that I am going to be okay, and to take deep breaths and try to calm down. The scratching lasts long enough that I finally tell myself if it's a murderer, they must be inordinately patient. I mean, surely the dude was watching me all afternoon and knows I'm alone. What's taking so long? I eventually fall asleep, only to be awakened at around 3 a.m. by the call of nature. No fucking way am I leaving the cabin, but I have nothing to pee in the loft. It's messy for a woman to try to pee in a container anyway. Never wanted a penis so bad in my life, and the urge is so strong I'm either wetting myself, staying awake until daylight to control myself, or going down to the main floor and finding something to pee in and giving it a try. I try to hold it for probably 30 minutes, but with at least 3.5 hours until dawn, no way am I gonna be able to make it. As fast as I can, I climb down the ladder and only turn on the flashlight to hold it between my teeth while I'm peeing, grab the empty sandwich Ziploc box, square shaped and flat, and proceed to practically fill it up with only a few spills. I go back up to the loft, fall asleep, and awake at 8 grateful to be alive. I drove into town that day and bought a funnel, mace, and another 2 liters so I could use the empty one to pee in that night. That experiment was only partly a failure. On the last day, I'm snacking on the last of the chips I brought and I discover several holes in the bottom of the bag and some tiny, shiny confetti bits of the chip bag. I remember seeing some little black pellets the bottom of the Walmart sack I was storing my snacks in. Then it hits me. It was a mouse. The metal sound was the silverware shifting around in the bag as the mouse walked around the bag. The scratching was the mouse nibbling through the bag, and later when it changed slightly, eating the chips. This summer, I took a friend and we stored our food in metal popcorn tins. Each morning, we laughed as we swept away the mouse turds from the porch. I woke her up to trek to the bathhouse with me in the middle of the night. Lessons learned. Forewarning, this is a bit long. After I graduated high school, I moved to Spokane for college. My, now ex-boyfriend still lived on the Oregon coast, and when we both had a long weekend we decided to meet halfway to go camping. This place ended up being near the Dalles. For everyone even thinking that might be a nice place to visit, don't bother, it's a shithole. Anyway, we drive up 84 and found a campground that was locked for winter. Just past it was a turnoff with a nice clearing that was big enough to pitch camp for the night. The first night was uneventful. We had a fire, made dinner and went to sleep around 12. It was the next morning when we were about to go hiking that things became weird. I was just starting the fire and my ex was getting food together when suddenly it got really quiet and 4 people came walking down from the wooded hillside. There weren't trails around, no cars, and we were about 15 miles from the nearest town. The 2 men and 2 women were wearing business attire, think nice suits and dresses. They just walked by our camp without making a sound and didn't even acknowledge us as I called out a meek hello. I have no idea where they came from and how they were so clean after tromping down through the PNW forest. I can still clearly remember how they silently paraded past us and disappeared through the trees. Gives me the chills. My ex and I nervously laughed it off, and after a few drinks and a long calm day we forgot all about it by nightfall. We were just climbing into the tent when lights flashed and lit up the whole area. A voice on a megaphone was calling us to show ourselves. Scared shitless and heart thudding, I got out of the tent to see a police cruiser parked behind my car, his spotlight throwing unnatural shadows through the clearing. He asked us why we were there and what we were doing. We mentioned spending the previous night at the spot and wanted to stay one more. He stepped from his car and told us that he checks this stop nightly because people go missing in this area all the time. Thoroughly freaked out, we told him we would pack up and leave within an hour, but that wasn't enough for him. He stayed, lights still glaring, and waited for us to pack camp, throw everything in the trunk of my car, and then proceeded to follow us all the way to the interstate. I still don't know what or who we saw that day, but even driving through the gorge has scared me ever since. I've been going offshore for a couple of decades now. My trips to Alaska have always left a massive impression on me. I think it's the lack of people and the general ominous feeling that the land can give off at times, kinda like people are not really welcome there. When I was crossing the Gulf of Alaska just far enough offshore that you couldn't see the beach but just the tops of several mountains and Mount Logan, a big bastard, were visible. They looked like teeth, and combined with the larger waves the whole scene did not look welcoming in the slightest. I can see how ancient mariners could easily come back with tales of monster islands after seeing something like that. I've also recovered gear in the middle of the night in Alaska, right before a storm. The seas were actually really calm, but the skies were pitch black and there were no other lights to be seen. Strangely, the lights of our vessel didn't seem to reflect off of anything in the air either, and the feeling was that just off the boat in any direction was nothing. Then of course are the storms offshore. I've been in shitty weather fairly often, but only a few times did I really reconsider my life choices. Getting stuck in a storm is bad, but getting stuck in a storm when shit starts to break on a boat is far worse. You really do get a feeling that the sea might just take you and it's just beating you for days until something breaks. I've only had 2 occasions where that happened, both times people actually left the industry when the vessel tied up. The feeling of relief as your vessel limps into port and you have sun on your face once more is breathtaking. I have met a few bears camping. In Alberta we have 3 types of bears: brown, black and grizzly. I learned that what to do when you encounter each kind is different. I just know grizzlies are badass mean. I met a brown cub once, but I didn't know if it was a grizzly or not. We were way up north roughing it camping and I came upon it in the tree my uncle tied our food up in to keep it away from bears. This cub was having a good meal of my supper, but I knew his mama was probably nearby, so I froze and had no idea what to do. I was a 12-year-old girl at the time. My uncle trained sled dogs and had a retired husky wolf with us for protection. Not the kind of dog you can pet because he was a grouch. Anyways, I'm standing stiff as a board when his dog, named Bear, ran over and growled at the bear cub. It climbed down the tree and ran off. At this point I started running and could hear something chasing me. Then it ran by me. It was the dog. I thought the mama bear must be chasing it, so I just ran harder, but she didn't end up eating me or chasing me, so that was nice. I stayed closer to the dog the rest of the trip, even though he didn't seem to like me. I've kinda struggled with this story for years. Mostly because I just could not believe what the fuck I saw. You don't have to believe me, folks. But good lord, do I know what I saw. I was camping with my Boy Scout troop in Alpine, New Jersey when I was in early 8th grade, November of 2010, I stepped out of the cabin in the middle of the night to take a piss and went out and did my business. I stood outside for a second, taking in the campsite. I was standing by a picnic table and glanced around. The moon was so bright that it made the sky look dark blue rather than black, and there was a light fog ominously cascading along the campsite. I heard a rustling in some bushes and didn't think much of it at first. But it continued and got louder. Slowly, I moved my flashlight along until I got to the source of the noise as it got louder and louder. I looked over and saw something that I still don't quite understand, to be honest. This thing was gigantic. Standing on hind legs, he was tall and had a muscular body with fur that looked to be black/dark gray. He had the head of a dog/wolf, only thicker. And the weirdest part? Yellow eyes. I stared at him, and he stared at me. And then he just vanished. ran away faster than I could even blink. I was so bewildered that I blacked out for a minute and had to sit down, but I went back to the cabin and tried to go back to sleep. I managed to block it out of my mind for a while. Repressed memories is the term, I believe, but it eventually resurfaced when I watched an episode of Monster Quest about werewolves. This doesn't really bother me anymore, truthfully. I actually think it was pretty damn cool, almost like the setting for a perfect horror movie lol. The funny thing is, I feel like this thing didn't want to see me any more than I wanted to see him. It's as if we looked at each other and just silently agreed to say nothing, leave each other alone and then act like all this shit never happened. I personally don't buy into all that transformation, bark at the moon BS. I think werewolves are more of an undiscovered species. I stayed with the troop for a while after making Eagle to help mentor some younger scouts, and while I'll always be known as the fun leader, probably due to being closer in age, I still always stress to them that the buddy system is mandatory at all times. Because my night could have been much different if this wolf creature I saw was a little more on the confrontational side. Cue the creepy organ music, lightning crackling, evil laugh and wolves howling. This past November I was finishing a 2-month project in Wyoming. I worked 4 to 5 days during the week and moonlighted as a DJ at a bar in Riverton. Sometimes I would call a friend just to stay awake, as I would wake up at 4 and be up for around 23 hours straight. One night on the phone I thought I heard a womanly scream. I was parked by the cabin but had no idea where the noise came from. The canyons made directional noises difficult. I waited a few minutes to see if I could hear it again, but nothing. One night after closing out DJing at around 2:30 am and heading back 18 miles to the cabin, rented out by a big game travel guide that lived next door, I was sharing with my co-workers. I seen a huge gnarly beast of an animal with huge fangs and the size of me on the side of the road with blood red eyes. It scared the living piss out of me as it was in the general area of the cabin. Since it was still a 200-foot walk in complete darkness and with no firearms with me, I slept in the truck. I awoke the next morning and told the boys why I slept in the truck. I ain't gonna lie, I was scared. And after describing what I saw and looking around the cabin, I pointed at a taxidermied mountain lion and said actually it looked just like that. At first nobody believed me. Even the big game guide neighbor, Dave, said that mountain lions never came down from the mountain, or close to town act. It wasn't till later that day Dave, neighbor and his daughter came to warn us that they spotted a mountain lion from their hunting blind a mere 300 meters away. The next day the mountain lion was hit by a truck. Luckily not mine. While out hiking in the middle of the night with my friends in California, we came across a mountain lion. We were headed down the mountain, my friend at the front, another one of my friends in the middle, and myself in the back. The front friend suddenly stopped and asked, "Did you guys hear that?" I thought he was joking, but asked what? Anyway. Consequently, I looked to my left off the trail and saw glowing eyes staring back at me, about 15 to 20 feet away. I pushed the button on my headlamp to make it shine brighter, and saw the silhouette of a mountain lion. We all stared at it in fear, and it stared back. Finally, I called out and raised my arms above my head, "Hey lion," in an attempt to scare it away. This next part I'll never forget. It blinked exactly once, and very slowly, like how common housemate blink. Then it turned away and we couldn't see it anymore. All the way down the mountain, we shouted random things to scare it away, if it was even still following us. We even had a conversation while shouting just to keep our minds off it. Mind you, we were terrified. I remember every 20 seconds or so I would check behind us and scan the area to see if it was following us. Also, myself and the friend in the front had our knives drawn, as if my little Leatherman would have made a difference in the event of an attack. Knowing that mountain lions attack their prey from behind, and with myself being in the back of the group, my friend very well could have saved my life. I was out with my GF, at the time, and my best friend and his wife. We went out to really secluded part of Smoky Mountain National Park, on the Carolina side. We had to drive on a 5-mile dead-end mountain winding road to get to the parking lot before we could go camping. Parking lot empty. Not a soul around for miles. No cell reception. A minute after we park, we see a car pull into the parking lot a few hundred yards ahead. A single man gets out, and walks to the tunnel, after which the hiking trail starts. His demeanor was kind of zombie blank-like. It didn't help that the last town that we visited before going to the hike looked like a bunch of meth ripped the town a new one. Everyone looked zonked, skinny, dirty, with no fucks given. Anyways, this guy comes up to the edge of the tunnel, and attempted to dig around using a shovel that he had with him for a minute or two. Then he walked back to his car. On the way back, he did ask where we were going, and without thinking I made the mistake of telling him which hiking path we were planning on taking. Then a few minutes later, he went back to his car and drove off. Remember, This was a secluded, winding mountain, dead-end road that you had to drive 5 miles on before hitting the parking lot. So basically this guy made the drive to poke at the ground and then left. We didn't see a single other car the whole time we were there. We ended up hiking for a few hours, then it started getting dark and we were getting lost and ill-prepared at best. With 2 dainty women and nearly dead flashlights. Also, the place was known to have bears. We ended up walking back. When we got back to the parking lot, we were very relieved when our car was still there. Apparently everyone was freaked out about this guy coming back and doing something awful. There was no good explanation of why he went there except that he was following us. There was no one around to help. He could have stolen the car, cut the brakes, and or done stalked us and no one would ever know or find us. I still have no idea why the guy went there or what he was doing there. But definitely feel we made the right call not to leave the car there overnight. When I was a freshman in college, I had to take a wellness class as part of our core curriculum. In my case, the wellness class I took was Intro to Camping and Hiking. The final project for our class was to go on an overnight hiking/camping excursion. A buddy and I picked a weekend to go before our final was due, and we packed up to go camp in a nearby national park. When we got there, things seemed pretty peaceful. There was no one around in the reserved camping area, which at the time we thought nothing of. We only saw one other person while we were hiking, a figure in a hoodie who waved at us from across some falls we hiked to. After hiking for a while, we decided to call it a night once it got dark. Once we got back to our tent, that's where things got interesting. We noticed a few flashlights in the woods ahead of our tent, being shined in our direction. The fact that we saw flashlights wasn't an issue, but we were both bothered by the fact that multiple were concentrated in our direction. Being the burly outdoorsmen we thought ourselves to be, we grabbed our tiny hatchet we used to make kindling, and approached the lights in the woods. As we got nearer, we noticed a figure holding a flashlight step towards us. I shouted to him something like, "Hey, you guys lost?" The figure then called back, "Stay where you are, we're coming to help you." Being extremely confused, and at this point a little frightened, my friend and I obeyed. A state trooper emerged from the field of lights and questioned us about whether we had recently saw anyone in the area. My friend and I both told him about the figure we saw near the falls, and the trooper's face lit up. He told us that we needed to leave the area immediately, as they were searching for a fugitive who had recently crossed over state lines and was spotted near the area. They had cleared everyone out of the camp area, but since my friend and I had arrived at dusk, they did not know we were there. Apparently, the figure we had seen shot someone in a robbery gone wrong, and fled once the police arrived. After learning that we had been sharing the forest with a killer, my friend and I got into our car and noped the fuck out of there. The one that has always stayed with me though, was the way the guy waved at us, as if he didn't have a care in the world. Spent 3 weeks out in the Colorado wilderness with a safe survival camping group that checked in with you every 3 days to drop food, check your water and take your trash with them. They knew where the 12 of us were, but we didn't really know where each other were because it was more of a solo thing than a group camp. The closest person to me was about 200 yards away, but we didn't see each other during the 18 days of camping, just on the hike in and hike out. 6 to 7 days into it, I was sitting out in my chair with a book when I noticed someone about 50 yards away just meandering through the trees. Supply came the next day and I mentioned it, but they said it was pretty unlikely to be a random person because this was a private area and there was really only one way and that wasn't super rugged. I saw the same person again a few days later, this time going the exact opposite way and walking like they didn't have a care in the world. I think I had a full day alone before supply that time, so I had a lot of time to keep my hatchet closer and then convince myself it was someone from the group getting a little antsy and stretching their legs. We talked about it on the way out and about half of us had seen the person, always from about 50 yards away, and everyone had thought it was someone else from the group. We sometimes stay at a cabin in an isolated area on Vancouver Island. For those of you who aren't familiar with the geography, it is rocky coastal climate with similar vegetation to Oregon. My sister, my cousin, and myself, all in our early 20s at the time, had driven into town, about 45 minutes away, for a late night movie. Driving back to the cabin at night is never fun, very isolated, spotty cell reception, hairpin turns, black darkness due to the isolation and lack of street lamps or cabin lights, and lots of deer so you have to keep your eyes peeled. This night was even worse because it was very foggy coming in from the right side of the road, and even with our brights from our truck, we could barely see past it. My cousin is also a bit of a reckless driver and was taking the turns a bit fast for my liking. It was stressful to say the least, and completely eerie, so when one of us spoke up to say they were feeling spooked, all three agreed. So we get to an isolated stretch with literally nothing but forest to our right and a steep incline to our left, and suddenly, onto the shoulder of the road and out of the fog steps a boy. He looked about no more than 12 years old, and he was just standing on the shoulder of the road from the forest watching as our car drove by. I get creeped out just typing this. He wasn't injured, was not trying to flag us down or get our attention necessarily, beyond his mere presence on the side of the road in this ridiculously isolated area, at midnight in the fog, and had a very neutral expression on his face, which was surprising given that we probably almost blinded him with our brights. We freaked out. My cousin almost swerved off the road. My sister was sitting in the back and didn't pay attention until my cousin swerved. She looked in the rear view assuming we had just narrowly avoided a deer, and in a nervous voice said, I think I am seeing things, but did you guys just see a boy on the side of the road in the fog?" Once we confirmed that none of us were hallucinating, we debated turning back, and in retrospect we probably should have pulled over to see whether he was a runaway or in an accident and if he needed help, but we were way too freaked out and just continued on. To this day I cannot figure out why he would have been out there, and it sends shivers down my spine to think about it. I was house sitting for a friend's family. They lived in the country. Not BFE, but the neighbors were far enough away that you had privacy without a set of binoculars. I'd been there a million times and was well acquainted with the property. Their large dog was fond of me and would follow me around casually. Before bed I let him outside to do his thing. He's sniffing around, he pees, and before he turns to come back in, something gets his attention. He turns facing out away from the house, hackles up, and freezes. Doesn't make a sound. I can only see him because of the single porch light, and I can't see much further out than that, pure darkness. I call him a few times and he ignores me. Suddenly he turns and sprints toward me, and barges in the door, tail between his legs. He goes straight to his kennel and won't come to me. I slammed and locked the door, turned off the interior lights and turned on every exterior light, scanned the area with a flashlight and just couldn't see anything. I let him sleep on the couch with me that night even though I really didn't sleep. The next day I went walking out there to see what I could see, no signs of anything unusually. I told them about what happened and they thought it was really weird for the dog to act like that. It's not unusual for coyotes to come around, but he usually fiercely barks and growls at them and scares them off. I'm sure it was an animal, and maybe he was just scared because I was scared, but regardless, goddamn. Not knowing what's out there is way scarier than knowing. You hear that, horror film writers? I was living in Cook City for a summer, staying at a friend's parents' cabin with them. It's right by Yellowstone. My friend and I worked opposite shifts, so I hiked every day and most of the time by myself. Of the 40 or so hikes I did that summer, I rarely saw another person. The town has a population of maybe 200. I drove to one of my favorite spots and was about 2 miles in and I saw a woman maybe a half mile down the trail from me. She was just standing there and I assumed she was looking at the scenery. She didn't move at all until I was a few hundred yards from her and she turned and was looking at me. She was dressed in far too warm of clothing for the day, but to each their own. When I was probably 200 feet from her, she waved and I waved back. As I got closer I started to feel uneasy, so I sat down for a minute to decide if I should turn around and run from her or just get past her so I could get to my desired point on the trail. I decided I'd power past her. I got up to continue my hike and she was gone. Just disappeared. This is the kind of trail where you can see clearly for most of the path and there is nowhere to disappear to. I decided to head back home and turn around, and she was on the other side of the trail that I had just come from. I needed to get the hell out of there. So I started walking as fast as I could. She waved again and I didn't reciprocate this time. I put my head down and booked as quick as I could down the trail. When I got to where she should have been, she was gone. Again. I started running back to my car. The whole run back, and I'm not a runner, I felt like I was being watched. Got to the lot and my car was the only one there, and someone had put a stack of rocks on my car. There were 13 of them, which is my favorite number. Small rocks. It was the creepiest thing I've ever encountered on a hike. After that day I didn't make it through the rest of the summer. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched all the time, at work, when I was in bed, in my car, walking through the town. I left that weekend. It was hot that day, so maybe my mind was just playing tricks on me. Maybe one of the locals put the rocks on my car to play a prank on me? I don't spook easily. As a result, many years later I still don't like hiking by myself. When I was in college, I got a job as summer security in a ghost town, to keep punks from vandalizing it. I have no idea why they even cared. It wasn't a tourist destination or anything, but I digress. There were 3 guys total that did it. 2 were old timers, who had been working there for a while, and because they were old they wanted more time away, so we'd switch off every 2 weeks. The only building that had power in the town was the guardhouse, which was on the south side of the dozen or so buildings that made up the place. And it was probably the dullest job I've ever had. It was too far from the nearest non-ghost town to pick up any TV signal. This was in a time of dial-up internet, so even if it was a thing I was worried about, it didn't exist in this town. And other than a golf cart, the only thing I had to entertain myself with was an old pinball table. One evening, I'm standing there, playing pinball, when I look out the window to my side, and see a light on in one of the other buildings. The window is lit up bright, and as I said, I'm in the only building that's even wired for electricity. I quickly stop my probably record game, and grab the nightstick and flashlight I was given, and head over there. But, as I get closer, I notice the light is dimmer, and almost purpley red. Now I'm kinda freaked out, and I stand there to watch it. As I stand there, I see the light slowly droop out of the window, as though it was water draining from a fish tank. I'm baffled, so I call the supervisor a while later. Turns out there's a hill that the sun has to set behind, and it's all rocky. So the sun occasionally lines up enough to just light up that top floor window. I was out about 100 kilometers from the city last weekend camping with my telescope. I set everything up, start the photo timer, and go to take a nap in my truck camper while it does its thing. I wake up in a bit and go to check the time, and my phone is dead. I go to check the camera and it's not taking pictures. The what was full battery is dead, so I can't see how long it has been or how many photos I have taken. I go to pack up my gear and sit down on the grass to start coiling up some cables. As soon as I sit down and stop moving, I start to hear faint music. Now my first thought is there is a couple farms around, so maybe someone's having a party and the sound is traveling, but it sounds like carnival music. It's not really something I could think of someone playing in the middle of the night. Second, the music sounds like it has been slowed down and it does not have a steady beat. I can sort of describe how it sounded but not how it felt, like this strange back and forth time dilation while also being a little fuzzy and pretty quiet. It didn't particularly sound like it was coming from any direction, there was just music playing. It made the hair stand up on the back of my neck and it just made me feel so uncomfortable. I've heard music off in the distance many times in my life and the sound of it was just different. Anyway, I pack up half my stuff, pretty much run back to the truck and close all the windows in the camper so I can't hear anything and go back to sleep. Wake up in the morning and there's no music playing and I'm sort of wondering if it was just some crazy dream, but I find my gear half packed up so I have no idea. Maybe it was some half asleep thing going on, but I could have sworn I heard it. Wish some of my electronics were charged so I could have recorded it, and I have no idea what time it was at. I figure it was sometime between 1 when I went to sleep and 4 a.m. when it gets light out. Now that I looked into it a bit, I think it may have been sound refraction caused by a thermocline in the air. When I woke up in the morning there was the thickest fog I've ever seen that way, so it may have been due to that. Still creeped me the hell out. I can't say I particularly spend a lot of time in seclusion, but on my random adventures I find myself in strange places. I had an emotional moment when I got a bad family call about a close cousin of mine that lived in Florida. I lost my energy to finish the trip by the time I got to Tallahassee. I was driving from the northern Midwest. I decided in my smart brain that I'd start my drive late at night so that the sun would be high by the time I got back home. I fucked up. As I passed through the back roads of southern Georgia, I rounded a corner and from a distance I saw what looked like fire in the tree line further down. I immediately think the Klan. Fuck. So I take a split second to think, should I reroute my GPS and avoid this? And then I think of every movie where someone picks up their phone and immediately crashes and dies, or has their unconscious body dragged away to some shack in the woods. Fuck it, I'm just gonna gun it through. I round the bend where the fire is and it's like everything slowed down as I seen a handful of people, no more than 5, with those weird rubber masks from the cheap costume shops, but other than that are ass naked. They all watch me pass them. They are standing practically in the fire. One of them has a large stick engulfed in fire. Before this I was worried I'd get pulled over by some douchebag for driving a Civic from up north through the back roads of a southern state. I knew they would assume I'm a drug runner. At this point I ran out of fucks to give. I'd almost rather take my chance with a cop with the wrong idea. I floored it for miles. I'm sure I jumped a few hills. 2014, the island of Oahu. Hi, I'm a soldier in the U.S. Army and was assigned as an assistant instructor to the Pilot, 1st, Jungle Operations Training Center at Schofield Barracks. I had only about a month on the island and was loving every minute of it. So the day comes to train the platoon that I would be assessing and instructing in the Kahuku Mountains. We meet up, I teach them the essentials, and a week or two later we move out into the thick jungle of the Kahukus. Now, for anyone that hasn't been to the north shore of Hawaii, the Kahuku Mountains are tall and seem very manageable. However, up close and personal the trails weaving through the ridges are narrow and can wash out at any time if you're carrying a heavy load. In a nutshell, you have to watch yourself and always have good footing or you'll fall down a steep draw and die. So the third night of the op rolls around and everyone is in position, guard, observing and bedding down as the sun sets. We are all scouts, so we go into areas ahead of the main fighting force and try to observe any enemy activity. There wasn't any opposing force during our mission, so the platoon was basically just out by themselves. It's about 0100 and I decide to get up and check on the security positions at each end of the trail we were sleeping on. I checked the forward security element. Some private with a machine gun was guarding vigorously and smoking a cigarette under his poncho. Great. Walking towards the rear security element, I notice something flickering that looks as if it's a few meters past the fighting position, likely a soldier lighting up a cigarette. I walk behind the soldier and tap his heel, no response. So I assume he's asleep and shake him a bit, still nothing. I then lean down to wake him up and he whispers, "Don't move." I freeze, look at the orientation of his weapon and notice what looks like lights about shoulder height moving through the trees about 100 meters from us, heading from right to left. I tell him to get on the radio and call the other platoons behind our positions to see if they have had an emergency or anything like that. He grabs the hand mic, squeezes the button, and the screen on the radio starts to flicker, and won't transmit. We turn it off then back on with the same results. We grab a new battery and jam it into the radio as fast as possible. The screen stays solid but now has the words out on the screen. I've never seen that before, I thought to myself, so I grab my Motorola and call to another assistant, White 4 White 3, "Do you have anyone in your area with white lights on?" He responded saying negative, they haven't used lights all night. I then asked, "Do you observe any white light to the northeast?" A very firm negative came from that end, as he was probably trying to trail off to sleep. As I turned my radio off, we heard was sounds like a manic laugh followed by a scream. Everyone is now awake and whispering, "What th fuck is that?" The lights begin to trail off down the mountainside out of our sight, and even though it was enough commotion to wake the platoon up, everyone eventually fell back asleep. The platoon leader and I agreed that it wasn't safe to maneuver at night, so we would send a section to check it out in the morning. 0700, I'm awake. I grab 3 dudes and tell the PL that we will be making an admin move to where we saw the lights to make sure nothing crazy happened that night. Walking through the ferns about 30 meters in, and I catch myself by gripping a small guava berry tree. I almost fell down about 300 meters into a huge valley. The area that we were observing earlier that morning was in that direction, but there was no way they were that close. I felt very uneasy and had the urge to tell the Joes to get the hell out of there fast. We talked about it and chalked it up to island spirits. Later that month I told the story to a friend at a bar in Haleiwa. The bartender overheard the story and said that I had experienced what is known as the night marchers.